صباح الخير. ممكن أدعو المتحدثات؟
I would like to call upon the speakers and the panelists to please come on stage.
صباح الخير.
Good morning. We start the second day of the Arab Forum for Sustainable Development, which will be a lengthy day, but fruitful and enriched with general panels and special sessions. The first roundtable discussion for today, which is the third roundtable, broaches the issue of inclusiveness, which is one of the main pillars of this forum's main theme, which is about empowering people and ensuring inclusiveness, equality, and in the Arab region. We have spoken yesterday of the repercussions of these three pillars on policies and the importance to abide by the concept of human rights in that. Now we will discuss the issue of inclusiveness, policies, and opportunities. Dr. Hania Shilqami will chair this session. She's at University of Cairo. She will have a group of panelists and she will introduce the speakers. The session will be from 9 o'clock up until 11, and we shall try today to respect the time allotted to us because the session is very rich and we cannot be delayed. So I will call upon you to start now. We will have a 15-minute break between 11 and 15 past 11. Excuse me, between 9 and 15 past 11. Good morning. My name is Hania Shilqami from Egypt, and I am glad to be part of the panelists of this Arab Forum. I would like to thank the organizers for their efforts in order to enrich this forum. Today we speak of inclusion, policies and opportunities. Allow me to provide some explanations on the meaning of inclusion and the challenges of mitigating inequality and achieving positive inclusion. Allow me to speak also of mechanisms and inputs that will contain this inclusion. Before starting my main job today, which is to chair this plenary session. Inclusion is a political, ethical principle and also a development-related principle. And it relies on the idea of accepting the difference. It might also be the medication to the ailment that we have depicted yesterday, which is inequality. The concept of inclusion and containment accepts the concept of difference, and it includes the others. It contains the others that are different. Some have the authority or the capacity or the strength in order to lay the foundation of the rules of the game or the rules of development. Usually we speak of inclusion in the framework of development. We speak of inclusive development that touches upon all factions and society classes. However, it might be pivotal to broach the issue of cultural inclusion, urban and linguistic inclusion as well. The Arab world faces many challenges as regards the idea of accepting pluralism, and pluralism that mostly relies on the right of representation. Inclusion must rely on the participation of those that are included. Today we have 4 important interventions. One from Iraq on poverty, one from the Kingdom of Morocco on measurements, one intervention on local affairs and environment from Tunisia, and one last intervention on disabilities. I will ask the panelists to respect the 15-minute time allotted to them, and I will insist on the fact that they respect the time so everyone will be happy. Sometimes some are unhappy when women insist on their opinion. Now we shall throw the floor open to the presentations, and afterwards we would love to hear your comments and questions. We yield the floor firstly to Mrs. Najla Ali Murad, Director General and Executive Directorate for Poverty Reduction Strategy at the Ministry of Planning in Iraq. The floor is yours. In the name of God, all merciful, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me first and foremost to extend my deepest thanks to ESQA for sponsoring this forum and for inviting me to participate at this panel. As you all know, Iraq, after 2014, after mid-2014, has been through a dual crisis. Firstly, the terror of ISIS, and secondly, the prices of oil, which has led to an economic crisis in the country. And after mid-2014, there was a great mitigation in poverty that reached 16%, and by the other half, this rate reached 22.4% again. The ISIS crisis has led to a dire poverty that reached 41%, which has deepened poverty and expanded its frame. In light of the war and because of the economic crisis, and in light of the fact that the government has had to bear the burden of the war against ISIS, which demanded 25% of the government's budget, despite all of that, the government was looking forward to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals within the National Development Sustainable Plan. Therefore, this development plan relied on 4 main pillars, and one of the main pillars was the reduction of poverty. The government sought to include all the poor in the development plan, which was the first one in order to achieve the SDGs. Therefore, this poverty strategy was in line with the National Development Plan for 2018-2019. There is an institutional mechanism formed of a higher council chaired by the Prime Minister, and that includes 12 ministers. And we had a permanent committee that includes representatives of all sectoral industries working in the field of poverty, and representatives of the civil society and the private sector, as well as academics from Iraqi universities, as well as representatives of the Council of Ministers that were members of this committee. Furthermore, the strategy was prepared thanks to the support of the World Bank and the participation of UN agencies working in Iraq. there was a financial support provided to the working sessions for the elaboration of the strategy by UN agencies working in Iraq. Their technical participation was very supportive and was very pivotal in order to elaborate the headlines of the strategy. In order not to leave anyone behind, the strategy has focused on four more main axes. Firstly, to deal with the issue of migrants. There was also another pillar for the restoration or revival of economy in some cities. So we had some plans and programs that focused on dealing with the needs of certain factions of society. The document also focused on creating new job opportunities for the youth, especially women, and also to improve the mechanisms of social protection that focused on investing in the human capital, mainly in the fields of education and skills, and to focus on lessening the gap between both men and women. These pillars were embodied in 6 main outcomes to improve the health state, and also to provide education for all, and to provide an effective social protection. We have also added to the document one further outcome so that this document will be flexible. When any emergency happens or any social caste will be damaged, this strategy will provide support to this specific social caste that is afflicted by natural catastrophes or migration or displacement, for example. In 2016, we have focused on the displaced that were really damaged by the war against ISIS. According to the document, the revenue was not only indicator of poverty and how to measure a poverty. In all societies that suffer from crises, there are always new catastrophes, and therefore the strategy had a vision to transform the poor into economically productive persons by enhancing their skills and building their capacities. The strategy in all its outcomes and activities met with the SDGs and adopted the Sustainable Development Goals and specific targets, mostly 1, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 11 of the targets of SDGs. The document ascertained the concept of participation, and the document was in line with the vision of Iraq 2030 in tendencies and orientations and in policies. It met with the National Development Plan. It ascertained the participation with the CSOs and private sector, and it also asserted the importance of participation with the local communities, and also it shed the light on the importance of social contact and working with the media. And the plan wanted to reduce poverty by 50% as a long-term goal.
يعني ركزت الحقيقة محصلة الدخل.
The revenue outcome focused on creating new job opportunities by grants and loans, and by enhancing productivity, and by having also incubators for women entrepreneurs, and by providing new job opportunities for the youth. As for the outcome in relation to health, the activities focused on providing primary health care centers and improving school nutrition, as well as good skilled midwives in remote areas in order to lessen the rate of death of women. Also, men and women had to be sensitized on the issues of family planning. As for education, the document focused on the plans to raise literacy, as well as the importance of education for women. It also focused on curricula that will further bolster experience and knowledge. As regards residents. We have focused on the issue of providing good residences for everyone, and also to stop sporadic building because we have 3.5 million Iraqis live in these sporadic abodes. As for social protection, we have shed the lights on the importance of having a certain separation between the temporary assistance and permanent assistance, and we also targeted the poor by providing a social protection safety net, and we also spoke of the importance of always targeting the poor with specific programs. As for the programs for the displaced and for the returnees, we have focused on the employment incentive opportunities and providing primary healthcare services, as well as providing the education sector the education services, and also helping in rebuilding the destroyed houses. The strategy had an institutional mechanism, which is the implementation and funding mechanism through the general budget of the government, which also emphasized the importance of representation through international grants, as well as the importance of the strategy because it is in line with the institutional and governmental programs, and therefore it was important to implement some of these programs thanks to the Fund for Reconstruction and the Fund for Social Protection Services. In monitoring the strategy, firstly, we had to monitor progress made thanks to the follow-up of the national objectives and SDGs, and also to monitor the implementation of the strategy through the system of follow-up adopted by the executive authority. One further path is to follow up on the expenses. So there was the IDMS program within the Ministry of Planning that will monitor, or rather follow up, the expenses on projects, and therefore we'll be able to monitor the projects and their implementation. Furthermore, we had the strategy to alleviate poverty, and it was synonymous with the strategy launching of the Fund for Social Security. This social fund is a development institution in reality that was created thanks to the support of the World Bank. It allotted around $300 million provided to Iraq in order to support the implementation of the fund within the 5 future years. This fund aims at achieving inclusive development in remote and poor areas. And in the first stage, we wanted to concentrate on rural areas. Therefore, we will be able to further bolster the standards of living for people in these regions and to provide basic needs. The fund will reinforce the confidence of the citizen in the state in the future, and will also further build the human capital and provide needs as a bottom-to-top approach, because the citizens of these regions will be able to determine their priorities and needs and services of this fund. The fund will definitely polarize partners in development and will empower the local communities and build their capacities. We have started working in 3 governorates as a first stage because we have adopted a phased-in approach. And at the end of the 3rd year, all governorates in Iraq will be included. At the first stage, in every governorate, we have included around 20 villages, and there was a sensitization process done there in cooperation with the local civil society organizations. Currently, we are receiving the priorities set by these villages in order to implement projects there. The fund at the inception phase is implemented by the Ministry of Planning up until the new legislation of or the enactment of the law that is currently being dealt with at the Council of Ministers. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Najla. Thank you for respecting the time allotted to you. We shall we were discussing the issue of figures and whether to write the figures in Arabic or in Latin numbers. Now we yield the floor to Mr. Tuhaimi Abdul Khaliq, professor at the National Institute of Statistics and Applied Economics at Rabat, Morocco. He shall speak in Arabic and he will show some slides prepared in French. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here today, and I'd like to thank mostly ESCWA for inviting me to give this presentation that will shed the lights on poverty and discrepancies and differences in Morocco, and the program to alleviate poverty and how it was designed in Morocco, further to a monetary study and an academic vision. So this presentation is more academic than it is applied or practical. I have chosen 4 points to broach this presentation. The first point is the introduction and incentive for this presentation. And for those who do not know the situation in Morocco, I have tried to summarize the state of poverty and the rate of differences in Morocco for the last 30 years. Thirdly, I shall speak of the National Initiative for Human Development, and which is the higher scale program to alleviate poverty in Morocco for the last 10 years. And fourthly, we shall speak of some lacuna of this initiative. First, introduction. While consulting with our colleagues in ESCWA, I have chosen to speak of poverty follow-up in Morocco while counting on formal data given by the Higher Commission for Planning and Data. So the data is formal and known, and the figures are thanks to the National Program for Poverty Alleviation and the National Initiative to combat poverty and to look into the weaknesses of these two programs. Since King Mohammed VI acceded to power in 1996, up until 2004, we note that poverty rates have decreased. For example, at the national level, it was 16.3 in 1998, and it reached less than 5% currently, i.e. 2013-2014, which is the last research done at the level of households by the Ministry of Planning, which showed that the poverty rate is less than 5%. If we take the same tendency and we take the multidimensional poverty rate, we see that we have the same tendency. If we take the multidimensional poverty at the last line, we note that it decreased from around 25% to 6%. So in the formal numbers, we note that poverty is always dwindling, which is something very important. When we take multidimensional poverty and we see how it is disaggregated between different affecting factors, we note that in the situation of Morocco, the education for adults and education are the ones that might better explain multidimensional poverty, whereby the other factors play a lesser role. Therefore, the education of adults and the levels of education contribute to around 50% of the poverty situation. When we take another pillar, which is the difference or inequality, we note that when it comes to Morocco, there is a huge problematic because there is a decrease in poverty, but the inequality levels are always stable. So inequality has never decreased for the last 40 years. They remain stable at the same level, whatever the measurements were at the national level or at the village or urban levels. Whatever the measures used, whether indicator 1 or specific parameters, we note since 1995 up until 2019, or with the last research that we have, we note that inequality rates were always the same, i.e. problematic has nothing to do with poverty, but with differences. 2 years ago, the king has raised a specific question in his speech. Where are the sources of wealth? He was wondering, where is the wealth? i.e. he is ascertaining that there are known inequalities in the country, and this is the problematic that we have to resolve. When we compare Morocco and inequality in Morocco to other countries, we have tried to compare the situation in Egypt and Tunisia. So we note that the inequalities in Morocco outweigh those registered in Egypt or Tunisia for the purposes of comparison. And when we seek to see if these inequalities or differences reside only between villages and urban areas, and when we use the measurements, the related measurements for that, we note that the differences are within each village and within each urban area, and even between both villages and urban areas. So the difference does not only reside between the remote and village and rural areas and the urban areas. We can always wonder what is the best way to bridge a poverty gap. Is there any way like development, or do we need a better redistribution of wealth? So we need to measure here the flexibility of poverty. And we note that the best way to combat differences and inequalities in Morocco do not only reside in combating poverty, but also in having a better redistribution. I have tried here to showcase if a development in Morocco is pro-poor. And we note, thanks to all achieved studies, that the opposite is actually happening. Though we have some high development rates relatively, but the distribution of this wealth is more in the hands of the rich. We note that poverty is being alleviated, but the inequalities are still stable, and those that are still benefiting from the wealth are the rich. As for the National Initiative for Human Development, it was established in 2005, on 28th January. And here we can see a quotation from the royal speech, considering that the initiative did not see the light because of a certain conjecture, but it is a pathway, it is a workshop throughout his reign, the reign of the king. Therefore, the king deems that this initiative is not really the fruit of a certain conjecture, but it will last throughout his reign. And it focused on 4 axes. The initiative determined the regions that will benefit from the governmental support. 4 axes: 1, to combat poverty in rural areas; secondly, to combat marginalization in urban areas; thirdly, 2 more programs were added to the first 2 other aforementioned programs. Therefore, the initiative is multidimensional. It has many activities and projects in the fields of education, health, residence, and so forth, or housing. It followed a bottom-to-top approach, i.e. the citizens are the ones pinpointing their priorities and needs. We have many associations working on that. At this backdrop, we have many participants at the local level, regional level, and finally the national level are the ones designing the priorities and needs that benefit from the governmental support. And 22,000 activities were done, and millions of persons have benefited from these activities. And this initiative targeted many rural areas, and it had 3,700 activities. And of course, the first stage started following the same design, and it included around 702 communities and 532 in urban neighborhoods. At a third stage, it was extended to a later period of time.
There were also some other activities that were implemented at some rural areas. We have added new projects amounting to 5,000 dirhams. Therefore, all these projects followed a very outstanding culture. The outcomes were really very good and relevant. And in order to measure the success of such projects, it is important as well to identify some failures and some shortcomings. And this is what we can discuss in this regard. When the initiative was launched, it focused on a poverty map. And this map was focusing on the ratios of poverty. In rural communities, probably the poverty ratios could exceed 30%, for instance. So we would choose and would focus on such rural areas in order to provide them with assistance. And if in the second phase, let's say the poverty ratio is 14%, in these cases, if the rural community has a high poverty ratio, this does not mean that there will be a higher number of beneficiaries in the rural communities. Because in some communities, the poverty ratio could be low, but the number of beneficiaries would be high. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in conducting the necessary calculations. Therefore, we need to rely on the number of poor people, and because there is a difference between the ratio of poverty and the number of poor people. And this initiative has focused on the poverty ratio. That is why its impact was probably considerable on the rural communities, but it was limited somehow. Such as in Casablanca, for instance, the number of the poor people is high, but we were not able to target all the poor people because we have relied in our initiative on the poverty ratio rather than on the number of poor people. That was the first problematic issue. The second problematic issue we faced in this initiative is that the king had already launched a national observatory in order to follow up on this initiative, and there were a lot of procedures and metrics that have been adopted to validate the success of this initiative, and it turned out that it wasn't really efficient in time and in space. As for a few years it had been effective, but a few years later it didn't have any potential impact or any positive impact. That is why all the activities and projects that have been launched and implemented during the initiative were not really very useful. Many projects were actually implemented. Why? Because there was no coordination among the different ministries involved in order to coordinate the funding processes and the channeling of funds to such projects. And if we consider the construction projects, there was no investment in construction and there was no follow-up. That is why all the investments have been squandered, so to speak, knowing that a lot of projects in this initiative have collapsed following 3 to 4 months, and the primary investments have been squandered as a result. The third problematic issue, in fact, regarding this initiative, and it is important to note here that I was in charge of the study that was conducted about the initiative. We have noted as well that increasing the number of beneficiaries was very important, but it targeted only the less poor people, or the people suffering from lower poverty situations. So the targeting was not really appropriate. As a result, the beneficiaries that are not really very poor have benefited from this initiative, and the extremely poor people have not highly benefited. The targeting was not appropriate, and targeting was not addressed to the very poor people, but to those people that do not really have high poverty rates. And another point regarding this initiative, and following the launching of the National Initiative for Human Development, a lot of associations have been established in order to benefit from the support provided through this initiative. These associations did not exist prior to the initiative. The initiative is based on the different projects suggested by the National Society or the national associations. That is why the associations have started to emerge in order to suggest and propose projects in the framework of this initiative in order to benefit from this initiative. And that is why the number of the associations has spurred, it has really increased. And in certain instances, we have also seen that some associations have benefited from the initiative, but they haven't implemented any real projects. They have benefited as a result of some political criteria. That was the misleading starting point of this culture of implementing projects following a bottom-up approach, because in real practice we have faced a lot of problematic issues when it comes to this, the emergence of associations, futile associations. Another problematic issue that we have noticed was related to the target groups. We have noted that the children aged less than 5 years were not really targeted in this initiative, although 22,000 projects in phase 1 of this initiative were implemented, but there was no single project among them targeting children under the age of 5. So we have faced a lot of problematic issues in targeting the right populations and beneficiaries in this initiative. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Tohami, for your commitment and for sticking to the time limits. Thank you for your outstanding and interesting presentation. You have really highlighted the different implementation problematic issues we face in implementing poverty reduction strategies and inequality reduction strategies. We know that the problems of planning, implementation, and governance of poverty strategies are one of the tremendous challenges facing decision makers in the Arab region. Now we give the floor to Mr. Lutfi bin Said, the Director General of the Ministry of Local Affairs and Environment in Tunisia. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you, Mrs. Hania. At the outset, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to ESCWA for this invitation. And we are very pleased this morning to be showcasing to you the experience of Tunisia about the centralized actions that we are taking and the relevance of these actions to poverty and sustainable development, poverty reduction and sustainable development. If we consider the development plans that we have adopted over the past years have really contributed to reducing inequalities among the different regions. The centralized plans have first been implemented without taking into consideration the specificities and the different national resources of the different regions of Tunisia, and without engaging the different segments of society, namely civil society organizations, and without engaging youth and the academic institutions in devising strategies and plans. Furthermore, in each and every region in Tunisia, the problem that we have faced was the inequality that prevailed between the different regions, sub-regions, particularly the rural communities, compared to the great cities within the same territory in Tunisia. And in spite of the different plans and policies that have been implemented in the 90s in order to provide the necessary developed basic infrastructure for the country, and if we consider the different interventions that have been implemented in order to upgrade the livelihoods of the local inhabitants and populations, and in spite of the magnitude of the investments conducted, such investments were not able to lay the grounds for socioeconomic stability and development, and they did not help to break the isolation of rural communities particularly, and they did not really facilitate linking the production centers with the different rural and remote areas. That is why the internal regions of Tunisia have continued to suffer from structural sustainable development. Furthermore, in the different regions, we have faced the problem of the lack of financial resources. There was a tremendous lack of financial resources, particularly for local associations, and the different internal regions lacked the necessary technical human resources and the necessary specializations, expertise, and skills, particularly when it comes to forecasting, planning, and implementing projects related to the basic services in the different regions of Tunisia. And at the level of upgrading and improving livelihoods, according to the social indicators, we have faced some disparities, and we have not reached the expected outcomes as a result of the disparities in investments And this has led to, and this has showed an increase in the poverty and in unemployment rates. In certain regions of Tunisia, there were no sources of livelihoods, as the livelihood indicators have really showed very dire and low rates. In that period, there was also a weakness in the implementation of the public policies in social affairs, and there was no good governance in the implementation of the different public policies, and there was a lack of justice in implementing and directing the different social interventions, as they were not based on objective criteria, transparency, and equality or fairness. All these programs have been scattered. They haven't been targeted, and they lacked coordination and collaboration among the different intervening partners. And they also they failed to address the different prevailing problems. Throughout 20 years prior to the revolution of 2011, Tunisia has had a growth rate that amounts to 5% approximately. And the development as a result of that growth was not inclusive, as some regions were probably more advantaged than others. In terms of growth, we can see that on the map. We can clearly see how the internal regions of Tunisia have lagged behind compared to the other coastal zones and regions in Tunisia when it comes to the development indicator precisely. And also based on the development indicator that covers all the economic and social sectors, we can clearly see that in 2018 it amounted to 0.8% and 0.5% almost. That was the ratio of the different regions in Tunisia, and we can clearly see based on that ratio the interregional disparities. Compared to 2015, the territorial or sub-regional development indicator has decreased to 0.5%. In the aftermath of 2011 revolution, we have expected this ratio to improve. Yet, what we have clearly seen on real grounds is that the development index and indicator was decreasing compared to the results and the outcomes of 2015. And how could we explain this decrease in the development index or indicator? Tunisia is going through a transitional period, and in this period, we are facing problems in implementing the different development-related projects in the sub-regions of Tunisia. And this challenge could be justified by several reasons. We are, for instance, facing some real estate challenges in the implementation of certain projects. There is also a delay and slowdown in the implementation of the real estate and bureaucratic procedures, and this has delayed also the finalization of projects and has led to a decrease in the sub-regional development indicators. What is the solution then in the face of all these challenges and problems? This situation is really very hard for the different sub-regions and territories of Tunisia. In the face of such a challenging situation, sustainable development and green economy have become pressing solutions that need to be implemented. And definitely this could be reflected in the new constitution that has been adopted in 2014 and promulgated in 2014 in Tunisia. In the 10th chapter of the Constitution, Tunisia seeks to achieve social justice, sustainable development, and equality between the different regions based on social development indicators and positive discrimination. It also lies on the sources of renewable and new energy sources, particularly. The Constitution has enshrined the right to water resources. Chapter 5 of the Constitution has also consecrated the right to a balanced and healthy environment, sound environment, that could give the state to have really a conducive environment and healthy environment. The state, according to the Constitution, should also provide all the necessary tools in order to put an end to environmental pollution. Furthermore, the Sustainable Development Authority has also been established as per the Chapter 29 of the Constitution, and this authority is in charge of the different socio-economic affairs as well as the development affairs and all the development-related projects. The law related to this Sustainable Development Authority and the Authority of Future Generations, the law related to this authority is being submitted for voting at the Parliament or the National Assembly of Tunisia. We have also conducted several studies in Tunisia. For instance, there was one study that has led to the National Strategy on Sustainable Development. This study that was conducted, in addition to the 2020 prospects study, has identified the different action points that need to be undertaken in order to reduce poverty and inequality. We can summarize all these points into 9 main tracks. I do not want to repeat all the points that I have just discussed, but it's important to focus on the importance of creating mechanisms of good governance for sustainable development. Namely, we need to establish a good governance structure that is based or that takes into consideration the 3 pillars of sustainable development, namely the social, economic, and environmental pillars. Furthermore, the 5-year plan 2015-2020 has also identified some balanced and coherent policies that are in line with the National Sustainable Development Strategy of Tunisia. And this 5-year plan has provided some and suggested some solutions in order to implement sustainable development and address the different challenges related to development. And it has laid the foundation to strengthen decentralization. The first track of this plan was to strengthen good governance and conduct administrative reform. The other tracks, as you can see on the screen, in this 5-year plan, the other tracks are related to green economy, human development, social inclusion, and so on and so forth. And we have the 5th and last track of this 5-year plan that is related to facilitating and fostering the ambitions of the different regions and coordinating among the different sub-regions and territories of Tunisia, bolstering the inclusion values and concepts by considering the specificities of each region, fostering decentralization and strengthening the local capacities of provinces and governorates, and also upholding the rights of the marginalized groups pursuant to the Tunisian constitution. How will the administrative reform and decentralization actions could be implemented? Pursuant to the chapter 14 of the Tunisian constitution, the state undertakes to uphold decentralization. If we consider Chapter 7 of the Constitution as well as Chapter 12 of the Constitution, we can clearly see how positive discrimination has been defined. In fact, the state seeks to achieve social justice, sustainable development, and balance and equilibrium among the different territories, interterritorial equilibrium based on the positive discrimination criteria. Pursuant to Chapter 4 or 14 of the Constitution, some actions have been gradually identified in order to achieve decentralization in addition to the law on associations that was promulgated in May 2018, and it is related to identifying the different prerogatives of the administrative authorities based on a rotation of power and participatory approaches in governance in order to achieve sustainable development and social justice. If we consider the different changes induced by this law, first we can consider the freedom in maneuver or in taking the different actions by associations. So first, the associations have gained a certain freedom of maneuver in order to infer and innovate the necessary solutions for the different regions of Tunisia. The local associations have been able, through this law, to facilitate all their affairs in a participatory and democratic approach in consultation and in conjunction with all the other stakeholders. All these legislative actions could play a crucial role in achieving environmental good governance and could enable municipalities to benefit from the different implemented projects. In the medium term, the local governorates could achieve financial autonomy and could bear larger responsibilities in implementing the different local projects. And this is how the local associations will be less dependent on the financial resources provided by the state. In this framework, a portal for the local associations has been implemented in the framework of the local governance projects that are being implemented with the World Bank, in cooperation with the World Bank. And this portal or gateway has been developed, and it aims to build the capacities of municipalities and enshrine the culture of local governance based on the principles of transparency and accountability. We are also currently undertaking actions in order to support local governance structures through large-scale and comprehensive decentralized projects by supporting the necessary legislative and legal structure of administrative decentralization. In other words, we are trying to elicit the promulgation of some orders and legal orders, definitely. And we are also strengthening the accountability structures of local authorities, and we are bolstering the coordination between the local governance structures and the international organizations to facilitate the transfer of powers to local associations. We are strengthening the capacities of local municipalities with the human resources, as human resources represent a top priority, and they would definitely help us improve our modus operandi and expedite the implementation of projects. Furthermore, we are working on training the members of local councils and municipalities, as well as the assistant mayors, and we have conducted and organized municipal elections with 350 municipalities last year, all over the territories and regions of Tunisia, and all the regions have been engaged in the municipal action. In other words, we are no longer talking about its segregation between rural communities and urban communities. All the regions have been engaged in the municipal action through the last year municipal elections. Then the local council members will be elected as a result, and that would bolster the local development of Tunisia and will help the citizens to devise strategies and sustainable development projects, as well as territorial development policies. What is the correlation between decentralization and the inclusive policies and strategies? In fact, the correlation between the centralized authorities and decentralized local governance is underpinned by a participation in the responsibility of the state. And this process requires a high level of competence. So we definitely need first policy coherence with decentralization values through laws and legal orders. And we definitely need to provide local councils and local governorates with the necessary independent financial resources. And we need to launch a participatory approach between the different stakeholders, between the centralized and decentralized structures. And we need to involve and engage the local councils and the local communities into the different development planning, so as to put an end to territorial discrimination. Furthermore, the centralized authorities should take into consideration the different developments at the level of decentralization, and the necessary support needs to be given by the centralized authority to the decentralized local governance structures. As a conclusion, we can infer that sustainable development and green economy are an inevitable option today in order to incentivize the implementation of sustainable development in Tunisia and in order to overcome the different challenges related to the social, economic, and environmental fields. Decentralization and local governance are also effective tools to achieve inclusiveness and to improve the livelihoods at the territorial, regional, and local levels. It is also very important to engage all this this unfolding trend into updated policies and programs in order to narrow gaps and reduce inequalities between regions and achieve well-being in the different areas in line with decentralization mechanisms. All these endeavors require strong coordination among the different key stakeholders so as to ensure a collective sense of ownership of all these projects, while also eliciting the promulgation of the necessary relevant laws, legislation, orders, and decrees related to the transfer of powers from the centralized authority to the local authorities. And definitely these prerogatives could cover many key fields and areas, including education, health, and social affairs. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Lutfi bin Said. Now we give the floor to the fourth speaker, to Mr. Muhannad Al-Azza, the Secretary General of the Higher Council for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities from the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. We'll give you the floor, sir. Thank you very much. I am the Secretary General of the Higher Council for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. First and foremost, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the organizers of this forum, particularly ESQA. I will be talking about the integration and inclusiveness of persons with disabilities and their engagement in the development policies and the relevant legislation. In this framework, I believe that this process is related to three pillars. First, how do we understand disability? What is the approach that we need to adopt in order to really address the issue of disabilities? And second, the concept of disability, and third, the suggested solutions. I firmly believe that the moderator and the facilitator of this session has expressly said this morning that inclusiveness implies acceptance and difference. And this is what we are currently facing, and this is what is currently suffered by the persons with disabilities. When we identify the concept, the trend and the political will be identified. We all know that there are two key concepts related to disability. First, we have the medical concept, the medical approach, and the rights-based approach. Unfortunately, the misleading and the erroneous concept that is unfortunately pervasive and prevailing today very commonly in our societies is the concept related to the persons with disabilities. According to the medical concept, we have a very narrow perspective when it comes to persons with disabilities. They are considered as persons suffering from some medical conditions. If you ask a lot of people, for instance, about disabilities, they will tell you about the impairments, shortcomings, challenges, weak wills, and many other erroneous and misleading concepts that really attribute wrong ideas to the concept of disability, irrespective of the environment in which the persons with disabilities are living in. And we often state that disability is not a medical condition. It is not an ailment. It is not an illness. It is rather a concept that involves the medical factors along with other obstacles and barriers that could be considered as environmental and behavioral. When all these factors and barriers are intertwined, they lead to a situation of impairment and disability. Probably the persons with disabilities sitting on a wheelchair could not have access to a building because, not because necessarily they have a disability, but because the buildings are not well equipped with trails or with specific engineering structures that would facilitate the access to the persons of disabilities. The blind people cannot read not because they have a disability, but because the service provider has not provided such blind people with the necessary facilities or equipment, such as soft copy or, according to the Braille device or the Braille reading. The persons with disabilities could be facing or suffering from a certain disability, and overnight they could overcome their disability if they benefit from the available supporting structures, equipment, and devices. As a result of this support, the persons with disabilities could overcome the challenge of their disability. Maybe if the blind people could have their comments and could read according to the Braille technology, let's say, everything would be facilitated in their lives. But the persons with disabilities have to face all these barriers because there are no enough equipment, and there is weak will in supporting the persons with disabilities, and there is a lack of funding for the policies related to the persons with disabilities. All these challenges have an adverse impact on the different programs and policies and on the strategies, theoretically and practically speaking. Why? The medical concept is in fact the prevailing and the most commonly widespread concept about disability. If we have several laws and legislation related to disabilities in the developing countries, and if we consider such laws, we can clearly see that they focus on the health care, the medical care, rehabilitation of persons with disabilities, as if those persons with disabilities only have some restricted rights and freedoms that are only limited to some forms of services, namely rehabilitation care. This is the stereotype that is being imposed on the persons on the persons with disabilities. In fact, such persons are considered as people having ailments and illnesses that they are suffering from, unfortunately. Nobody would assume probably one time that the person with disability or the blind, for instance, could become a doctor or a physician at some point. Nobody could imagine probably that a deaf person could become a theater director or a movie director. In other words, in our Arab region, the persons with disabilities are discriminated against. But there is no difference between the ordinary people and the persons with disabilities. There is a weakness in the facilitating and supportive equipment and devices provided for such persons with disabilities. If we consider the different attempts and initiatives that have already been launched in order to integrate and include the persons with disabilities into the development-related policies, including for instance, the women empowerment strategies or the different strategies related to early childhood, the different policies and strategies related to combating poverty. If we consider all these policies, strategies, and the different studies or strategies, comparative strategies that have been conducted, we can clearly see that the persons with disabilities are included into the segment of social care or social protection. Once again, this clearly shows that those that have been devising such plans have had a very narrow perspective of persons with disabilities. Those that have devised the policies and strategies have isolated the persons with disabilities from the benefits that could be reaped from such real effective policies and strategies. We do not need special laws related to persons with disabilities. This is what we hope for. We do not need specific strategies related to persons with disabilities. We hope that all the laws related to social care, education, health, vocational training and education, we hope that all these laws could become naturally inclusive in order to mainstream the issues of persons with disabilities. Many countries have made strides at this level, yet I do believe that we are still in the early phases. The road is still long. There are some leading actions and initiatives that have been taken in many countries around the globe. For instance, in Jordan, a law was promulgated. It was really very leading, and it is related to the rights of the persons with disabilities. This is law number 20 of 2017. It is based on combating discrimination, fighting discrimination, and it has obliged and forced the different stakeholders, namely the ministries of labor, health, and labor, to adopt inclusive policies that would really be sensitive to the rights of the persons with disabilities. This is at the legislative level. Now, at the executive implementation level, we really need to revisit and change the mindset, the culture, and the stereotypes that have been resulting from the social heritage and the cultural legacy that we have in our society when it comes to persons with disabilities. We really need to recognize that the persons with disabilities represent a natural form of difference in our life. Just like there are some just like there are some people having a yellow race, there are black or white people, we have also to accept people as having disabilities, and we shouldn't be dealing with them as a minority group, as they do not represent a minority at all. They amount to 1 billion people, namely 15% of the global population. There are also a lot of statistics in the Arab region that could tell us that we have 1.5 or 2.5% of persons with disabilities in the total population. We are denying the real truth and the status quo through these studies, and we are giving a very narrow definition of disability, in my opinion, when we have such strategies.
In Jordan, for example, they have adopted what's called the Washington Group for the population census, or for sensing the persons suffering from disabilities. The figures have increased from 2.1% to 11.2% of the overall number of the population for the year 2015. those who are aged 5 years and above. Now, if we are actually including those persons aged less than 5 years, then I believe that Jordan would actually be reporting a 15% percentage of disability, which is actually a pioneer step. I believe that Jordan has taken this pioneer step first in order to acknowledge facts and realities so that the planning, the strategies, as well as the policies are founded on solid grounds, on accurate grounds that could be very useful and that could contribute to implementing the situation and to supporting persons with disabilities. Undoubtedly, many of the theories and many of the values that govern persons with disabilities are not only attributed to persons with disabilities. We have a golden rule saying that what's good for us is good for all, which means that, of course, a trail will not only be supporting the persons with disabilities, it could as well accommodate the elderly people as well as mothers and fathers who are pushing the carriages of their youngsters. And it supports as well any person who is suffering from any type of disability or has a broken limb. And this could as well support the persons suffering from sight impairment. And this is very important. Even the programs that are very even the vocal programs are supportive. Now, we're not only talking about accessibility, we are talking about a full-fledged design and universal design that will definitely support all sectors of the society and that will include them on the economic, social, and political levels. We are all hoping to see our policies as well as our development programs become inclusive, comprehensive, encompassing the difference and capable of accommodating the different needs that facilitate the access of persons with disabilities to the rights and services. And we could say that we might have different means, however, we are all agreeing when it comes to the rights. When we talk about reading, for example, you can read using your eyes, I use Braille. And when you use, for example, your ears to hear, I use the language signs, and therefore the means could be different. However, this difference on the level of means doesn't mean that we need to exclude persons with disabilities from sustainable development goals or from the plans of sustainable development. This said, we are awaiting in efficient implementation, and here we echo what Albert Einstein has said, saying that these countries that are capable of enacting the laws and that are enacting policies without implementing them are self-destroying countries. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيد مهند.
Thank you, Mr. Muhannad. I would like as well to thank all the speakers for abiding by their time and for having and promising a very enriching session. We still have 45 minutes for discussion, and we are all ears to listen to your questions and comments. Very quickly, allow me simply to showcase and to summarize some of the challenges that have surfaced as a result of the different presentations. And these are, of course, the challenges that inclusiveness is facing. Among the most important challenges that one cannot neglect is actually the widening gap between the inclusive language or speech and the inclusive implementation, which is actually threatening development. We are really talented in talking about things, however, we are incapable of translating them into reality or better dealing with the costs that are inherent thereto or that arise therefrom, as if equality and inclusiveness mean that we all benefit from this without compromising, without actually neglecting any of the benefits. For example, when we talk about the economic inclusiveness, we are as well talking about the challenges arising from redistribution, and we do not talk about taxes or fiscal policies. And I believe that Dr. Adib has already talked about this. The second challenge is the challenge of standardization. And this is what Mr. Muhannad has talked about. When I talk about inclusiveness, this inclusiveness is based on a specific pattern that I decide or that the stakeholder or the decision maker is specifying. Moreover, we have as well the poverty policies we've heard the interventions from Morocco and Iraq, where we need to actually redistribute the outcome of development. And this redistribution could be very limited when compared to the wealth distribution, as if the person who is excluded is supposed to be content with the limited resources he has, and we do not have any entry point to the rights, or we do not have minimum rights to development outcomes. I will as well focus on a different issue, which is that this inclusiveness is very economic, and the denial of economic inclusiveness is actually a denial of dignity, and this is definitely a rule. When we talk about the governance of inclusiveness, then we need as well to take all this into account, especially without disregarding financial and economic inclusiveness. And therefore, we have as well to talk about partnership, because inclusiveness is not only a matter of distribution, it's a matter of integration, which is based on equality. And with this, I conclude. The floor is open for the audience. Now we shall take a couple of questions, a first round of questions, and then we will have the answers. Mrs. Hiba Hagras, kindly introduce yourselves. Good morning. My name is Hiba Hagras from Egypt. I would like to thank all the speakers. We are all agreeing on the development goals and on the fact that it has to leave no one behind. In fact, this session is very important because we're talking about inclusiveness. We're talking about who will be joining in and who will be actually not joining in. Mr. Al-Ptohami in his presentation spoke about the initiatives and how some initiatives are leaving people behind. And this was something very important for me. And in fact, I can hereby relate and add that, of course, women with disabilities are the ones who are always left behind and are not entitled to sustainable development, to training, or to the opportunities of sharing this inclusiveness that is very cherished and talked about. I would like to thank Mr. Muhannad for a very quick overview in saying that people, in order to actually summarize disability in a very small capsule, what he did was very interesting. In fact, indeed, we are talking about integration, we are talking about legislations, we are talking about opportunities for persons with disabilities, whether we're talking about women, men, or children. It is very important, while we talk about all this, to have actually a legislative umbrella. Here I would like to say that in Egypt, and with regards to this point, please be very brief, says the chair. After the revolution, the June 30 revolution, many categories have been included in the drafting of the constitution. The persons with disabilities have entered the parliament, and this has as well started with the access to the National Council for Women. We have been active on more than one level. And moreover, as a result of our presence in parliament, many legislations have been enacted to protect the rights of persons with disabilities, whether we're talking about legislations that have nothing to do with disability, but this is as well related to the enactment of law number 10 for the year 2018. I simply wanted to share with you some of these comments. Thank you, Mrs. Hiba. Mr. Adib, I would like to thank all the speakers for the very enriching interventions. I have two main contributions when it comes to the presentation given by the colleague from Tunisia and the colleague made from Morocco by Mr. Abdel Khaliq Al-Tuhaimi. Regarding Tunisia, I personally believe that the approach that is implemented today is not only applicable to Tunisia. There is actually a large-scale intervention which offers decentralization as a secret solution. We have something that started with the policies for the structural frameworks, and this was implemented very fiercely in many countries, especially in Africa, which has led to the 80s that were actually a lost decade in development. Upon revising policies, they have decided that the policies were appropriate, but governance was inappropriate. They have kick-started with governance, but now they are saying that decentralization is better than governance. Decentralization is not a secret weapon, and the best policies can do nothing if the policies are inappropriate and if the strategic choices are inappropriate. Therefore, I would like to suggest that we examine the situation or the problem from a more critical perspective so that we do not lose time and then we come to a conclusion where decentralization has lost everything. These are, of course, very old ideas that are 15 or 20 years old. These are all ideas that did not produce what is needed. Another idea that is related to the Moroccan experience and especially the ENDH, because I have actually, throughout my activities at the United Nations, I have followed this from its early beginning. I think that this is actually a pioneer experience, one of a kind. I do not think that anyone has actually tried to implement the concept of sustainable development on the national territories, and the Moroccan experience was a pioneer. All the comments that Mr. Abdel Khaliq has shared with us were very important. But nevertheless, if the problem of targeting is a recurrent problem everywhere, and if the problem with the programs and the intervention in programs is a problem as well everywhere, because everywhere we have the problems of targeting. If Morocco has more than average policies, and if this did not actually succeed in Morocco, then I doubt that it will succeed anywhere. I do not think that the problem lies with the implementation. The problem is related to actually targeting, to the approach to the targeting. And the problem with the initiative on the macro level is, I believe, that it has moved from an approach adopted by the kingdom into a mechanism for the funding and the implementation of projects in specific regions, hence losing their role. Intervention from Tunisia. Thank you. I would like as well to thank all the speakers. And would like as well to thank Mr. Mohannad for his presentation. I have one comment, Mrs. Chair. At the outset, you have mentioned some ideas related to the concept of inclusiveness, the economic inclusiveness, as well as inclusiveness on the different levels. Here we would like to discuss one aspect or one level of inclusiveness which is often neglected. Here I'm talking about the financial inclusion, because this is related to equality and to the lack of equality. It is as well related to social justice. It is as well related to the concentration of wealth. Some studies have recently proven in some countries that women and the youth are not actually benefiting from the financial services in the countries, and they are the least to be benefiting from these services. And this is not only applicable to the persons with disabilities. A study was conducted, and it showcases the number of persons with disabilities, the number of women with disabilities, the number of persons who are benefiting from financial support, and this is my call to focus on this aspect and to ensure that the financial inclusiveness is given its importance because it is related to the different foundations and lying grounds of inclusiveness. Good morning, Adel Shargabi from Yemen. I have a methodological comment that could actually be addressed to some of the speakers. In the former sessions and in the session, we are focusing on analyzing documents in some of the presentations. And this is actually related to the paper on Iraq, talking about the strategy on combating poverty and the establishment of the Fund for Development. What has been established in the strategy and what are the obstacles and problems? The different documents that have sometimes showcased facts and that did not analyze documents have actually detailed from a descriptive perspective the situation. What are the obstacles to implementing the proper implementation of these documents? And here, of course, I would like to quote Mr. Muhammad in quoting Einstein, saying that the countries that enact policies and programs without implementing them are self-destroying countries. I believe that in many Arab countries we have positive policies, we have laws. However, the implementation on the ground is very limited and could be actually inefficient. Maybe this is due to actually corruption. Sometimes strategies become simple written documents. This has to be taken into account because often, as mentioned by Mr. Adib, decentralization could look as a secret solution and we could start enacting laws, but we need to look at whether this decentralization is beneficial or not to development and how it could support or not development. I will give the floor to the speakers. I'm starting with Mr. Muhammad. We shall later on take a second round of questions. Mr. Muhammad, thank you. I would like to thank all those who have supported me. More importantly, Mrs. Hiba Hajras, and I would like as well to underline that there are categories of persons with disabilities who are subject to a complex discrimination. If we imagine this woman in rural areas and if she is subject, if we can look at her coming from actually a specific family, and if we look at her as belonging to one pocket of poverty, then there is another problem. This means we need, whilst preparing policies, we're supposed to examine the situation deeply, and we need to focus on the most vulnerable categories inside the category which is basically subjected to discrimination. Second, the comment from Tunisia regarding financial inclusiveness. I totally support this comment, as I believe that one of the most important problems facing disability, persons with disabilities, and women, in as far as I know, is the absence of budgets that are comprehensive, that are integrating, and that encompass the rights and the conditions of persons with disabilities. A very simple comment. A country has prepared a 10-year program for the integrated education, including persons with disabilities. In its budget, the allocated funds for the implementation of the strategy were zero. Therefore, this means that the situation may not always be taken seriously, and that the financial inclusiveness and that the preparation of inclusive budgets is a matter that has to be taken into account always, while underlying what Mrs. Chair has already mentioned. By the end of the day, we cannot actually claim economic considerations, and we cannot give these economic situations priority over equality as well as equal chances. Comment by Mr. Lutfi, please. Very briefly. Thank you. To respond to Mr. Adib regarding the decentralization approach. Decentralization was tested earlier. It is not something new. But we in Tunisia, and as established in the constitution, we believe that this has to fall within the unity of the state. We're not talking about decentralization in general. And as you know, development in general is actually the development which is available to the different entities in general. And therefore, this experience, and we are still at the outset, which means that we shall benefit from former experiences, but we definitely have to benefit, and this is important and crucial to examine the situation because we have to take into account the different aspects. And by means of the decentralization and participation, there is as well an opportunity to benefit and to include the parties that were excluded from development. And therefore, this will help attain positive goals in the future. Dr. Touhami, 2 points, please. Mr. Adiba has raised a very important issue. There are always problems in the programs on combating poverty. But there is as well an issue which is related to the cost of the errors in exclusion. And in all cases, there will be an error. However, since we've had a wide inclusiveness and since it encompassed those that were not supposed to benefit, well, we have actually to include persons that need or need not to benefit. In this initiative, we've had a series of problems, and some were left behind, others have benefited. Some persons were not supposed to be involved and were involved. But bottom line, decentralization in the programs on combating poverty is very important. This is the comment by Adib on the intervention from Tunisia. In Morocco's intervention, we have come to conclude that when funding is made available on grounds of decentralization, then there could be actually a manipulation of the lower instead of the higher levels. We have a series of programs when it comes to the decentralization, especially for some who have seen that some programs were prepared but were not beneficial. And these programs may not necessarily have a tangible presence. We need to have a solid kickstart, but we need as well to know that decentralization in the programs on combating poverty may not be applicable to many cases. Mrs. Najla. Thank you. In my response, I shall focus on the question by the gentleman from Yemen. In fact, because of the limited time, we cannot discuss all the details of the strategy. In fact, whilst preparing any strategy, we have to assess and we need as well to take into account the results and the outcomes of former studies. We've had, we assessed the former strategy, its successes, and we have taken measures in order to overcome the challenges of the first strategy. Among the main challenges is that it was the first document to be developed on a national level. The public budget of the state has actually determined the situation, and this strategy, the first strategy, was capable of implementing a social protection system, an efficient system, by means of amending the laws on social protection or the targeting mechanisms. What's very important is that it was capable of establishing an institutional methodology in following up on the different aspects of the methodology. The main challenges were actually related to the delayed adoption of the budget, and therefore the duration of the implementation or the implementation is specific to a given period of time. we definitely had a problem with the capabilities of the persons in charge, where we have tools of implementation, local governments or ministries. Sometimes we used to see that some entities are very weak in the management of these programs. The challenge that we are facing in the first strategy is the absence of poverty maps. And these poverty maps were determined by the end of 2014, and therefore this was based on the evidence and on the proof. It wasn't based on the poverty maps. Moreover, during the period of implementation, the security conditions have deteriorated in several districts, which impacted the implementation of the strategy. Thank you. Now I shall give you time for a second round of questions. The representative of the State of Qatar, you have the floor, sir. Thank you. I would like as well to thank all the speakers. A question is addressed to Mrs. Najla from the Republic of Iraq. In her intervention, she spoke about the state strategy in determining the level of poverty. And maybe she has as well discussed the role of the civil society organizations. Maybe she could have given us a better idea regarding the mechanisms that were taken by the state in order to better coordinate with the civil society organizations on determining the levels of poverty. And we need as well to know whether it's possible to assess the strategic plan of action regarding what these plans are offering with regards to the implementation of the SDGs, especially the fight against poverty. The floor is given to the representative of the state of Sudan. And here we pay tribute to Sudan. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I would like as well to thank all the speakers. I believe that what was already mentioned in this session is related to some very important experiences in addressing matters that are related to the community, that are related to the society, or that are related to inclusiveness. Nevertheless, the title of the session, which is related to inclusiveness of policies and opportunities, whilst talking about experiences, we expected a linkage between the micro-level experiences as well as the macro-level policies. My very humble experience has showed us that the sustainable development policies is actually a dialogue between the social and the economic aspects. What we are discussing today is related to the fact that the comprehensive economic policies that we implement in the Arab world is actually related to the Bretton Woods institution prescription or medical prescription. We talk about reducing the role of the state in providing social services, and all this has actually led to more poverty, inequality, to name a few. Maybe we talk about the social policies first, and this will help us reach the inclusiveness that we look forward to in order to implement the sustainable development. Another issue, inclusiveness is actually at the contradicting exclusion, or at the contradictory end to exclusion when we talk about the indicators for the measurement of this exclusion and inclusion. Mrs. Chair has mentioned the rights and the principles of rights. I personally believe that it is very important that we focus on the rights-based approach so that we can reach inclusiveness. To conclude, a question addressed to the Kingdom of Morocco regarding the National Initiative for Human Development. I believe that Dr. Juhami in his presentation has analyzed the experience. However, the data that is used were not updated data. Some of them date back to 2013, 2014, and the same goes for Sudan, where we do not have updated data because this data is actually taken from national census and are not taken from in-depth studies. So how can we solve the problem of data in order to produce reliable and trustworthy data? The representative of the State of Palestine. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
I would like to thank all the panelists. I would like to ask my question to Mr. Lutfi from Tunisia. And I have a certain comment as regards the presentation of Mr. Mohannad. Mr. Lutfi, in view of the National Plan of Sustainable Development for Tunisia, we note that out of the axes that were included, it emphasized the environmental approach and natural resources more than any other themes. When we speak of inclusion or inclusiveness, how can we compare this plan to Agenda 2030, and how can you include other socio-economic aspects, since we speak of inclusion and all sectors and all aspects? As environmentalists, we also say that without looking at other pillars for sustainable development economically and socially, our plans remain void. Therefore, how can you further explicit this issue, if you may? As for the comment, Mr. Mohannad, indeed, decision makers, in order to establish national plans, we have to include special needs persons, because they are the ones more capable of better identifying the needs and how we can move on to this path, as is the case for the poor, because the poor are the ones who can better depict their situation. Thank you. The representative from Tunisia. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Mr. Lutfi bin Said spoke of the indicator of development in specific sectors or factions, and he said that this indicator differed between 2015 and 2018. And I wanted to give a rational explanation for that. After 2011, we have noted that there was a great difference in terms of development and rights, socio-economic and political rights of persons. Therefore, it was essential that the state's intervention be towards a change, towards a better intervention. And the factional development initiative was taken for a better targeted state intervention. Henceforth, we opted for new instruments to better distribute the government expenses. This new distribution was set forth since 2011, and especially for the period of 2016-2020. Therefore, we note that the minimum of the indicator increased and the minimum and the maximum level decreased, and therefore the efforts of these public expenses were more targeted towards the high priority areas for development. Therefore, despite the fact that mechanisms, texts, and legislations were provided, this remains somewhat limited because the other indicators that were somewhat high started crumbling. And if we do not move forward, we start moving backwards. And this is the core of our message. Inclusion and justice are the rights for everyone, but they are also the obligation and duty of everyone. The state is incapable of achieving social justice and inclusion single-handedly. Hence, the private sector and the CSOs are to play a major role in this regard. We have legislations for a better investment, and these are the best legislation in this field. But we also need to encourage the role of the private sector and the role of the civil society organizations to work hand in hand with the state to achieve equality and inclusion. Thank you. I would like to thank you for drawing our attention to the fact that we have inclusiveness and inclusion. We want inclusiveness, and I'd rather call it containment. Thank you. Dr. Alauddin Jafar from Iraq. You have mentioned that the inclusion is socio-economic and cultural inclusion or inclusiveness. So we need to look into the sectors that can really cater for this depiction. No single panelist has mentioned the industrial sector today. The industrial sector might be the sole sector capable of answering this depiction. It is the only one capable for achieving the innovative socio-economic development and thus the cultural development. Therefore, the other policies for poverty alleviation, better governance, decentralization, and terror combating might have small angles, but cannot be completely inclusive and containing. Many industrial countries were the only ones that were capable of achieving the comprehensive development for the society and thus achieve the SDGs. The representative of Morocco. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I would like to thank the panelists for their rich presentations. I would like to ask my question to Mr. Tuhami. In his last royal speech, His Majesty the King has called to prepare the unified social register in order to better cater for any lack in social protection programs. Do you believe that this might be a helpful element to bridge the lacuna that were included in the National Initiative for Human Resources? Mr. Ayman, and one more participant, please ask your questions. Please be brief because we have many other questions waiting to be asked. Thank you. I would like to speak of the issue of inclusion, which has to do with the issue of ethics more than anything else, especially in Palestine. This issue is related to ethics and values. When we speak of inclusion, we should speak of legislations, and legislations include many prospects of inclusion. We need to change the mindset of the society. Therefore, the role should be a sensitization role. Advocacy groups should be involved. One more issue, the issue of targeting, especially in Morocco. There is no specific tool for targeting, and if there's a single tool, then there is a problem. The instruments for targeting have the problem of inclusion and exclusion. I believe the concept of leaving no one behind has the problem of exclusion. We really need to fight exclusion by devising other targeting tools that can guarantee that all poor and marginalized and vulnerable factions will be included in plans and programs. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. Dr. Azmi Ash-Shuaibi from the Arab Parliamentarians Against Corruption. The idea of decentralization that was applied in the local communities in Morocco must be identified in terms of the redistribution of the government's funding, because we know that the taxation system in Morocco is centralized. So how these resources were better distributed in a way to guarantee that the local communities can do their job without any hindrances. Secondly, I believe many Arab states go through transition phases. We want that this inclusion includes the distribution of burdens and not only distribution of resources. And here there should be a certain justice in the distribution of burdens. In the majority of these states, the major idea should be who are the major factions of society that are capable of taking the burden of this transition phase. And here there should not be inequality in the state of burdens. Many Arab states have fallen into the trap of internal conflicts in this term. Tariq Wafiq, League of Arab States from Egypt. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Hania and the panelists for their presentation and explanation of the issue of inclusion. And I believe this should be a very important pillar in all democracy, disabilities, and other related fields. But there might be some confusion if the framework of analysis is not clear. What are the stakeholders and what are the relationship between a clear political system and other factions that are not covered, whether completely or partially? How can the state provide leverages or powers? So if this analysis is absent, we will miss out on many important details. As for centralization and decentralization, we can say that the issue is not exclusively centralization or decentralization, but the issue of balanced power between the central authorities and the decentralized authorities. I believe that if we have this balance, and if we look into budgets, when, for example, the greater Cairo governorate has 50% of the budget, then there is a discrepancy. Our colleague from Morocco has set out some geographic distribution. Is he saying that the intensive decentralization in Morocco has an extensive and lengthy experience in the local communities level? So, does the analysis say that we need a certain level of decentralization at the local level? This is an important issue. Finally, I have a question for the lady from Iraq. You have said or used the terminology reconstruction and revival. We always deal with reconstruction as being physical, but I believe revival here is more targeted to regain health on the ground. And can you please further explicit how the word revival can be in line with the inclusion theme we are speaking of? We are 5 minutes late, so now Mrs. Silvana Lais from the Lebanese Council for Persons with Special Needs. I would like to echo what Mr. Mohannad has said. In order to be more practical, it is high time that our Arab states draw more attention to translating the major headlines into reality. We also need to attract more attention to enshrining the right-based approach. We cannot move on to a systemization and institutionalization of these rights within the public institutions unless we were able to understand the profound meaning of the right-based approach. We speak of marginalized segments of society. We do not have marginalized segments. There is an environment and a system that marginalizes these segments. So we need to remove every policies that might exclude or marginalize a new segment every day. Sometimes the rural areas, sometimes women, sometimes the elderly, and sometimes the persons with disabilities. For example, once a person is 60 years old, no one wonders if this person is capable of having his rights and life as usual. So we need to determine timelines. And as Mr. Muhannad said, we need a state budget that is very well drawn and programmed in a way that supports the items that will call for inclusive policies for all. Jirgis Khouri from the Arab Organization for Persons with Disabilities. No need to comment on what Mr. Muhannad and Dr. Hania have previously said, but I am confused when it comes to goal 17, target 169. There is a paragraph on caring for persons with special needs. When we hear states' presentations and discussions of formal delegations, we note that they act as if this paragraph is not there. We do not see any mentioning for these persons. We are supposed to participate at a forum on sustainable development, and the sustainable development should include the persons with disabilities. Early on and to date, we do not notice that the persons with disabilities are mentioned in the correct way and as stipulated in the document on sustainable development. 2 more questions and then answers by the panelists. Please introduce yourself. Mohammed Mkayes, UNESCO's Network for Education for Sustainable Development. We always note that according to all experiences, many challenges are there. However, plans and policies follow a top-to-bottom approach. They are devised by the government, but we do not really witness a participation and inclusion of policies that stem from the societies per se. When we set forth policies and programs and plans, there should be an inclusion. They should be presented by those that suffer the most. In the Arab states, we do not see that these plans really include the bottom level, the bottom tier, because we see that plans are somewhat imposed, well packaged and presented. And as for the persons with disabilities, I believe that these persons also should be part in devising or drafting these plans. The lady from Morocco. When we speak of inclusion, we can only speak of equality, and we start with the principles of the work ethics that were produced by UNESCO. The experience of Moroccan governance had some imbalances. And when we want to analyze the National Plan for Sustainable Development, it reached its 3rd stage, and I believe the main challenge was politicians were somewhat, or the civil society organizations did not have special skills to deal with the marginalized or vulnerable societies and were unable to present plans for the National Initiative for Sustainable Development. I can say that the human development was able to reach out to vulnerable societies, such as women in the rural areas. And nearby a village where I work, the women would not get out of the village at all. So these women have benefited from the human development projects. girls used to drop out of schools, and women should be economically active to provide expenditure for the household. So there was a positive direct impact on women because all the girls would go to schools that were away from them. These women started going to even international exhibitions, even in the USA and Europe. So they were able to get out of the confines of their villages in order to better cater for their priorities. One last question. Please introduce yourself. Ahmed Mansour from the International Coalition for Housing. I would have loved to see in the presentation of the lady from Iraq or the gentleman from Morocco the idea of inclusion in some countries that have certain specificities. For instance, Iraq has the problem of extended crises. What is the vision of the Iraqi government in applying the concept of inclusion to deal with the displaced and the migrants and the victims of war? Secondly, in Morocco, what is the vision to apply the idea of inclusion in dealing with the societies that still suffer to date from discrimination, mostly the Bedouins in the deserts? I am asking about the vision of Morocco to include all segments of societies in Morocco. Every panelist has 1 minute to answer. I was asked about the role of civil society. The civil society is trying to target the poor that are unable to reach the electronic network for social protection. And in terms of analysis of the network, they might be a close and indirect contact with the persons on the ground. I cannot say that the roles of all civil society organizations on the ground are active and efficient. Some CSOs are active and efficient and others are less. Also, in the National Fund for Social Protection, at a first stage, we have signed contracts with 2 CSOs that sensitized the citizens, that organized meetings, and that made them better aware on how to set out their priorities. They also prepare studies on the villages that we want to target. To date, the contract did not expire. It might expire by the end of the month, but according to preliminary reports, there is serious and profound work being undertaken in upholding this role. In terms of reconstruction plan, I have mentioned that the development plan included 4 pillars, and one of the pillars is to have a plan for reconstruction and revival. It's a 10-year plan for the areas that somehow are left behind the national context. So there is a high level of poverty that equals 41%. Therefore, the state had to prepare a separate plan to include all of these persons living there and lift them up to the national indicator. Further to the poverty plan, there was also the plan of reconstruction and revival that will include the residents of these regions to follow the process of sustainable development. Thank you. Mr. Tuhami, do you have a comment? Yes, I have an answer for direct questions. I have given the formal data for the High Commission of the Department of Planning. As for the initiative, there are specific researches at the National Observatory for Human Development since 2013 till 2016, and I have worked on this data, and so I based myself on this set. So the data is present in Morocco, but it should be analyzed, and this is the problematic. As for the unified social register, I believe it is the only pathway to a better target. And Morocco has started basing itself on the Indian experience. Two other questions mentioned the projects following the bottom to top approach, as the gentleman from UNESCO mentioned. Of course, local or civil society organizations have set out these programs at the bottom level and were submitted to the top tier, and from here stemmed the major problem. Mr. Lutfi, I have two questions. I need to thank Mrs. Mubaraka for the additional comment that she gave us on the indicator of development. To answer the gentleman from Palestine, the National Plan for Sustainable Development relied on the environmental aspect. It is no secret that development in Tunisia revolves around natural resources and the relevant wealth. In Tunisia, we boast many, or rather, we suffer from limited and vulnerable resources. Therefore, we will find out that the development plan revolves around a certain new tendency in order to better develop the green economy, to better manage these internal weak resources. As for the question on the redistribution of financial resources, i.e. the decentralization process, the resources were in the government's treasury, and areas that did not have their own capacities or limited resources will call for a phased-in redistribution. The municipalities have their self-limited resources by levying taxes and fees from markets, from local facilities. Therefore, they can have these self-resources, and they will also receive financial help by the government, and this will be gradually done. We have many other proposals on the redistribution of the financial resources, and to dedicate one part of the taxes and levies done by the Treasury on they were imposed on vehicles and cars and markets, and many other ideas and proposals will be scrutinized and hopefully ratified in the future. In this sense, I have spoken of the financial autonomy. It is not a financial autonomy of the municipality in the sense that it will be directly imposed now, but it will be gradual, and in the medium term, it will be achieved. Thank you, Mr. Mohannad. Thank you. Very briefly, I am the I applaud the issue of inclusion, but it should be an effective and efficient inclusion, and this is what the Convention on the Persons with Disabilities stipulated. It should not be only a process to invite persons to come, have their say, and then we will not take what they said into account. To the gentleman from Palestine, I say that the mass media is the vector to change stereotypes, because through the media, the negative stereotypes were consecrated when it comes to persons with disabilities. Mrs. Silvana, my dear friend, and Mr. Jirius have said that the persons with disabilities are mentioned in the Sustainable Development Agenda, but once these plans are translated within the state's budget, they are meager and weak and do not indeed include persons with disabilities. Lastly, I may disagree with the person from Iraq saying that industry might be the most important leverage for inclusion. I rather believe that the right-based approach and the cultural-based approach are the main vector here. We cannot have a society that will differentiate between a man and a woman. A woman cannot give a nationality to her children. When children are married, all of these legislations are unacceptable, and those that presented these legislations cannot speak of rights-based approach. Thank you, and now we start with a coffee break. Allow me to thank Dr. Hania for her good management of this panel. I have two announcements, if I may. Firstly, the special 3 sessions will start after a while. We apologize for the limited coffee break, but we have to abide by the allocated time if we can. We have a special session on the issue of the future of work and impact on equality or gender equality.
Good morning, everybody. May I ask you to have your seats, please? So we need to start in a minute. صباح الخير. ممكن تفضل.
Good morning. Kindly take your seats. We are starting in 1 minute.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Once again, I'd like to thank the ESQA for organizing this Arab Sustainable Development Forum. And I'd like to congratulate Dr. Rola Dashti for her assignment as the Executive Director of the ESQA. Let me start by saying that one of the main topics that we should address is the conceptual framework behind some of the main objectives of the SDGs. And here comes the importance of this session. When we discuss the issue of inequality, it is not basically the inequality in the sense of the differences in wealth. We're talking here about inequality in its multidimensional perspective. So we talk about equal opportunities that relate to a big extent that to circumstances that most of the times are beyond each one's control. We talk about equal opportunities in jobs, in services, as in health, in education. And there is a study that is being conducted between the ESQA and the ERF, and we will be listening to some of the key messages that will come out of the study. Without taking much of the session, this session has a great number of very distinguished speakers. So let me introduce quickly. They are, of course, very well-known economists and high-profile economists. So let me quickly introduce the speakers I'll start from the right end. We have Dr. Paul Matqisi, Professor of Economics at University of Ottawa. Dr. Khaled Abu Ismail, he's the Section Chief Economist, Economic Development and Integration Division at the ESQA. Dr. Osama Safa, he is the Chief Social Development Division at the ESQA. And then the fourth speaker will be Dr. Thangavel Palniavel, Deputy Director, United Nations Development Program, the Human Development Report Office, and Dr. Milorad Kovacevic, Chief of Statistics at the United Nations Development Program, United Development Report Office. After these distinguished speakers, we will be listening to two distinguished discussants. Dr. Ibrahim El-Badawi, of course, the Managing Director of the ERF, and Dr. Shireen Shawi, who is at the Social Research. She's, of course, professor at the Social Research Center at the American University in Cairo. So without any further ado, I'd just like to start with Dr. Khaled Abu Ismail. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency. This effort, this report is actually a follow-up to the Arab Poverty Report, which we had done a couple of years ago with the League of Arab States, UNICEF, and Oxford University. And here we're basically examining, in the first two chapters, we're examining a large number of the health and education indicators with the aim of providing a broad picture of the various facets of inequality, whether it's by wealth, whether it's by education level of the head of household, location, or gender. So what I'll do is I'll basically run over very quickly some of the broad messages that are coming in, but by no means are we going to give the comprehensive picture, because the report has many details. The data sources, very quickly, are the same as the Arab Poverty Report. We're using the DHS mix and PAPFAM, covering 12 Arab countries, each with 2 surveys, one closer to the year 2000 and the latest survey available. My intervention will focus on the outcome inequality. The first chapter is essentially, first 2 chapters are dealing with inequalities in health and education. And the figure that you have in front of you is a good way to summarize some of the main results that we have. What you see is basically the average annual rate of change in the indicator, which is measured on the vertical axis here. And then you have the average annual change in the inequality indicator, which we measure by the ratio of the richest to poorest quintile. So this quadrant is where you want to be. This is the quadrant which basically summarizes high achievement with less inequality. As you can see, for most Arab countries, for most indicators, which we can, covers a lot of health and education, stunting, completion, 12 years of secondary education, improved sanitation, etc. So you can see that most Arab countries did manage to achieve that combination for a lot of the indicators. Of course, it's not the case for all indicators. You still have the LDCs with higher inequality and some of the conflict countries. And you have, for example, here, the case of Libya, where you do have an increasing inequality with a reduction in achievement in the case of stunting. So that's the picture that we start off with. And then if we compare this message with the data that we have, the supporting evidence from the HDI, the Human Development Report database, using different indicators, we roughly see the same message, which is basically that a lot of the Arab countries pointed out here in red dots are also in this upper left-hand quadrant, whether it's in life expectancy or education. So the message that we come out of with the first 2 sessions, with the first 2 chapters, is basically that there has been progress in improving human capital. Okay, so the question then we face in the 3rd chapter is, has this improvement, which I can't say is spectacular. I mean, we still have some issues. We still have the highest rate of inequality in education amongst developing regions. We still have conflict countries actually dipping in terms of achievements, and it's not perfect. But there is some kind of conspicuous improvement in a lot of the indicators. This, however, hasn't been reflected in the economic domain. If you look at the GNI per capita in the figure on your left-hand side, it's pretty flat. So for all Arab countries, there has not been progress, there hasn't been any progress on GNI per capita starting from 1990 to 2017. And we look at the inequality in income measured by the Atkinson Index, and you can see that a lot of the Arab countries have actually witnessed an increase in household level inequality. So you have 2 things here. You don't have growth per capita, and you have evidence of rising inequality. But this inequality is based on, it's actually underestimated because it's based on household level data, which doesn't include the richest actual decile or top percentile. When you do that, when you include that, as Piketty and others have noted, you see that the actual inequality in the region is much higher. In fact, in the latest World Inequality Report, they report the Arab region as the highest inequality region worldwide. This is not unexpected, because if you look at the gap between the household income and the GNI, you can see that in many of the middle-income countries, Arab middle-income countries, that gap is huge, and it's increasing over time. That basically means that the economy is growing, but the households are not feeling the effect of that growth. Something wrong with the economic policies. Social policies have worked to some extent, but it's economic policies, and it's the economy that's not responding to this. Why is that the case? In a report, we go into great length to summarize the reasons, but basically there are 3 groups of reasons. One has to do with the rentier nature of Arab economies, the lack of structural transformation, the high level of informality, amongst the highest in the world, and the inequality even between labor and capital, and within labor between skilled and unskilled labor. All of this has been growing significantly over the past 2 decades. which is not surprising when you look at the impact on labor productivity or unemployment and discouraged workers, particularly amongst the youth. The second group of reasons has to do with the lack of progressive fiscal policies. Most Arab countries would rely on VATs, which we know are fairly regressive. And of course, we also know that fuel subsidies, which are a pillar of the social policies of Arab countries, are also not targeted to the poor as much as they should. Finally, fiscal expenditures and the role of the state itself in social expenditure has been coming under increasing pressure with rising debt obligations and the changing role of the state. So there's a whole chapter in the report that discusses this. And this is the slide before last in which we ask ourselves, well, what is the political economy narrative that is, leading to these policy decisions? And of course, here we have to look at the governance frameworks. And Arab countries, we all know the governance deficits compared to our level of income. Arab countries are significantly below what is expected in terms of governance. But also look at this other graph here at the left, at the right-hand side, where you can see a very nice correlation between the rise in instability in the region and the deterioration in governance indicator. This is using an ESCOR constructed index for governance. To sum, this is my last slide. What I'm trying to say here is basically that the cycle of inclusive development that we use as our conceptual framework, where the human capital investment leads to inclusive economic growth via decent employment that then feeds back into poverty reduction, that then feeds back into stability, is not working as it should in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khaled, for this very comprehensive presentation on the inequality on the health and education and giving the main reasons for this. We move to, I'm trying to be very brief because we have a lot of speakers and we are running out of time. So we will move to our second speaker, which is Dr. Paul Matqisi.
Thank you. So my slides just disappeared from the screen. Okay. The role that I had in this report was as the thematic leader of the equity team at the Economic Research Forum. For those of you who don't know the Economic Research Forum, I assume most of you know, but for those of you, just for sake of information, it's a regional network dedicated to promoting high-quality economic research in the region, research done by people from the region, in the region. Currently, ERF has 311 affiliates, research fellows and research associates, etc. So last year, ERF and ESCOA agreed to prepare this joint report together, and I will be briefly explaining the contribution of the three teams of ERF researchers who worked on this report. Essentially, their contribution lied in the analysis of economic inequality of opportunity. So our view on inequality of opportunity, it's a component of total inequality. It's not the only one that matters, but it matters a lot because it's the part of inequality that is linked with initial circumstances. I don't want to present all the detail, but just show you some glimpse of what has been done by these researchers. So we have addressed inequality of opportunity in education and in health, and we also looked at the gender aspect. So here I'm just showing the slide for Palestine, but you have an equivalent slide for many other countries. So essentially what we look at the contribution of different dimensions to the total inequality of opportunity here in education. And as you can see, if you look at the father's education and the mother's education, it contributes a lot with the wealth index. People are sometimes confused because they would think that mother's education will have a larger role, but here, due to the lack of data and the lack of coverage of the wealth index, it's a very basic index. Probably the father's education is covering, because men participate more in this region in the labor market, it captures the income dimension of these initial inequality. So if we have a look at the gender dimension of this inequality in education, so, yeah, thank you. I'm changing the slide here on my table at the same time. So, the gender contribution, the gender aspect of the gender contribution to total inequality of opportunity is also depicted in this report. And as you can see, it is different from country to country. I don't want to go into the details of each graph, but if you look once again to Palestine, for primary completion rate, gender accounts for 38% of these inequality of opportunity, and it rises up to 44%. We also look at inequality of opportunities, thank you, Khalid, in health outcomes, and we decompose by different initial conditions. Once again, wealth, mother's education, and father's education plays a role. I have the same comment on wealth and father's education. So here you have different health indicators. The first few ones are linked with child health, and the last one with neonatal services. So if you look at stunting and wasting, stunting is an indicator of the long-run deprivation. Wasting, it's a it captures more short-run deprivation in nutrition. So I will focus here, just for sake of time, on the stunting aspect and look at the gender contribution of inequality of opportunity in stunting. So as you can see, once again, it's different depending on which country you're looking at. So if you look once again at Palestine, it increases from the baseline scenario from 3.4% of the total contribution to inequality of opportunity to 16.66%. And now, because it's included in our gender contribution, I want to relate with what Khalid was saying. So probably when we look at these social indicator, health and education, they're not that bad in the region. What is probably difficult is how to transform these education in actual income in a rentier economy. And if you look at the gender aspect of that, and you want to capture where is the fundamental gender inequality in the region, look at two variables that are not included in the previous slides: political empowerment. So for a given level of political empowerment in the population, so it's not an absolute indication, but a relative one compared to men, women in Arab countries have way less political empowerment. Those are the yellow line. And if you compare to the world average, of course, economic participation compared to men is also an issue. So if we want to tackle growth, probably these two aspects need to be addressed. And I will leave now the floor for Osama.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think after what Khalid has sent us as some main key message for the reasons of inequality in terms of informality and lack of structural reforms and some of the regressive fiscal policies, and then Paul complemented this with the gender aspect and gender dimension of inequality. We'll listen to Dr. Osama, who will give us some of the key recommendations, and definitely we have some of the structural issues that we need to address in terms of short-term and long-term policy recommendations. So, Dr. Osama.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm not an economist, and I'm not a doctor, but thank you. The angle I bring on this to this research is, as Khalid was talking about, the multidimensional part of inequality is really more the social, political economy part. The causes of inequality, yes, there are market causes, neoliberal economics, etc. But what other possible social causes for inequality? And one major facet that the social development division focuses on is the angle of autonomy. And by autonomy, we mean the ability to increase self-expression, the ability to feel control over life and events, really at the heart of the capability approach which underpins all of this research. So from that aspect, we have, over the past year and a half, worked on a framework for trying to understand what does equality of opportunity and equality of outcome really complete the picture. And clearly the question is no. And we think that opportunity, outcomes, and autonomy are a three-legged stool on which the understanding of multidimensional inequality really rests. And if you take one of these legs of these stools away, the stool will probably collapse or at least give you an incomplete picture. Of course, we have, I will try and be very brief, and I hope I'll be able to give a kind of a snapshot picture of what we mean and understand by autonomy. But we have already published research, and we have empirical evidence linking autonomy to inequality and how that impacts. I'll speak about this in a minute, and how that impacts really the ability to negotiate broader political settlements, i.e. broader social contracts. The other part of the research, and by the way, we relied on this on data from World Value Surveys, Arab Barometers, and other surveys. They're all detailed. So I will not put those on a graph, and I will not show a PowerPoint presentation. But one of the major startling revelations we have, and that compared to the rest of the world, is that we have a young generation here in the Arab region who feels positively autonomous. And what I mean by this, that they have really exhibited an increase in self-expression, but they are very much behind in negative autonomy, and that's the sense of control over life. Meaning they can they can express themselves, but they're unable to change things around them. And what the research also reveals is that with a generation who thinks they cannot change, they cannot drive social change, they cannot really participate genuinely in civic activities, you have very little chance of improving societal outcomes, of improving welfare, or even combating inequality effectively. So yes, we acknowledge in the, from our side of the issue that there is a rollback in the states, there are unbalanced capitalism, unfair neoliberal economic policies, rent-seeking, crony capitalism, all of this, but there has always been a missing link. And that missing link is how can we really empower young generations to be able to impact these things, and how can we really invest in a system that deconstructs the prevailing value system, because the other part of the empirical research also testifies to the fact that still, my colleague Paul talked about education, it all goes back to the system of education. What the evidence reveals is that education systems in the region are tools for indoctrination, for obedience, or for respect of authority. Whereas what you really need in order for you to reconcile the gap between positive and negative autonomy is a revised education system that teaches innovation, that teaches the ability to promote change, the ability to really bring in a new value system. The other angle of the research is also religion. And a lot of the data testifies to the fact that religion has been instrumentalized to, again, instill obedience and obedience to authority and to patriarchy. And this is concomitant with a strong patriarchal system. So we are today in a society where you have a young generation who is hopeful for change, but cannot, and knows that cannot really impact change, and an older generation who can control and impact change but has no desire to do so. And this is one of the major issues in the region really to contend with. This is in addition to an exclusive system of legal rights that has to be put on the agenda and has to be looked at seriously if we were to move forward. Again, going back to the education system, how can we make the education system promote personal autonomy, rely less on indoctrination and less on the absolute respect of authority? And third, how can we really revise or seriously look at the dominant patriarchal system that prevails in our society? If I try to conclude and if I try to think of an agenda for future recommendations, because I'll be partly responsible to put the final touches on the concluding chapter of this study, what would be the main axes for reforms in the region to look at? First of all, absolutely the reconciliation of negative and positive autonomy and how autonomy and inequality can impact the broader social contract in the region. Absolutely, we acknowledge the dualism in the labor market as a critical obstacle to better equality of opportunity. How can you reduce the schism between the formal and informal sectors? How can you make the informal sector less stigmatizing for people in the region, improve access to services and education? But equally important, how can you foster the rise of new social forces, really to promote new coalition building across society towards more win-win reforms and reconcile this gap between negative and positive autonomy, and ultimately lead to improvement in public services, better access to job, and better education systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osama, for this concluding and policy recommendation. We look forward, of course, to receive the final version of this reform agenda. I'll be moving to two distinguished speakers, Mr. Thangafel Palanivel and Mr. Milard Kovacevic. They will be talking about the objectives of consulting with member states and other stakeholders for the preparation of the forthcoming Human Development Report 2019 by the United Nations Development Programme on Inequality in Human Development, and discussing some policy options to reduce inequality and, most importantly, to promote the buy-in of different stakeholders. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. As Chair said, we're going to make one presentation. We're going to introduce the upcoming 2019 UNDP Human Development Report. It is actually a privilege, honor to represent UNDP and Human Development Report Office in this important meeting, and also to introduce the 2019 HDR on inequality in human development. For every report in the last 30 years, we actually do a series of consultations, reaching with the different stakeholders while preparing every human development report. We don't prepare a report by closing the door. We actually reach out to different stakeholders, get their feedback, and then we incorporate the report. So in the last Sunday and Monday, we engaged in Cairo. We engaged with about 25 experts from the Arab region, from different countries, about some of the technical issues related to this report. Today, we're going to get your feedback from other stakeholders, particularly from government and CSO. And we are happy that ESCOA is helping us in the process. To start with, actually, I wanted to actually start why we choose the inequality as a theme for 2019 Human Development Report. If you see, we actually assessed over 200 years developmental progress. If you look into that 200-year developmental progress, by looking into the poverty, by looking into the basic education, by looking into the literacy, or democracy, or child mortality, 200 years, the world as a kind of whole made a tremendous progress. And that is something, so the question is, next slide, please. Why then actually, why then we need to actually focus inequality? despite that huge progress. The issue is that the development progress is not actually even. Even in developed country, there is a huge variations by different groups, rural, urban, all kind of things. So that's one of the things. And our own analysis shows that, like if you adjust human development progress for inequality in education, health, income, at about 1/4, in 1/3 of the human development progress is being lost. Even in Arab region, our 2018 statistical update revealed that 1/4 of the human development is being lost due to the inequality in the income, education, health. So that's one of the important things. Similarly, if you look into the gender inequality, as presented by Esquire report, if you look into the gender inequality among the different regions in the world, again, Arab region, one of the actually high gender inequality. So this is also another fact why we choose the inequality as a topic. Next slide, please. But the data on inequality, it is not actually consistent. If you look into the global inequality, take global as a unit, if you look into the inequality between country, there is evidence some kind of convergence taking place in the last 25 years, particularly due to the rapid progress country like China, India, few other developing countries making. So therefore, the disparity between low-income country, disparity between developing country, developed country is somewhat converging in the last 25 years compared to the previous century. But when you look into the inequality within the country, there is a mixed evidence. I mean, there are some country, economic inequality is declining, but majority of the country, inequality is increasing, global level. But in other piece of evidence that even in a country where the data shows that inequality is declining, but the people perception, it is not. People think that inequalities keep on increasing the last 15, 20 years, even in countries where data shows that inequality is declining. So there is some disconnect between people perception and the actual data. And if you also look into the kind of people perception value, the value system, whether people bit left view, people have rightist view, everybody in the society think that now they decide to have more equal in a developmental program, in a developmental progress compared to 20 years back. That is what this slide conveys, that whether the bit of left view people, right view people, everybody decide to have more equality in development progress. So that is why we actually wanted to actually focus inequality, and also inequality is bad by looking into any direction, any dimension, from economic point of view, from social point of view, from governance point of view, even from conflict point of view. For any dimension, persisting high inequality is bad. So that's why UNDP decided to focus inequality as an issue. My colleagues will focusing on.
Thank you, Polanyi. So I'm going to say a little bit more about the approach that Human Development Report Office is going to take in delivering of the 2019 Human Development Report. So our approach is to look at beyond income, beyond averages, and beyond today. Now, about beyond income, we know, I think, that the entire Human Development Report approach is based on the capability approach of Amartya Sen, which asked the question, which is equality of what? So what is the relevant space to equalize people's well-being? It is not income, it is not commodities, it is the ability and freedom to know, to live long and healthy life in decent standard living conditions. So our report will look at inequalities beyond income. We'll look at inequalities beyond averages as they are estimated and assessed by average indices like Gini coefficient. We have access to distributive data, to also different methods to deal with this data. The report will go beyond today, looking at what are the relevant inequalities of today and tomorrow. What is their natural link? What implies what? In particular, we will be looking at inequalities that stem out of speed development at the technology level and development within area of the climate change. As the Arab report pointed out, there is a convergence in the baseline. There is a convergence in the so-called indicators that came out of MDG's efforts. But still, there are large differences, large inequality. If you look at the life expectancy, for example, at birth, the difference between the group of low human development countries and the very high human development countries is still 20 years. Similar differences can be found related to education, to living standards, to access to technology. Now, what we can say as summary, there are low and decreasing inequalities in so-called basic empowerment or access level outcomes related to primary education. School enrollments are fantastic, 100% and above. Surviving the first year of life, child mortality rates went down in all countries around the world, in access to basic technology, in resilience to recurrent shocks, and talking about gender equalities for women in most countries around the world, basic civil rights have been achieved. But at the same time, we have emerging so-called new inequalities. There are huge differences in the quality of education at all levels, then quality of health care for all ages, in effective access to frontier technologies, then for women, for example, access to high-level political power or higher levels of decision-making in general. So there are new inequalities in the area of enhanced empowerment. So what are the drivers of inequality? Our report is going to look a little bit closer in main drivers of inequality that can be essentially grouped into three groups, those that are coming from family and society, those that are related to institutions, and those that are related to globalization, climate change, and so on. Now, we say that inequality begins at home. There are huge inequalities in levels of education that start already during infancy. Exposure to different stimuli and the quality of care are crucial in gaining capability of knowledge, gaining capability of learning and achieving in that area. There is about 13% return on investment for comprehensive, high-quality birth to 5 early education. So there are inequalities stemming from the ability of parents and the society also to organize early childhood education. It is well known that children from families with different levels of education and income have unequal access to preschool programs and stimuli. Then we have social drivers of inequality stemming from intolerance, exclusion, and relating mechanisms, from elite capture of institutions, from narrow self-identities. There are inequalities stemming from the weakened collective bargaining processes due to globalization. The labor market is becoming more informal, so that unionization becomes more difficult and declining, implying that the growth rate of wages is lower than the rate of increase of return to capital. And overall, labor share in GDP is declining over a period that and in that way contributing to the widening of income inequality. Technological change. Studies have shown that technological changes affect inequality in human development both in positive and negative ways. The net effect depends upon the type of technology and the country context. We know that taxation and redistribution is perhaps the key element of large income inequalities that also affect other areas of inequalities. Here there is an example of two sets of countries where we showed the difference in income inequality before and after tax. So there are different levels of taxation that impact inequality. Governance and corruption, there are proofs, there is evidence of direct link between corruption and inequality and vice versa. I'm not going into details of this. It's a complex web of interdependencies. And then there is a shrinking policy space of nation states, so shrinking ability of state to intervene due to globalization and technology which reduce this policy space and lead towards increase in inequality. So now we are going to talk a little bit about the policy options. So my colleague Palani is going to do that.
Thank you, Milorad. As the inequalities are being driven by different factors in different countries, so there is no single policy will going to solve, tackle inequality. Basically, the policy options depends upon the country context, situation context. So that's my first point. And we actually planning to frame the report. We are still in drafting stage. So therefore, your feedback is very, very critical for us to, put a coherent policy framework. We actually thinking to organize our policy option 3 or 4 groups, one related to the governance, one related to the macroeconomic policy, with the fiscal policy, globalization, trade kind of things, one related to the household level. And we also wanted to go the dominant narrative when discussing about policy option for inequality is the progressive taxation or redistribution, which is pretty much fiscal policy alone. In our report, we wanted to go beyond. Of course, we're going to present a detailed issue related to the taxation, public expenditure issue kind of things, how it could be more proper, more inclusive. But we want to go beyond fiscal policy. So in that regard, we're going to focusing into some of the labor market issue, some of the social protection issue, some of the job employment guarantee, because jobless growth is becoming big issue, many even high growth country. So those kind of policy options, we're going to look into that. Similarly, we're going to look into the social policy, how actually social policy, like for example, gender inequality, it is one of the big drivers is the mindset. It's actually socio-economic, religious factor is play a critical role in persisting high gender inequality. So how we could actually change the mindset of the people, household, to give more female economic empowerment and other. So we need a bit more advocacy. So therefore, we're going to look into a comprehensive set of social policies. Similarly, we're also going to look into the new set of drivers, globalization, technology, foreign direct investment, all actually plays some important role in widening inequality or reducing poverty in different countries, different contexts. So how we could actually how we could leverage this globalization process, technology, new technology, to make it more proper, more inclusive, so that actually growth take place in the benefits of the growth is being shared widely, in an equal way, so that everyone will benefit from this process. So these are some of the things we are looking into that. And as I said at the beginning, the report still in the preparatory stage. We wanted to get your feedback so that we would be able to incorporate your feedback in the drafting stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very informative, but I think it also raises a lot of questions on some of the recommendations. Because some of them, when we talk about, now we're talking about more technology, we're talking about more globalization. However, we are recommending a lot of labor-intensive exports, labor-intensive jobs, more inclusive job creation, and more strengthening the social protection with all these. So I think this needs more, I think the discussion will maybe elaborate more on these specific recommendations. I'll move to Dr. Ibrahim Badawi, who will be presenting on the macro-institutional dimension of inequality, and I think this is an ERF-ESQA partnership, right? Go on, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It first of all gives me great pleasure actually to be here in this house of the UN in the Arab world, and also in a context of a partnership that the ARF has forged with ESQA. I would first like to speak on a substantive subject, which is really an important subject that I think, following on Her Excellency Dr. Hala's brief remark on this, which is really about the macro-institutional aspects of launching the region into a labor-intensive, export-oriented economic development strategy. Many of us, of course, or most of us actually, review with a lot of admiration the phenomenal transformation that happened in China, and before that, what happened in Chile, for example, in Latin America. And we do sometimes forget that actually macroeconomic policy has been the centerpiece of that transformation. And some of the tools that needs to be, or the policies that need to be debated and understood in terms of its consequences and potential promises is macroeconomic adjustment, for example, like exchange rate devaluation. And I think there is not much debate about the potential impact and the short-run consequences of these policies in order to promote the kind of narrative that would actually support these kind of reforms. And in this context, I think it is very important for us to understand when can, for example, a real exchange rate depreciation or a nominal devaluation can actually propel a country into prosperity, like what has happened in Chile and China and the other successful experiences, and when can it actually lead to a disastrous situations. And I think it is very important to, hopefully in the future, maybe in the context of this partnership with ESQA, to do more research on the macroeconomic impact on inequality and poverty. In terms of the new emerging digital economy and the digital industrial revolution, there are issues related to generational inequality. I came to know recently that the average income per capita in the city of London is almost 3 times the income per capita in the rest of the UK. And that has a lot to do with the Brexit backlash and so on. So it is very likely that our economies will experience a major shift in terms of the income stratification towards the new generation and the younger generation, and therefore what to do with that, to deal with that is an issue. There is the issue of the developments, especially in terms of the technology of the global oil market supply, and that actually very likely that the rent per capita in the GCC and certainly in the oil populous economies of the Arab world will experience a decline in the future. And that have important consequences for the development strategy that needs to be adopted. Unfortunately, also the region has been recently impacted by violent political conflicts. And that's has huge consequences. Obviously, it does impact poverty significantly, but it also have consequences for inequality. So I think these are the kind of issues that I would like to highlight. Already, some of these issues is touched or discussed in the current report, but I think more we need to do, not only in terms of research, but also in terms of the policy dialogue the policy community and the stakeholder in general. The second and last part I wanted to speak about already, thanks Paul Magdisi, very briefly says something about the ERF. I also want to say that the Economic Research Forum was established in 1993, and it is based, the main headquarters in Cairo, in Egypt. And we have been conducting tremendous effort in terms of building capacity for conducting rigorous economic research that is policy-oriented, that is relevant to the informing debate about development policy. And we have been also building data, and we have one of the major data portals in the developing world. We have forged partnership with 15 national statistics centers in the Arab countries, and we are also negotiating with other countries to follow suit. And our partnership with ESCOA, I think, has been exemplary in the sense that ESCOA has the competency of policy research, as well as the convening power as a UN institution. And us, we have the competency of grassroots research in terms of a network, wide network of researchers covering the entire Middle East and North Africa, and certainly all of the Arab countries. And so this partnership actually produced, or will be producing, this report. We hope actually to not only publish the report for the academic and policy community, but also to engage the policy community on this issue and other issues. And in fact, I would like to make a public request to Her Excellency, Dr. Hala, especially since we have started very fruitful partnership with the Ministry of Planning, Monitoring, and Administrative Development under the auspices of Dr. Hala. And we would like to mainstream this for the rest of the countries. And I think one concrete proposal would be a senior policy seminar involving ministries of planning and economy in order to debate these issues and come up with some concrete ideas for the benefit of designing public policy and development policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. And as you have mentioned, I think all policymakers have to have partnership with different think tanks and research centers. This is how we can really upgrade all our policy ideas and all our policy making through proper partnership with different think tanks in our countries. So I really commend your recommendation of having a very senior dialogue with different Ministry of Plannings. This is how we can really achieve and discuss all the challenges that all countries face in achieving their SDGs. So thank you for this recommendation, and we will be your first partner, you know. Okay, I'll move to Dr. Shireen Shawqi. Dr. Shireen is going to present a joint work with the UNFPA and ESRO, and with the WHO and AMRO on inequalities, and specifically in the health sector. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hala. Distinguished colleagues, it's my pleasure to assist in this, or to participate in this discussion. But first, let me thank ESCOA, UNFPA, ESRO, and WHO AMRO for inviting me. As I am a medical doctor and public health by qualification, I will divert the discourse a little bit to the public health, social perspective, and specifically on health, rather than the economic dimension. First, I will start with general comments on some of the regional and global facts on the SDGs. I will share with you some of the evidence, challenges, and recommendations that came out of our work. Actually, the reports and the literature coming out of our region is very rich and provides us with an overall picture of the situation in our countries. But I have 4 points to mention. The first point, whenever we speak about health, it's always in the boundaries of SDG 3. It's always the health sector responsibility, and it is always preventive curative services for the sick people. Actually, since ages, the WHO has changed this, and health is physical, mental, and social well-being. Health is spelled out as a social goal, the responsibility of all, and health for all. The second point, whenever we monitor health, always in our countries, we are happy with overall averages. But to be frank, sometimes we have disaggregated data. But what we are looking for are inequalities and not inequities. Inequalities in health are sometimes fair, but inequities, this is the ethical concern that we should be looking for. The third point, from our narrative, it is not always clear that the difference between healthcare equity and health equity. Healthcare equity is the business of the health system. It's the health system role to equitably and fairly distribute its capacities and services and resources to all. And it is portion of the wider concept of health equity, which is the business of the whole government and the whole of the society. And lastly, whenever we set policies, actions, and strategies, and by the way, I'm not underestimating the regional efforts. All national efforts are respected. They are great efforts, and they are mandatory. But this is what we call symptomatic bandaging policies, just to elevate the burden of the people who are disfavored or who suffer from injustice rather than from radical solutions. Let me come to the global facts. The SDGs puts health at the heart of the agenda. As health targets and indicators are all over the 17 goals. Health is a sensitive outcome of all 17 goals, and at the same time is an input for the goals. The Sustainable Development Agenda speaks about leaving no one behind. But actually, this is not synonymous to equity, except if fairness is there. Fairness, the word that is always missed in our text. And we look for ill health as a manifestation of the negative impact of the package of public policies. And nowadays, the literature, it's not nowadays, in still 2 decades, the literature is talking about health in all policies. The global narrative talks about 2 dimensions of fairness. The first one is the structured upstream policies for a transformative change to allow people to have their full health potential, as well as curative policies responsive to the burdens of the disadvantaged groups. But when we come to SDG 10, which is on reducing inequalities, the text is not always clear. What should we do? How can we do it? How can we measure our progress? When we look to the literature, we have multiples of frameworks. We have tons of tools. We have up to 13 measures of inequalities that can be applied to health. So what should we do exactly? Actually, this was the stimulus to our work. We partnered with UNFPA, ASRO, and WHO EMRO, a very valuable partnership for an academic research center like the Social Research Center of the American University in Cairo, where I work. Actually, we united on one common vision: policy reforms based on social justice, on health equity, and on human rights. The 2 development partners had different entry points. WHO EMRO supported us in developing a pro-health equity package to enable the health systems in achieving healthcare equity and advocating for health outside the health sector. While the UNFPA ASRO supported us to provide 5 analytic country reports on Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Oman, and Sudan. and to also to come out with a regional census in a regional report, a policy brief, and a roadmap for guiding integrated intersectoral policies and actions to improve sexual and reproductive health in the Arab states. Actually, this was not an academic exercise. We devoted much effort to reach out national partners. We participated with the National Population Council in Egypt, Higher Population Council in Jordan, National Observatory for Human Development in Morocco, Ministry of Health Oman, and National Population Council in Sudan. Our emphasis was on governance, intersectoral action, and structural causes of ill health. And we used health as a litmus test of fairness, not just one dimension of multidimensionality. What did we do? We first started by finding an appropriate conceptual framing. After thorough literature review and much analytic work and discussions, we reached that we have two frameworks that can be merged together and can do the job. The first is the framework of the Commission on the Social Determinants of Health, which shows clearly the links between the national socio-economic, political, and cultural context and the outcomes in health and disparities or inequalities in health. And they use the healthcare system in this framework as a social determinant of health. And when we came to the healthcare system, we used the framework of the WHO for monitoring health system strengthening. Actually, we did a clear distinction between health outcomes and impacts and between the health system capacity and performance. The second thing we've done, we've reviewed all the health-related SDGs, health-related indicators in the 17 SDGs, and we reorganized them on the framework. To achieve the first objective of identifying health priorities, we just looked to overall averages in health impact, health outcome, or risk factors, and health system capacity and performance. When we came to achieve our second outcome for identifying priorities in health inequalities, we were faced with the problem of selecting the social stratification that best reflects our situation. And still, after literature review and much analytic work and discussions, we ended up in two classifications. This is the administrative or the geographic classification of countries, because all countries distribute the resources and services according to administrative plan. And the second thing was wealth. And given the gender norms specific to our region, we developed a gender index that can be applied to our region. And we also looked for the inequality measures. And after publication and analytic work, we came out with two measures. They are present in the literature, but they are hardly used. This is the index of dissimilarity expressed in percentage, and the concentration index, redistribution need expressed in percentage, not the concentration index per se, but the redistribution need expressed in percentage. And then to achieve the third objective of seeing our progress on the inequality trend, we've measured the magnitude of inequalities between two data points, and finally, to find the drivers of inequalities in health, we did a decomposition analysis. What we found, and in very brief, the first thing, the data sources. By the way, we took the data sources that were selected by countries, population-based surveys that include rich information. The DHS series for Egypt, the National Population and Family Health Surveys for Jordan and Morocco, the mix for Sudan, and the Ministry of Health surveys for Oman. The data sets were not always up to date. They did not include all the indicators of the SDGs. Sometimes the definitions in the 5 countries were not consistent, and we were not always able, we were only able to find trend in Jordan and Egypt. The first evidence that we came out with, that relying on overall averages is not the correct way, because priorities in overall averages are not necessarily the priorities in inequalities, and we have a lot of examples on that. The second thing is that we are always very happy with successful coverage, and I will give the example of the three countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Sudan. Egypt, Morocco, and Sudan. They had beautiful coverage for skilled birth attendants with much disparities between the geographic regions and wealth. The disfavored were not always the poor and in rural settings. We like very much to look for female-male ratios, but this is not the correct way because females in the female population and the male population have different patterns of geographic and wealth inequalities. The progress of health does not always mean progress in health inequality. For example, for neonatal inequality, we are all pretty sure that we will meet the target in 2030, but actually the inequalities are increasing. And finally, and this was from the decomposition analysis, the role of the health system is significant, but is not the only significant, and the roles of the other sectors cannot be left behind. Actually, I think that the major challenge is in our understanding of the SDGs and equities. We measure inequalities. These are tangible. This is what we see, and that's why we always see it on household level and on individual level. But inequities, this is the mental exercise that we do not do, and they reflect the social, economic, environmental, culture, and political context of the region. With the many challenges that we've been hearing over the 2 years, over the 2 days in this conference about the challenges that we are facing in the region, can we identify who are the disfavored? Do we know what are the epidemics that are emerging out of the challenges that we are facing in the region? Do we know something about the diseases that are crossing borders? Do we know something about the people on move for any reason? The dichotomy most deprived and most privileged for health is not the right way. It's very misleading and will mislead policies, and we must agree on something to change it. The information systems are not always available or up to date, and if they are available and up to date, they are missing a lot of information, or we are not allowed to share them. We are not allowed to access the data. The capacities, we have strong statistical capacities in the region. They come out with statistics, but the capacities to interpret, to sensitize the evidence, to give proper policy recommendations may be lacking or insufficient in the region. My final word is that it's very hard road. If we want inequalities, if we want inequities rather than inequalities, we have to join forces. It's a whole of government, whole of society business. And I don't think we're just looking for inequalities without looking for fairness and for social justice. This is a hard job to do, to unite on one goal, to move from the traditional multi-sectoral action hand in hand to help the health system. No, we don't want anyone to help the health system. Every sector achieves its objectives in a win-win situation that will either directly or indirectly fall or impact health. And health, and you won't regret it, is the most sensitive measure of what's happening in our nations. Actually, we need to agree on conceptual framing, on a core list of indicators and social stratification. Each country has the right to use the indicators and stratification that it wants, but at least a core number of variables that we can compare between each other and see our progress. And finally, find a way to strengthen the health information systems. We are currently relying on population-based studies and surveys. They are good, they are very rich, but they risk to be irregular, stopped, no financial support. We need to have a solution for that. And after that, work hard on improving our vital registration system. We have good vital registration systems, but we never think of using them for health research. The North depends a lot on vital registration system since centuries, and we need to at least start working on how to improve them. and finally, build the capacities in our region to produce, sensitize, and use policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We had a very rich presentations and interventions by all the speakers and the discussant. We started from the political and economic reasons for inequality to the gender dimension aspect of this inequality. What is the fundamental gender inequality, and tackling the main fundamental issue of economic participation. We moved also to discussing beyond income inequalities and what are the relevant inequalities of today and tomorrow, talking about climate and technological aspects of inequality. We also, the discussants stressed on the higher quality of education and access to developed technology as one of the main means of increasing inequality, impact of globalization, impact of economic and specifically fiscal policies and taxation on the level of inequality, governance, corruption. We also ended by a very interesting intervention on the health sector as using health as the main measure of fairness. Dr. Noha also discussed building the national and regional international partnership and discussing the challenges of the lack of scientific approach of the SDGs. And I think this is one of the things that we need to discuss. Are we using the scientific approach to achieve the SDGs or not? Also, a lot of the policy recommendations are more of a long-term policies, like tackling the informalities, discussing and tackling the issue of structural reforms in the countries. But what are the quick interventions that we need for our societies? I think this needs more elaboration and discussion from our distinguished speakers. We have we have 45 minutes, so let me divide this into half an hour for the floor and then 15 minutes for our distinguished speakers. We'll start with Dr. Hania. We have plenty of time, and I think this was a very, very rich presentations. So we have 30 minutes for your interventions. Dr. Hania. I just ask each person of you to introduce himself or herself, please. Dr. Hania.
My name is Hania. I'm a research professor at the Social Research Center at the American University in Cairo. I have three brief points for actually the whole panel. One is, I'm sure you do that in both of your reports, but can you please define equality? What do you mean by equality? Is it a notion of excess inequality? As we say in health research, we have something called excess morbidity. That is morbidity that is unjustified. Are you talking about total equality? I'm sure you do that in the reports, but it would be useful to preface the presentations with this point. The second is the rather, I say, alarming economistic approach to inequality, where the quantification really is overwhelming, and I'm not sure it would capture a lot of the conclusions that you're coming up with, because these measurements, I'm not sure, we're measuring education and then saying we need to improve the quality of education. We're measuring unemployment when we know that unemployment is not a good measure for livelihoods. So do you have caveats? Do you have methodological caveats that you would like to share with us? And the last point is really about Dr. Ibrahim's presentation and his conclusion, and that is, how do you feel about taking policy out of politics? It's as if policy now does not have a political or a political economy context, and we can discuss policy just with experts and rather take it out of its social context. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will speak in Arabic, by the way, please, if you can.
Can you introduce yourself, please? حضرتك عرف
I'm
نفسك.
عارف عن حالي. اسمي
My name is Adib Name. I am an advisor, independent advisor. I've previously worked for long years with the UN. However, right now I'm an independent advisor. Yesterday, I presented a conceptual framework to examine inequality in the Arab world. It is available should you like to have it. However, in today's presentations, I was able to conclude that there are 4 different approaches to inequalities. And these exist in 2 reports, the UNDP reports, which works on human development, and then there is the economic component and political, as Hania mentioned, and what the colleague mentioned about autonomy. And then there is the perspective of Dr. Shireen, which is something I am more close to, and I call for the report to embrace that perspective by Dr. Shireen, because to discuss all the dimensions of inequalities by sector, by each sector individually, will not lead us to equality. Yesterday, I said that there is the cumulative inequality, especially when you talk about multidimensional inequality. However, if we merge economic inequality according to race, for example, there is chemistry, and we are able to produce something entirely new, and that's something that we need to pay attention to. I believe that up until now, we haven't reached the essence of the topic. Now, the issue that Osama talked about, which is autonomy, and this is a subject that was analyzed by ASQA. However, this concept has to do with the individual autonomy of individuals, whether we talk about seniors or people with disabilities. I don't think that this is something that we can use as it was presented, and I believe that the chapter on it will not be in coherence with the remainder of the chapters. Something else. In governance, we cannot merge conflict with governance. We cannot mix them together because these are 2 completely different things. Anyway, it was wrong to have them in Goal 16 together, because when there's war, something very simple, it's something very simple. Everything is in chaos. However, when there are autocratic and dictatorships, maybe the situation could be better, so no one knows. This is why we need to separate the 2 for more clarity. Now, with regards to the UNDP report, yes, the economic reforms were tackled and addressed. However, we did not reach the core issues. Yes, somebody mentioned that this has to do with the neoliberal policies, but the principle of equality is a concept that is rejected in the concept of neoliberalism, or the approach of neoliberalism to economy, because it is based on competition. Still, the economic dimension is much more developed than the social dimension, and I am saddened to say that the UNDP and its approach to this social subject is only limited to social policies. They only mention seniors or the youth, for example. But this sectoral approach has nothing to do with understanding human development. And let me give you 2 references here. UNRWA lately, in 2016, issued an important product on transformative social policies. In 1995, in the International Summit for Social Development, they did not say our issues are education and so on. They said the problem is unemployment and others. So our approach to the social dimension should not be disconnected from our approach to the economic dimension. One last question or comment to my colleagues at ESQA. Please pursue that partnership with UNDP and ERF with another partnership with the sociologists, for example, because they can talk about inequality. And together with UNRWA also, because they have already done work on this. And this way we will have a more balanced report, and we will not be complaining. Thank you. the gentleman in the back, and then we come back to you.
نعم أنا أو في واحد.
تفضلي أو بعدين.
تفضلي. شكرا.
Yes, go ahead. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for their valuable presentations that complement each other. And once again, I'd like to go back to something that Mr. Adib mentioned, which is that when we talk about rethinking, it's very important. We need to change the way we think about something in a way that is not sectoral. We need to rethink inequality as a problem and as a violation of human rights. And we need to remember that the principle of inclusiveness, so the principle of inclusiveness is an important component of human rights. To think of the problem as something that affects and is affected by all human rights. The problem of inclusiveness needs to be looked at vertically and horizontally. Mr. Ibrahim, I agree with you. Today, we need to conduct studies to measure the cost of inequality. Today, there are studies on the cost of violence against women. More than 60 international studies have proven the very high cost of one form of inequality, which is violence against women. So let alone if we did studies or conducted studies on inequalities and all their forms. Again, allow me to go back to the same point here. When we analyze based on human rights, we find a lot of advantages. As I said, this allows us to look at the problem as a human rights violation, and then we go to the analysis of the causes, the direct causes behind this violation. Then we look at the laws and the services behind this. We look at and then we go and look deeper to look at the root causes that have to do with policies, and more importantly, that have to do with culture and balances. And allow me to reiterate, if we address the way we think, the culture, we will be able to tackle several problems simultaneously. I do understand that the UN agencies and organizations sometimes work as though they are isolated islands, and they want to preserve their reason for existing and their raison d'être. However, I believe that if we want to really find the right solutions, all of these UN agencies need to come together. They need to say, let's stop thinking each alone and separately. And let's identify budgets together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please. You have to be very brief in your interventions. I have many people that want to intervene and the time's running, so please be brief in your questions or comments. Thank you.
Omar Lassouli from UNDP Palestine. It was really interesting to get a look into the report ahead and have that analysis and breakdown of the report, so thank you very much for the panel. Just one thing that came up, and I would like to highlight and stress and recommend, early childhood education has been mentioned, and equality in education has been mentioned today and also in several of the sessions yesterday. And I've talked to a couple of the people who are attending the meeting, and I want to recommend, and seriously, there need to be a move for the sake of the SDGs and for the sake of equality. toward creating an early childhood education program in the Arab world that is mandatory. At the moment, children until year 5 or age 5, they don't get education. There's inequality because it's very expensive to start with, and only very few people can actually get their children into early childhood education. Although by age 5, 90% of the child's brain is developed. So if there's a chance to influence their future behavior, the way they think about equality, the way they think about poverty, economy, that all can happen before age 5. So that's just a recommendation.
Thank you, عمر. تفضل حضرتك.
I would like to thank the organizers and the speakers. I'm from Bir Zaid in Palestine. Please ask the chair to put off her microphone. Thank you. So I'm from Bir Zaid, and we have a lot of issues about education and poverty. This is why when we have an official, public official from a ministry trying to speak about poverty in the camp, and he doesn't know how to do so. So my recommendation is to have a good methodology with the people who actually know about it best. What Dr. Paul said about education opportunities. And Bir Zaid University, I'm a teacher of policies. And in the classroom, we have 70 to 80% of women. So this is good, but this is not reflected on the participation of women in economy or in politics. So we see that women are going to the municipal councils, but they just sign and then leave. So there is no real reflection on this in the public sphere. So what should we do? If we have good education opportunities and we have a very good rate of women being educated, so what should be done next? Thank you. Yes, please, you. Thank you, Farah Shair from UNDP.
One for the HDR team. If you can kindly tell us whether you actually intend to, or how do you intend to account for the social aspect in terms of as a driver of inequality. You mentioned three drivers of inequality: globalization, institutions, and family and society, and whether you also intend to look at the compounded inequality, i.e. how, for example, ethnic and sectarian discrimination would affect access to institutions, and this is, of course, very relevant to the Arab region. Another quick question to Osama and Khalid. I mean, you talked also, I felt that there is an emphasis on the revenue side when you talk about the political economy of government. It would also be interesting to look into the impact of the expenditure side, how revenues are actually spent by central governments, and how this affects inequality. And I also noticed that there is an absence of the access to finance dimension. Perhaps you didn't cover it in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. ناخد حضرتك. تفضلي.
Yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. It's Saras Jagman from UNDESA. I've just got three very quick points. The first point that I wanted to make was in relation to Dr. Hanya's point around the definition of equality. I think it's really important to define equality. Is it different to discrimination, where the state just refrains from doing anything that will discriminate, or is it a positive duty on the state to take equality measures? And I think that leveling down of equality issues is really important. And if I could just suggest, sorry, I'm going really quickly because I know the time is short. If I could just suggest that you look at the substantive versus formal equality jurisprudence of the courts and of the treaty bodies. That would be really important to kind of contextualize the kind of equality we're talking about. My question is to you is in relation to affirmative action. You talked about affirmative action being there to address horizontal inequalities. But my understanding, and perhaps it's my understanding of horizontal equalities and what it means, but my understanding of affirmative action measures would be to address vertical inequalities between women and men, between abled people, disabled people, and so on. My last question is in relation to this informal issue, which I don't think too many people raised, but this notion that, you know, we want to make sure that we do movement from the ground up. I just wanted to, and I think of MSMEs, for example, where 95% of MSMEs in some countries are informal. And the question is this something that we want to retain for equality, or do we not want to formalize these institutions? Target 8.3 talks about the importance of formalizing issues, and I just wanted to kind of get your idea of how it is that you're going to use this informal issue in relation to equality.
Okay, I just received some information, some house, some housekeeping that we have to end the session by 1:15. The lunch will end by 2, and the next session will be at 2 p.m. So we have 2 more minutes for interventions, so to give time for the panelists to respond. Last person there, please. Just very quick interventions, please. Yes, I'll come back to you.
Thank you for all speakers for excellent presentation. I encourage for decentralization. Go to people, speak to people, take their perspective. Go to the community-based planning approach, bottom-up approach. If you can see a lot of families, households going to the private hospitals, private schools, they lost their interest, their trust with the government-supported education and the medical facilities. But this is important for us to go to, because a lot of schools are lacking of heating, a lot of rent, they have rent to shift, etc., etc. Very important also to link this holistic with climate change, forced migration, and anti-corruption and other related issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sudan?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists as well. I'm Lamia Abdel Ghaffar from the National Council for the Population, and we're also working on the implementation of the SDGs. I have several points, and I will start with what Mr. Osama Safa said about inequalities and how they're related to autonomy. And then he spoke also about patriarchy or the patriarchal system. And maybe here there is a change in the power relations. But the change we want to talk about is also in the hierarchy within the family and how it impacts inequality. You also mentioned the education systems. And maybe we need to think that inequality needs immediate interventions and other long-term interventions. And when we speak about the SDG plans or the Sustainable Development Plan that finished in 2030, so we don't have a lot of time to really go into a structural change, maybe. About the interventions regarding the HDR, in one point, you mentioned what should be done beyond today, and you spoke also about technology and climate change. For me, there is a very important point, because beyond today, we will have a demographic transformation or dividend, especially in the Arab region, because the demographic change and in this demographic window where we have most of the Arab states could also lead to a demographic change in the other developed countries where they have the reverse problem that is aging. So I think this should be taken into consideration and beyond today. Now, in social policies and how equality could be taken into consideration. And this is not just related to social policies, but also to the labor market and macroeconomic policies. This is why when we speak about equality, we need to take into consideration all of these policies. I would like to thank Dr. Shireen. Maybe we were a part of your study, and your approach in about inequity was really essential. And I would like to end with what Dr. Ibrahim said about policies. I think that one of the main challenges regarding the implementation of sustainable agenda is policy coherence. And we're still facing a lot of silos. This is why we need policy coherence, so that we're all in a win-win situation in all sectors. Thank you, Dr. Lamia. But please, in half a minute, please. Please, just to give time for the speakers. About Mr. Osama and what he said about the different generations. In the Arab system, we don't think about the old generation, but we have sometimes a young generation that is controlling the decision-making mechanisms, and we have other marginalized youth that is struggling against the youth that is in power. And then we have the technology that is used as the main tool by the youth, and this has become part of the security in the Arab world, and they use also the counter technology. So we have a new kind of youth that is using old mechanisms, and we have the other youth that is trying to reach change through the public sphere. Thank you. Yes, please.
This session consummated the meaning of rethinking really radically. What Dr. Shireen Shawi mentioned about SDGs implicate that there is a need for a new social contract for the Arab world or the Arab countries, and I think this should be well embodied in the national versions of the 2030. But the key issue here, and I'm seconding Dr. Hania, is clear definition of equitable or equality and equity. I mean, equality a little bit utopian. I mean, and there are a lot of hassle about that. And equity is different. It's solid, even if when we project it on the financial sector, equity. So please, in a few minutes, and in our context today, the health sector, define this very well and clear.
Thank you very much. تفضل يا please. حضرتك آخر متحدث. مفيش مايكروفون هنا؟ حد
سيلفانا لقيس.
Silvana Lakis. Excuse me, because I'll be using another kind of language, and maybe we can try to communicate with each other in a different way. I hear and I see that the reality where we are is not being reflected in our recommendations. And I will specifically say that in most of our countries we have destruction and we need reconstruction. So here we need to speak about a reconstruction that guarantees the non-repetition of buildings or streets or a data system that is excluding people that need other ways of communication. And now I just asked Adib, what do you mean by governance? I am worried about these ministries and departments that don't know how to coordinate with themselves to be able to really translate the implementation of a national plan concretely. And this is a phenomenon that we see in all of our countries. So in our recommendations, we should put steps related to to us feeling that we really have states. We need a state to manage our affairs with all fairness and humanity, and with real presence, of course. We always need a donor from here or from there. Of course, I would like to thank the donors, but please allow me to say here that what I said before about data or information. Now, I listened to many important interventions, but I didn't see until now how the characteristics or the data related to people's specificities were included or reflected, especially for people with disabilities. And we have a new marginalized category. These are the people that are persecuted every time they have a different opinion. And now they have become a majority in our states, and we cannot just ignore them. In our recommendations, we need to be courageous enough to address what could reinforce the social dialogue, so it's not just shallow. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Maybe what I will say addresses more Mr. Ibrahim, who spoke about one of the solutions that is resorting to economies that are more labor intensive. And here I would like to say that the world now and all of us are going towards the fourth industrial boom and towards the intensive use of the new technologies that are continuing to be developed in a very quick and frightening way. So this will change the quality of demand in the labor market, the world labor market. And here I link this to our education curricula in the Arab world that have not accompanied this quick change. So we need a public policy, but what we have is a public policy and the private institutions. This is why we have inequalities and inequity in opportunities in the Arab world, because the education curricula in the public schools are still regressive, but we find more improvement in the private schools where the rich can go, but not the poor. So this is also a consecration for inequity and inequality as well. So are there quick solutions and short-term solutions so that we can put an end to these regressive curricula, especially with the quick change that we see in new technology? Thank you. Thank you for all your interventions. Of course, time is up.
At least a minute to respond to these various discussions. Paul.
So I will try to make it brief. Everybody is hangry or hungry. So essentially for the first question that was raised, we need to define inequality. I totally agree with that. I teach a graduate course on inequality measurement, and I spend the first 5 hours teaching about political philosophy and what is the idea of inequality. And then I'm a quantitative person, so I move to how can we measure all these ideas, and then my students hate me. Because it becomes very complicated. Yes, this needs to be defined, but any inequality is inequitable. Any inequality is bad in any dimension we can think of. Then we need to make an arbitrage. Some inequality we may tolerate because it produces more equality in another dimensions. And there is a diversity of view on this. It's a normative question, and I think we should accommodate for this diversity by studying inequality in as many dimensions as possible, and the dimensions that are forgotten in the report, answering to another question, freedom. Look at the DHS data sets or some data set, question about what are the situations in which you think a husband would be allowed to beat his wife? gives you an idea of freedom at the individual level of the person answering this question. And there are many, many, many other questions like this that are more qualitative in nature that we should look at from a quantitative perspective. And this is all I had to say.
Thank you, Paul. Khaled.
Very quickly, no, I thank you, Paul, for addressing the most difficult question, which is basically related to conceptual framework. Obviously, in 5 minutes, you can't go over these very deep issues, but I want to say that they are essential. And obviously, we have a rights-based approach. But really, what we're trying to build here is go beyond that. You have to start with the empirics, obviously, because you have to know what you're talking about in terms of your definitions, conceptual framework, methodology, then the stylized facts. But it's how you connect these stylized facts to build a narrative. السرد. يعني أهمية السرد هو ده الجزء الأساسي فيه.
Because narrative is the main part of analyzing inequality.
Political, and how do they all interact together within the governance framework to give a story of Arab inequality? That's what we're hoping to do.
Thank you. And the questions are fascinating to debate and discuss. I wish we really had more time. Very quickly, when we speak about autonomy, it's not autonomy of the older persons or the people with the handicaps. No, not really. It's individual, yes, that leads to societal. The capabilities of these individuals. The patriarchy, yes, absolutely, and the hierarchical system is part of it. Actually, our colleague Adib has a book on that issue, الدولة الغنائمية, which talks about patriarchy. I mean, it's a deeply entrenched system in the Arab world. Are we able to break free from the authority? And as the colleagues in the UNDP talked about, it starts at the family level before it goes to the institution level. دكتور عزمي يعني بالضبط اللي هو
Yes, exactly. When we speak about the details, and I won't go now into the details and the figures of the evidence that we addressed in the report, but the evidence show that there is a generation that is participating through the social media, but this generation cannot instill change. And participating in a sit-in or a demonstration is not enough. But are they really implementing and exercising their civil activities and civil rights? This is the main issue in how we can invest in this autonomy to lead change in society. And also what we're addressing, this is my last comment, as a framework. We are proposing maybe a new research framework to be able to address inequality through restitution perspectives. For example, for me in the social division, how can institutions deepen social disparities, and what is their role in that? So this is what I'm trying to do, and how can the individuals and societies get out of it? Now, of course, this is multidimensional, and the definition can have more than one explanation and more than one form, depending on what angle we're tackling. I apologize for using both languages the speaker is saying. So this is a framework that can be, of course, criticized and improved.
Okay, and I have 3 points to comment on. The first thing, inequality and how we measure inequality. Actually, this is easy. Inequality is the difference that we see. But it's not easy to measure because we have, as I told you, up to 15 measures that can reflect the differences. And sometimes these measures give conflicting results. So what we try to do is we're the head of a policymaker. We go to policymakers and we tell them, you have tons of inequality in this and that and that. And they're coming from poverty, education, urban, rural setting, and I don't know what. So what can a policymaker do? What we started with is that we want to set priorities. So we want measures that can help us in ranking priorities and coming out with them and putting them in front of the policymaker. So our first job was to look for these measures. We found 2 indicators in the literature that are very sensitive to the population size, to the population distribution. They can provide us with a measure of magnitude. They can help in comparison between countries, within countries, and over time. And these two measures are the index of dissimilarity and the concentration index redistribution need, which is the concentration index in absolute value multiplied by 75. It's very simple and expressed in percent. And this was the first step to rank the inequalities. And we found also this cutoff point in the literature, that over 10% or over is high inequalities. So we ranked the inequalities and we identified the top ones. After that, we went further because our problem, the second problem that faces a policymaker is that, so is it education? Is it poverty? Is it infrastructure? Is it maldistribution of resources? So we want to alert them to what is there, what's on the ground, and look for the drivers for that. We tried a mathematical decomposition analysis to find out the various causes implicated in this process. But actually, this is not all, because moving from inequality to inequity, this is the difficult job. Inequity, we cannot measure. Inequity, this is judgmental. If I find differences between groups, I should first think, are these differences fair or not fair? For health, sometimes differences are fair. I don't know in other domains, and I don't want to open the discussion for that. Okay, for health, this is not fair. And this is the exercise that we are moving on currently with UNFPA and WHO, is that taking this next step, judging the unfairness, showing the links, and helping the sectors to work together. My third and last point, and very quick, UNFPA, ASTRO, and WHO, EMRO, have started partnership. I don't know if they have done this partnership before or not, but actually they have started it with us as an academic institution, with national agencies in the countries. It was very successful. It was very good experience, and I hope that we can continue like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, on behalf of the UNDP, I would like to actually thank you for your interesting, useful feedback, comments. That's exactly we wanted, actually. We are somewhat, as I said, still in the preliminary stage of drafting the report. We have not actually even drafted the report, so therefore your feedback is really useful. What we presented is some set of preliminary findings, our initial idea about the policy, and with your feedback, we will go back and review how we could actually revise and improve further. And your questions, like, for example, the definition of inequality, as Dr. Shireen, Professor Shireen indicated, we actually looking both the inequality, equity. I mean, maybe we did not present it here, the equity dimension adequately, but we are looking into that. We approach the issue of inequality in a multidimensional way. We just not only looking inequality, income, education, health, we also look into the inequality or inequity in other dimension. I mean, like power relationship, access to the decision-making process, gender inequality. We look into the number of different ways how this issue could be approached. And so we will definitely taking your views, and we will see how we could be further improve on that point. Similarly, there is also a number of other comments came, like how do you actually, for example, whether we are promoting informality or the small, medium enterprises, etc. And it's basically one of the reasons why actually we put actually labor-intensive kind of production process, that many even rapidly growing country, jobless growth is a big issue. Because most of the growth is taking place in urban area, most of the growth is taking place by using capital-intensive, technology-intensive process. As a result, as we indicated, the factor share of actually GDP of labor is going down the last 15, 20 years. So that's one of the factors driving inequality. So if you really wanted to actually tackle inequality, you need to find some way, because the growth, poverty, the linkages operate through the employment channel. If there is no job, if there is no employment, whatever you do, then there is not. So therefore, we try to find ways to promote more employment-friendly growth. So that is why we thought, sector which has more employment tendency could be useful. Anyway, we will be here. We can discuss bilaterally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for very useful comments, and we will try definitely to accommodate as much as possible of what we heard here. It is true that inequalities and inequities are omnipresent. They are everywhere. It is less difficult to measure them, to analyze them, to write about them, to interpret them, but it is much more difficult to find out right policies that can reduce them. And it's very difficult to make targets to say how much of inequality is good and how much should not be there. Even SDG 10 is about reducing inequality without setting any target value to how much we should reduce. Now, in the policy space, I think it is very costly to go with trial and error. Try this policy, and if it does not work, try other, because what is in question there are lives of people, the level of standard for generations, and so on. Thank you.
Dr. Ibrahim.
Yes, I think I have two responses. One of them is, I think, Dr. Hala's, question about can we, for example, separate policy from politics? I think this is a very big issue in the political economy literature about that incumbent regimes, basically, they know what is right and what is wrong, but they have interest, and so their interest kind of trumps or precedes the right thing. But I think more recently, there is now a realization drawing from various experiences in the political economy literature that knowledge actually might trump interest, that an incumbent regime, whether authoritarian or democratic, if is led by knowledgeable people, they actually will have the capacity to internalize the consequences of their macro and economic management in general. And that's why we see some developmental programmatic states that are not necessarily democratic, but they are able to achieve some measure of development and then eventually transform themselves into a democracy. So as a research network, I think our objective is to generate knowledge and try to build alliances in order to disseminate this knowledge and engage authorities wherever they are. And I would like to take this opportunity to say that in our region, I'm very encouraged by the comments from Sudan and Tunisia, because I think if the authorities of the countries in the region really wanted to engage the research community to understand how best to learn from experiences and to design policies, that would be very useful. And I just wanted to say that Sub-Saharan Africa is much more advanced than us. Our sister organization, the African Economic Research Consortium based in Nairobi, they have been able to hold senior policy seminars, sometimes involving 15 ministers and governors of central banks, to discuss issues of relevance to Sub-Saharan Africa. It has been a bit of a struggle for us here, but I think we are working on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are right set on the time. I'd like to thank everybody for this useful intervention. I think that the speakers and the presenters will definitely take in consideration a lot of relevant interventions that have been presented to them. And please join me in thanking all the presenters and the discussant in this very fruitful and very wealthy presentations and interventions.
مساء الخير.
Good afternoon.
هي صراحة من أصعب الجلسات.
This is one of the toughest sessions because there was a delay in the previous specialized sessions. So we fell behind schedule with lunch, and this will also impact the remainder of the sessions. So this is one of the reasons why this session is tough. The second reason why this is a tough session, it is because this session is entitled Empowerment Policies and Opportunities. And you know that the Arab Forum is entitled Empowering People and Ensuring Inclusiveness and Equality in the Arab Region. So, of course, with your agreement, we decided to reserve this session. And in light of the topics covered in the previous sessions, and that will be covered in future sessions, and given the profile of participants to this session, who come from an education background and a youth background, and interaction between you and us will happen in a Q&A session. Yesterday, as you know, there was a session with the Arab youth. And here, I will actually relay to you their voices and mine, because I am young as well. So they made a wish, they expressed a wish for the organizers and other agencies and organizations in charge of holding such meetings for sessions on the youth to be in the plenary sessions, not in the side sessions. Yesterday, we heard a number of youth and young people. We were positively impressed with their achievements, but we also heard about their grievances, and they said that decision makers do not listen to them, do not involve them, and do not give matters of the youth the attention they deserve. They said that even when it comes to youth strategies, they are not involved or listened to. Half of the Arab region's population are under the age of 25. And 60% are under the age of 30. This is not just a geographic datum. This is also the kind of data that has an economic and social impact. It is something that impacts the realities and the changes that our region is going through. And if you notice today, we are 3 countries, Yemen, Tunisia, and Egypt, as speakers. These countries have known a certain transition period or transformation period, and I'm still not sure if we are headed towards democratization. However, I can say that this is a transformation phase, and unfortunately, Yemen is living through a war that has ravaged everything in its path and has led to that has affected the youth, young men and women, and children and seniors. Now, many Yemenis live in vulnerability and in insecurity, and they lack the basic health services and livelihood standards that every citizen must enjoy in their country. So we will be listening from His Excellency the Minister with us, and we will be hearing from Manar, who is only 15 years old. So thank you to the organizers for inviting Manar to take part in this plenary session. Yesterday and today, we heard that unemployment is highest in when it comes to our Arab youth. This is not something that I just made up off the top of my head. This is a fact. Many young people are actually not enrolled in any education or training or jobs. And even if they are, then there is a huge gap between them and decision makers in those fields. Poverty rates are alarming. 40% poverty affects 40% of the young people. Modern studies and or latest research and studies have shown that there is a serious trust crisis between the young people, which are the young people and officials and institutions, whether we're talking about state institutions or civil society. It's as though we live in this, we live in silos, in two disconnected worlds. And so this is what the research shows. Young people, regardless of their background, have taken to social media. There is a periodic report issued by the Dubai School on social media, and it indicates that we are the chosen people of Facebook by excellence, and the young people occupy more than 60% of that space, i.e., the youth represent the highest category of people who use social media. Even their information, they find it on social media networks. And we all know that social networks provide a great deal of opportunities for these young people to go astray, unfortunately. In a specialized session, Dr. Majid Osman caught my attention when he said that technology will be available for all, including the marginalized categories, the illiterate people, and perhaps this technology would help or contribute to restructuring the employment market. What was not mentioned, however, in any session is the role of the media today, the mainstream media, the traditional media, which in our Arab world, with more than 1,320 television stations, for example, or television channels. First comes drama, second sports, third religion, fourth variety and music, and last news. And what's interesting about this is the following. You may say that young people are not interested in mainstream media. However, let us not forget this intertwinement between conventional media and social media. Because the young people actually get acquainted with the content of the mainstream and familiar media through the social network websites. And this content is not always a sound and a constructive content, unfortunately. I will try to wrap up because I don't want to take away any more of your time. Is it possible today to talk about empowerment in education? Education of the youth, while it's the kind of empowerment that is plagued by structural problems. There is, on the other hand, a category of youth that is actually outside the norms, outside the standards. And they do not like, some youth do not like or appreciate that which is conventional or standard. And I would like to say that in Tunisia, at some point we were talking about participatory democracy, and this was This is a conversation that went in lectures, on social media, in conventional media, and then a study was made with the youth. They were asked about this very term, those very two terms, participatory democracy. 66% of the young people said that this is a very ambiguous concept for them. 33%, the remainder, 33%, said that they had never heard of it before. This means that we need to adapt the language we use to the young people, which represent the highest number of people in society. So, is this kind of empowerment possible? And which empowerment approaches could prove to be efficient and effective, especially in light of the conversations that we heard today, and in light of the reality of our Arab world today, which is witnessing, unfortunately, a decline in growth rates and development rates. And this seems to be a continuing trend. I have with me in this session His Excellency, the Minister of Education of Yemen, Mr. Abdullah Lamlas, and he previously held several other posts in Yemen, official posts. So he is in a good position to share with us more about education in Yemen. He will be followed by Manal Manal Saghir. So she is a young woman from Yemen. She will talk to us about the impact of war. She will talk to us about early marriages. And I allowed myself to rectify or correct that use of the word for her, because it is not early marriage, it is forced early marriage, as we know. And then Ms. Nabila Yusuf will speak next. She's a literacy specialist. She will talk to us about literacy efforts and technology. We will conclude with Mr. Fuad Aouni. He is from Tunisia. He organized many surveys targeting the young people of Tunisia, last of which in 2018, and the outcomes will be shared soon in collaboration with many national institutions, including the National Institute for Statistics. But I would like for him to share with us or to give us some early insights into the outcomes of this survey, because this would serve as a good scoop for us. Your Excellency, Mr. Lamnas, the floor is yours. Kindly do not exceed 10 minutes so as we allow room for interaction with the audience. Good afternoon. We are very happy to be taking part in the Arab Forum for Sustainable Development, empowering people and ensuring inclusiveness and equality in the Arab region. And under such circumstances, we are really in dire need of such forums to share experiences and to learn more about the challenges that Arab countries are currently facing in order to try and identify the responses to those challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to share with you the experience of the education sector in Yemen despite the conflict. I would like to share with you some of the difficulties faced by education in Yemen. As you know, we are now into the 5th year of the war launched by the Houthi rebels when actually they launched their attacks in September 2014. As you know, this war has impacted all the aspects of life in Yemen. We will also be talking about 3 other matters. One, the challenges. One of the challenges that have negatively impacted school enrollment, or the main reasons behind the lack of school enrollment, is the following. The problem of internal displacement. people started to flee actually from the areas in which they live in order to go to safer areas, which has affected children's enrollment in schools. Two, the lack of security and the closure of schools due to ongoing conflict. Also, there is increasing food insecurity. In 2018, this food insecurity has reached 80%, excuse me. Another problem or another challenge is cholera, actually, this outbreak of cholera, which has affected with 900,000 cases, including thousands of cases of death. Furthermore, many children are going through psychosocial symptoms as well. War has negatively impacted teachers and instructors. More than 16,000 educators and instructors have become displaced. They now live away from their homes in non-liberated areas. They did so for reasons pertaining to security and safety, and they are now actually not receiving any paycheck from as a result of this. Another problem is the lack of allocated resources for education. So this is one of the reasons why access to education is poor. Educators and teachers are unable to complete the education curricula for the above-mentioned reasons or the aforementioned reasons, and therefore they had to do other jobs in order to make ends meet. The number of schools that were completely or partially destroyed by the war is 2,490 schools, including 1,693 schools that are no longer fit to be used because they are now occupied by the displaced and the refugees. Consequently, the school's equipment and supplies were negatively affected as well. Our priorities for the time being are to overcome these challenges. We have identified a number of priorities that we believe are pressing ones to counter those challenges. Our programs and plans revolve around mobilizing the human and financial resources of the ministry despite the restrictions in order to come to the help of the education sector in the country. One, we will try to find a successful formula to guarantee funding for the school systems through the Central Bank of Yemen. And this also requires a comprehensive educational plan. Our partners, the donors, such as UNESCO and others, we will be working closely with them to come up with a 3-year plan in order to manage those funds that will be raised. Two, we shall provide the support the agencies in charge of publishing books and manuals for school children. Three, we should also allocate resources for technical and vocational support. Four, we will provide the necessary support for the rehabilitation of the school infrastructures by either building new schools or rehabilitating and renovating existing schools and providing periodic maintenance for school buildings around the country. Five, revisit the educational system according to the new Yemeni realities and adopting the necessary solutions. Six, develop the technical capabilities and institutionalize educational monitoring in order to reach out to all schools and provide technical support to educators. Seven, promote the administration capabilities of the state institutions in order to help them provide data at the domestic and the national level. Eight, support the effort of the ministry to adopt executive plans along with government partners, the private sectors, chamber and trade and commerce chambers to fight illiteracy at a nationwide. 9, adopt execution plans to increase school enrollment, especially in the basic education. 10, adopt a vision together with civil society organizations and other public authorities in order to promote education. We will also be working closely on promoting the role of the private sector and civil society and engage them in the education and the responsibility for education at the national level. The most important interventions carried out and implemented cover the following. 1, continue to make available the resources necessary for the Ministry of Education. One of our successes has also been to continue paying the wages of the educators, whose number is estimated at more than 156,000 persons, and which constitute 53% of educators in the country. Their aggregated monthly wages are estimated at more than 15 billion Yemeni riyals per year, for instance. There is more than 134,000 female and male educators that are unable to receive their paychecks because they live in areas under the control of the Houthis. There are other interventions also that were put in place in favor of the educators who have become displaced, whose number is estimated at more than 50,000 educators. One of our successes has been the adoption of an annual plan for the plan of action for the ministry. One of our successes has also been the continuing provision of educational services despite the war. We also established a national administration for education in order to help bring back dropout students or to reduce the number of dropout students. We have established a unit for the education of Somali and Sudanese refugee children. We have established an executive unit for nutrition in schools, which targeted 63,000 girls and boys, and in a second stage it will target 600,000 boys and girls, and in the future we will be able to reach more than 1 million boys and girls to provide them with better nutrition in school. We have also appointed a national coordinator for sustainable development. We will also continue to work with our partners to continue improving the school structure. Furthermore, we have adopted a draft plan for transitional education with the help of UNESCO and the head of the coordination committee, Dr. Hamad Al-Ammam. We conducted a number of training sessions on the use of the minimum standards for education and emergencies. We have received provided shelter to more than 16,000 refugee teachers and more than 370,000 refugee or displaced children. Currently, we are working on publishing school manuals, and we will continue to do so. And we hope that with the help of donors, we will be able to continue to provide minimum educational services. Some classrooms are now smaller than to accommodate a big number of students. Sometimes in one classroom there is 120 students in the classroom because these classrooms are very small. So we will continue to work with donors to increase the number of classrooms to accommodate many more children. Thank you very much. This was it. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for sticking to the time allotted for your presentation. I think that there's a short 1-minute video that we will show you. Can you please tell us about this video? A Yemeni civil society put together this video in order to showcase to you what we went through as a result of 5 years of war.
تشغيل الشريط أستسمحكم في أن نمر.
As we wait for the video to be up, we will go to Manar. Maybe not, the video is up.
Yemen is one of the least developed countries. The outbreak of the conflict in March 2015 has put Yemen and its people in a war situation as a result of the destruction of basic services. 4 years passed.
مرت 4 سنوات وخلالها التعليم لم يكن أولوية بسبب الحاجات الإنسانية الملحة الأخرى. لم ندرك إذن أهمل عدد كبير من الأطفال بسبب ذلك.
Most fundamental rights, like the rest of the world's children. As a result, today there are more than 4.5 million children outside school walls, begging in the streets, working in hazardous conditions, or joining armed groups. During these events, Hayat had a different opinion. Hayat and her friends did not stop at the devastating shock of the tragic death of their friend's brother, who was dead in a grenade explosion in a public place. They decided that for every soul that ascends to the sky because of the absurdity of the war, they will help children return to normal life by standing next to them and helping them return to school. In that moment, 1,000 Lives Initiative has started. 1,000 Lives Initiative team helped 30 poor children obtaining school bags and uniforms, and providing 200 children bags in an IDP's camp to operate community education class there. The goal of the team changed when they asked themselves, how could a conflict end in a country with 14,000 villagers that have the highest school dropout rates and serve as a constant source feeding the conflict parties with the human elements? How does the future look like in a country that 1/3 of its children are fighters? What does it mean that the children do not have a safe place to learn and do not find anyone to defend their right to get so? The team decided to walk in another direction. 1,000 Lives Initiative went to a remote village called Al-Musaybir, where education is considered a luxury that is only obtained by very limited children from the rich families who can provide transportation for their children. The villagers decided to reactivate the old village school, but the villagers could not afford to buy their children's study tools. Moreover, even if they could, how could an elderly teacher with a very weak hearing and vision teach 3 classes at once? A Thousand Lives Initiative team intervened by providing school bags and textbooks, selecting 3 volunteers from the village to teach the children and providing financial incentives for them. Also, implementing entertainment activities for children and short sessions for selected volunteers to develop their skills in teaching. A Thousand Lives Initiative team believes that the future of a country that its children are carrying school bags will differ greatly from the future of a country that its children are carrying arms on their small shoulders. We believe that supporting educational community initiatives in remote villages will be the starting point for raising awareness among these remote communities in various aspects of personal lives and civil life practices. Education is not less important than any other humanitarian sector, and children should not pay the price of the conflict. We are the hopeful children, and we should not let them face this on their own. Children do not have the decision to set their own way today, but tomorrow they will control the fate of the entire country towards war or development. In brief, what if we extended this experience to a wider range of villages?
Thank you for these images that speak much more than any other data that we can give for a country that is living in dire conditions. But we're sure that people are the victims, but people also are those who will build their country when their countries are worth it. I will go now to Manar. I am very curious to listen to what Manar has to say. Peace and blessings of God be upon you. I am Manar Samah from Yemen, of course. Hello, everybody. Everyone knows the situation in Yemen currently, the tragic war and the catastrophe. Of course, the war is a small word, but it holds what injustice, what poverty, and other ailments mean. War makes you feel that you are very close to death. War destroys morally and physically. I have a question. How many of you did not eat up until now? Who did not eat? Who did not eat up until now? Who did not have his lunch? Only one participant. Because he's on diet, the moderator says. It's not because the food is not there. Of course, one person only. So if you do not eat your meals, you will not be able to concentrate and to listen to me now. So imagine that in Yemen, thousands of children go to school without eating their breakfast or having their breakfast. Can they focus? Can then they concentrate? Can they listen to their teachers and instructors? Of course not. So imagine that in all of these circumstances, children want to be educated. They go to schools and they get the best of grades, but they do not have breakfast. So this is very difficult. I was one of these children in the past, and you can see here that the children, other children are eating their breakfast and you're not. So first, you would feel that something is missing. And in class, you would see that the children are focused, they can listen to their teachers, and you're not. Of course, now there is an organization working on distributing breakfast in schools, but not for everybody. The World Food Program is one of these organizations, and I hope that everybody or all the schools in Yemen will be able to get those services. After the war, many schools have been destroyed. Displacement also led to the degradation of education. There were immense rates and levels of dropout, looking for jobs and work. Now, regarding girls' education in Yemen, Yemeni girls, after years of destruction and war, are suffering. The dreams of all women of going out of the traditions and customs and getting rid of the reality that they are living are now destroyed because of war, because of insecurity. 1/3 of the Yemeni girls are uneducated. This crisis has been exacerbated as a result of the catastrophic war that is besetting our country for years. It has also increased the challenges that are pertaining to girls' education. The Yemeni girls' enrollment is a true dilemma. The Sustainable Development Program has been regressing throughout the last years. The girls' enrollment rates have decreased, and many girls have dropped out. In addition to this, traditions and customs are affecting the Yemeni girls because the Yemeni society is highly traditional and conservative, and early marriage is one of the problems there, in addition to the dire financial situation and the insecurity as a result of the war and crisis. It is normal that this problem will exacerbate amid the catastrophe that Yemen is witnessing, in addition, of course, to the results that are wreaking havoc on the social fabric. Amid these circumstances that Yemen is witnessing, there are large burdens that Yemen has to shoulder, and if Yemen is not rehabilitated, it will not be able to face up to these challenges. So women are the mothers, the sisters, and educated women will be able to educate their children, which would guarantee the progress and the prosperity of society. Despite all of these challenges and difficulties that the Yemeni children and women and girls are facing in several aspects of life, they still resisted under these circumstances with the least capabilities and possibilities in order to reach the right to education. In addition to the problems that the Yemeni girls are facing, everyone knows that Yemen has large rates of early marriage. In fact, most of the villages in Yemen and most of the villages in Yemen, girls only reach grade 5, and if they reach grade 5, this would be considered as a miracle in Yemen. So early marriage happened before the 15 years of age. This is as a result of traditions and customs that I have said, as a result of the situation in Yemen, because the parents are afraid for their children, and this is why they engage in early marriage. And because of poverty also, they cannot provide school equipment and school supplies for their children. The fathers also would like to get rid of the responsibility that the education of their children entail. So many many girls want to enroll in education, and they are very serious, and they want to work. But they are forced to marry early, and sometimes this happens, and they are married to older men. I had a friend who was doing brilliantly in school, but her parents forced her to marry someone that she doesn't know. But this is not the problem. The problem is that the girl wanted to continue her education, so she dropped out of school, and she was crying. So imagine this. We went to her house, and we tried to convince her parents, but they told her otherwise, and they told her that she shouldn't be friends with us. The girl, of course, is lonely now, and she is facing several problems. I want also to tell you that poverty is not a real reason behind this. You cannot marry or force your child to marry because of poverty. After the war, my father lost his job, and my mother doesn't have a big income. So my dream was to study English at the Institute. I wasn't able to do so because of the financial conditions in our house. So because of this, I had the idea of selling some products in school, and I sold potatoes at school, and because I was doing well, I wasn't ashamed, so I was able to study English, and I didn't lose anything. I realized my dream. I was able to do so. So I hope that everyone who wants to do something and wants to develop himself or herself to overcome poverty, because several countries such as Malaysia, Singapore were poor countries, and they didn't stop at being poor. These are now among the wealthiest countries. So why should we stop at that while we are able to think and to benefit from what we have? Traditions and customs in Yemen, of course, are very conservative. In Yemen, we try to raise awareness of the importance of girls' education. My friends and I are working on raising awareness among girls, because most girls are treated badly on the part of by their parents. So we are trying to raise awareness in the ranks of girls. I wish to work with the international community to find different ways and tracks to provide more instruments in our countries, for example, schools or closed schools. And because we are a conservative and Muslim society, they object to sending their children to universities where their children are mixed. So they want separate universities in terms of gender for men and women. So this is what we want to fight. Thank you so much for your attention. Manar, I'm going to ask you something. To your left, His Excellency, the Minister, what is the message that you want to convey to the Minister who's sitting right next to you? Yes, you. The message that I want to convey is the following. If there's any possibility, to have separate and not mixed universities in Yemen, why? Why is that? Yes, boys and girls. Because many girls want to go or attend those universities, and their parents don't want them to do so. Because the only recourse is that girls continue their education. They have to continue their education. This is the only recourse for them. So thank you, Manar. Manar said that she witnessed an experience. You went into several experiences because the war is tough and you have been through a lot. And as we can see, of course, her testimony holds a lot of meanings and lessons learned as well. War destroys people, destroys infrastructures, but its consequences are bigger on women and girls. Your Excellency, of course, it's not that all the problems of Yemen have ended, and it's only about the early marriage of girls. This is a very important problem. I think that this is a bigger problem than other religious problems and other security problems, because usually women and girls are the most targeted, and specifically targeted, and I don't know to which extent in our Arab communities this is still going on. And I think that is a pivotal problem. You have been through a lot, my child, and thank you for all the hope that you have brought to us here. Thank you so much. We cannot say anything in front of what you have just said. We will move on now to another experience from Egypt this time with Mrs. Nabila Yusuf. She will be talking about the training of the adults or literacy programs using technology. You may take the floor. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank ESCWA and UNESCO for inviting me to participate to this forum, to this excellent forum. Today, I'm going to talk about an experience that I have personally witnessed. I work in adult literacy since 1994 because I believe in literacy, because it's a national cause and it is behind development. No illiteracy rates can allow for development and prosperity. This is why I believed in literacy, and I have worked in literacy campaigns for many years. I went through experiences, I went through training courses, I worked in several curricula, several training programs in Egypt, and the objective of these programs were literacy for women and men. I have worked a lot and and was successful, in fact. In the end, the last experience that I witnessed in 2018 was the program of Women and Life with the help of UNESCO. When I started this program, I didn't believe that it was going to be successful. And it was enough for me to take the past experiences and to learn the lessons from them. But when the UNESCO organization set a training course for us for 10 days, my colleagues and I were enrolled in it. And it was a training course that was implemented in Giza and several areas of Egypt. We were 20 facilitators. And it was a very important training course. I was empowered, technologically speaking, because I was technologically challenged. And so I was into the training program. It was a new world for me because they were 10 wonderful days. They were transformational for me, and I found myself in another world. I learned a lot from these days. And the training course, I didn't believe that the digitalization was able to help girls and women and to teach the literacy that we wanted, because political, economic, and social empowerment is a very important path that we wanted to take. The results were wonderful. And I started to move or to transfer the experience that I had to other girls and women. There are also cultural topics and themes that modify the behavior of women and girls, and this is what we wanted, because we want to change the lives of women and women and girls to be able to manage projects, for example, and not to only depend on their husbands. Because usually the idea that we have is that the ladies or the women would sit in their house and just work at home. But I taught women and girls some jobs to do or some activities to do for them to be able to be economically empowered. I taught women and girls because that they have a role to play, that they have a voice in the elections, they have a role in educating their children. So it was not only about literacy for women and girls, their lives changed. Digitalization played a very important role here because of the training course. We know, of course, that we are in a developed era. Every day there's a new technology. So when you deal with a laptop or when women and girls try to be involved with laptops, this is something new for them, because these are girls and women who did not previously work on such equipment. I taught women how to get into a social media platform, for example, or do whatever they want. So the world was open for these women. They were now hand in hand with the technological developments happening around the world. The women have now passion. They have been taught how to use time, how to use technology. Women were happy when they were learning, and there was no tedious or routine patterns. I think that this training course has been successful in Giza and was completely successful in our other areas. I will show you a video that summarizes our experience in Egypt. How long is it? What happened and how much the women have been taught. They weren't able to hold a pen in the at first, but now they have exceeded me and they have become brilliant. I wanted to end my presentation by saying that if women are literate, then her children will be literate and the whole society will be literate. I thank you, and on to the movie.
أساسي مشكلة كبيرة جدا يهدد مستقبل الدولة إذا لم يتم علاجه بصورة أكثر جدية وأكثر كفاءة.
محو الأمية كان يعاني دائما من ثلاث قضايا رئيسية، أولا جذب، كيف تجذب الأمي لينخرط في هذا البرنامج، ثانيا كيف تبقيه في هذا البرنامج، وثالثا عملية منع الاعتداء داخل الأمية.
هل التكنولوجيا دخولها في محو الأمية هيبقى فعال؟ قررت مايكروسوفت إنها تلجأ لمنظمة عالمية محايدة زي منظمة اليونسكو علشان هي اللي تدير هذه التجربة. مايكروسوفت بتمول ومنظمة اليونسكو بتدير المشروع في 4 دول على مستوى العالم.
أنا ما دخلتش مدرسة أولا، يعني أنا دخلتها بس ما كنتش حباها، عشان كده ما حبيتش إن أنا أكمل، لكن لما شفت قدامي بقى الناس كلها بقت حاجة تانية وبقت العالم حلو وبقى حلو ليهم في كل حاجة، أنا حبيت بقى أعمل زيهم وحبيت أتعلم زيهم.
كثير من الناس معتقد ان التكنولوجيا دي رفاهيه، دلوقتي التعلم بيتم عن طريق التكنولوجيا، استخدام التكنولوجيا في حلول مشاكل مستعصيه زي الاميه قد يضيف لها الكثير اذا احسن استخدامها.
يعني انا عندي بالنسبه لحته التكنولوجيا دي صفر يعني، فالمهم قالوا لا احنا هنعلم المدرسات ازاي يكتبوا على التاب او اللاب ويقروا ويكتبوا ويطوروا من نفسهم، فطبعا انا بيني وبينك ما كنتش مصدقه يعني.
استعمال تقنيات المعلومات، استخدام الحواسيب كان من العوامل التي ساعدت على إبقائها في هذا البرنامج، فهي تقدم وسيلة جديدة سهلة الاستعمال بشكل تفاعلي جيد.
مشروع اليونسكو بالتعاون طبعا مع مايكروسوفت وآخرين في استخدام التكنولوجيا في محو الأمية نجح إنه يعمل حاجات كتير مع بعض. المنهج المتبع في هذا المشروع لفت انتباه المتعلم إلى قضايا المرأة وقضايا معيشية وقضايا حياتية. هنا التكنولوجيا لعبت دور مساعد يخلي حتى عملية التعلم أكثر لطفا وأكثر إثارة ومتعة حتى للكبار.
الأول ما كنتش بعرف أتعامل على اللاب ولا بعرف أتعامل على التليفون. فرق معايا الحاجات كتيرة جدا اللي أنا حبيتها، اللي كنت الأول عاوزة أعرفها من الناس اللي كانت بتقولها، دلوقتي بقيت أجيبها لوحدي.
مش بس مجرد مدرسة ماسكة قلم وورقة وسبورة وزي الكتاب بقى بتاع زمان وكده، لا أنا بقيت أعرف حاجات كتير ومعلومات كتير واتطورت طبعا جدا.
مايكروسوفت بتولي اهتمام خاص بالتعليم. التعليم بالنسبة لنا من الركائز الأساسية اللي بتطور أي أمة.
كون أن البرامج المستعملة هي برامج يمكن أن تنقل وأن تستخدم في هواتفهم النقالة أو في حواسبهم الشخصية، أتاحت لهم فرصة الاستمرار في استخدام هذه البرامج.
بيقولوا أنت بقيتي أحسن مننا، كلموني على التليفون، كلموني على الواتساب، لا أنت بقيتي كتير أحسن مننا، بقيتي أسرع مننا. كل ما بمشي بلاقي قدامي يافطة، بلاقي حاجة قدامي أقراها، أعرفها أنا فين، أعرف
يوصل لاعلى من 90% ده كله جذب، خصوصا انه مفيش حافز مادي بيقدم للدراسات، كل اللي بيقدم للدراسات تعليم مختلف، ميسره، مجربه، منهج بيقول للناس قولوا لنا هي ايه مشاكلكم وتعالوا نفكر مع بعض ازاي نحلها.
بالنسبه لتدريب الميسرات وضعنا خطه نمره 1 دعمهم في الماده العلميه اللي هيدربوها، نمره 2 كيفيه التعامل مع المتدربات، ازاي ربطنا ده بفكر المراه والحياه.
نحن في نهايه البرنامج والذي ساهم فيه حوالي 425 سيده وانسه، وكانت نسبه النجاح هي 82%، وهذه من النسب مرتفعه جدا.
جزء من فشل المحاولات السابقه ما كانت غير هادفه، ما بتمسش المواطن. اعتقد البرنامج ده نجح في استثاره الرغبه عند المتلقي ان هو يمحي امنيته.
ازاي الارتباط بتاع المتدربات بالتابلت بتاعهم، ازاي ابتدوا يبقوا اكثر شغفا بالتعلم، كان الحضور منتظم، كان الاهتمام بالحضور، التفاعل مع الميسرات والتفاعل مع بعض المتدربات، فكانوا بيتعلموا من بعض، كانوا بيتعلموا اسرع.
احنا في مصر هنا شايفين ده مشروع مثالي ممكن التوسع فيه بالتعاون مع اليونسكو، كلنا مع بعض ممكن نعمل مبادره لمحو اميه المصريين في زمن معين.
التعليم هو الاداه الوحيده ان حياتكم تبقى احسن،
يعني مش فارقه معايا اي حاجه غير تعليمي، ولو اوصل لحاجه كبيره في تعليمي حتى لو كانت صعبه عليا ومش هعرف خالص دي حاجه، لا هحاول مره واثنين وثلاثه عشان اوصل لها.
شكرا سيدة.
Thank you, Mrs. Nabila. It was very clear in her presentation and in the short video that we have seen and the expressions on her face, the happiness as a result of this program that enters in the framework of empowerment for change. So how institutions can change people. Mr. Fuad, you have 10 minutes also to talk to us about youth in Tunisia, youth development and empowerment in Tunisia. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I thank ESCWA and its partners for organizing this Arab Forum for Sustainable Development. I am very happy to be among you here today as a speaker, and my intervention about the youth, the development, sustainable development and empowerment policies. The title has 3 keywords. First, the concept of the youth. Youth, it is about an age category between 14 and 25 years, or 15 to 24 and 15 to 29, and even sometimes up until 35 years. Some researchers also consider youth as just a word, and this is also related to the arbitration in the age categorization. And people such as Georges Ballandier, the French researcher, think that youth are a source of concern because the young age is accompanied by several physiological, psychological, and social changes. This is why the adults or the grown-ups sometimes accuse the youth of getting out of the box or of the beaten track, and they are against the customs and the traditions of the society. So it is a social category and an age category that impacts and is also impacted. We also talk about sustainable development. Sustainable development caters to the needs of people, including the young people or the youth. It has the capacity to meet the needs of these young people, so it's important to talk about the concepts and pillars of sustainable development among the youth, it is now a dire need among the fast pace of development happening around the world. The third concept is empowerment, and you know that empowerment is a new term. It is about self-development, and it is sometimes used to deal with the development issues and the problems of the marginalized categories and the gender, in addition to the people who are marginalized in terms of decision making. So we have also to mention here that the empowerment can exceed the limit of self-limit. We will talk now about opportunities, and the slide here is not very clear. The youth is a demographic opportunity because they are the highest percentage in society. They are an opportunity because they are capable of going hand in hand with modernity, because they are capable of dealing with innovation and creativity, and because they are innovative and creative, but at the same time, youth are a challenge.
And the challenges are also multidimensional, and they reflect the doubts that the youth have and the waiting that they go through. And we have also the main challenges that are related to what is political, social, economic, and cultural, and then how they interact with each other. So this is why we say that they have many doubts, or they live in uncertainty and in waiting. Of course, we have also the unemployment, but this is a common challenge that we have in the region. We have 30% of unemployment for the youth, especially for those that have university degrees. We also have high rates of dropouts. We have around 100,000 per year in Tunisia. And now speaking about dropouts from the basic education. And we have disparities when it comes to the opportunities that they have at the economic level, especially between the urban and the rural areas, also between girls and boys. And here we find 8.5% of women in the rural areas that have a job, compared to 39.5% in the urban areas. And we also have another common challenge, that is the failure of schools and universities of providing the youth with the necessary skills to be able to face the challenges of the labor market. There is also a delay in the marriage age, and there is a crisis regarding maturity and puberty because of dependence on the family. And this is why also independence and autonomy is delayed. We have another challenge related to communication, and this is related to the different cultural patterns that are based on desires, and they go and penetrate all the obstacles, especially the private obstacles and spheres. We have seen also behavioral phenomena, like, for example, illegal migration, violence, suicide, being involved in extremist groups or networks. And we have another crisis related to participation, especially in the countries that went through a transitional period. So there is this crisis of shifting from protests, from the protest period, to efficient work. And this is what is called the civil negligence or indifference, and this is reflected at the civil and political levels. It's also reflected in the work that we see in the associations and the political parties, etc. What do we need? You still have 3 minutes, please. We need a new approach, different than the approach that we're using currently, because the approach we're using currently set out by the government that is implementing the policies through the top-down model. And this has negative impact, like the limitation of participation through the institutions, the experiences, and the youth. And then every entity is working in silos, which means that you are wasting money, capacities, and efforts. In Tunisia, we had a societal dialogue concerning youth affairs, like, for example, employment, health, migration, alternative discourse, citizenship. After analyzing the findings, we found that there is a causal relationship between all of these issues. We see the educational system and how it impacts employment and job opportunities. And this also impacts the behavior, especially if there is unemployment, if the youth are not satisfied. And this also impacts how the youth does not trust the government entities and institutions, and then they don't want to be involved in the cultural and sport activities, which also leads to violence. And this is why we need an alternative discourse that would give hope to these young categories. We also put an action plan, the action plan 1820, to give more hope for youth, for empowering them socially, culturally, and economically, where we have also health coverage, where we have education, good quality education, and decent job opportunities. This was based on the priorities of the Constitution, of the government, on the SDGs, on the dialogue findings, and on the development plan. The axes are the following. We need youth that are citizens, that are active, that are involved. This is another initiative about the model local councils for youth that facilitate the participation of the youth in the public sphere, especially at the local level. We also created a national agency to frame the volunteer work in Tunisia. We also had the National Youth Survey. It was already mentioned, and it paved the way for the work that we've done with the Statistical Institute, because it was paving the way for a national youth integrated policy. So these are some photos from the survey, and it was conducted by 10 young researchers that are not above 25 years old. Finally, I need to say that we should have a new vision so that we go from a sectoral approach to an integrated approach at all levels, and we need to support the rights of the youth within their different dimensions, and we need to have coordination between the different institutions and entities, and we need to give decentralization and decision-making for the youth. We think that this approach is better because it promotes the opportunities of engaging the youth. We need to have the components for an alternative vision, like positive citizenship, empowerment areas at the economic, cultural, and political level. Thank you very much for your attention. I just want to say to Nabila, for the youth, and it was also said by Ahmed Shawki that we cannot get to our demands only through wishes, but through hard work. I would like to thank the speakers in this very rich session. I'm very happy that Your Excellency is with us, but I'm also very happy to have Manar with us because she was this voice that we usually don't hear because we usually see surveys and studies. So I think it's a very good initiative by the organizers to bring Manar here. And as I said yesterday in the session about the youth and the adolescents, or actually what they said is that they wanted for their sessions to happen in the plenary and not in the side events, so that the decision makers will be listening to them and would be able to interact with them. And now I have informed you of that. Where are they? Okay. So now I will open the floor to the audience. I'll be taking 3 interventions only. And then we move back to the speakers, and then we'll have another round. I promise the organizers to stop on time. Since I'm a woman, I see 3 men and 1 woman there, so I will start with the woman. I have one point to clarify. There's something I need to clarify. Before, in every plenary, we had a representative of the youth, a young man or a young woman, and we tried to do this time, but we failed doing it, and we will try better in the coming fora. But it was something that we had insisted on the last time, and it was really successful. Thank you very much, Maisa, our colleague from ESQA. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I enjoyed all the presentations, and I would like to thank Manar for the hope that she gave us. I will not address what was already said by the speakers, but among the obstacles that hinder us from achieving sustainable development is the brain drain. Unfortunately, the developed countries open their doors for people who have competences. So in our countries, we spend a lot to have the necessary skills, but then these people who have the skills leave and they go abroad because they have more capacities, more potential. So they take our competencies, they take our brains, and this is what worsens things in our Arab countries. Yes, sir. I'm Adel, not Ahmad. Did you change your name? No, I said Mr. Ahmad behind you. I would like to thank all the speakers. We need to give a special medal to Manar. She taught us a lot of good lessons, and I thank her for that. I have an observation for the rest of the speakers, because they spoke about youth and education. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in education, we usually look at the indicators to try and assess to which extent the state was successful in its educational policy. And this goes also into the indicator of human development, where we have one of the components that is the enrollment rate. But I think that this has become futile. This is so simple, and it doesn't mean anything today. Nowadays, all the Arab countries, with no exception, and of course there were many efforts done to fund education, to include women and girls in education. But I think that a problematic issue, and I say this with all satisfaction, the problematic issue is that our education does not produce invention or innovation. There is no Arab university that was registered or that was considered in the top 100 universities of the world. The first Arab country, let me tell you this, the first Arab country that was included in the innovation indicator of the International Property Organization of the WIPO was actually 146. So I can tell you that we still have illiteracy, and yes, we have initiatives, but please, you need to be brief. Many times we consider that this is an achievement, i.e. the enrollment rate, but it's not enough anymore. Please, could you ask the chair to close her microphone so that we can hear the interventions? Thank you. What you said today is not enough anymore, or then we would have lost the battle. Thank you. This is clear. Mr. Adel, then you, before coming back to the speakers. Thank you. This is the first time that I find myself insisting on commenting because you're a friend, yes, and because I want to greet Manar and to salute Manar, but allow me also to comment the video that was screened. This was in Lahaj, and in Lahaj we didn't have a war. It's like when someone loses their wallet where we don't have light, and then they go and try to find it where we have light. Had you been to Sada, Haga, Sana'a, Taz, or in one of the governorates when they have war, then you would have seen that things were much worse and much more dramatic than we have seen. Manar, thank you very much. I have a piece of advice to you. Do not show all your talents, because then they will bury your talents in Yemen. They will attack you and you won't find a place for you, because the authority in Yemen is for the group of people who are coming from the gangs. I encourage you, but I encourage you to hide your talents. But still, she will show and demonstrate all her skills. Manar, I agree with you on everything except for one thing. You come from Abian, but you live in Aden, no? In Aden, no? Please, Mr. Adel, we are not asking people about their roots. We're not doing that. I will tell you why I'm asking her so. I'm asking her that because in the southern part, the war lasted only for 4 months, but now 4 years have passed where we had war in the other governorates. So I don't agree with you on your proposal to have separate schools, because even for the Muslim Brotherhood, even for the Islamists, they have mixed schools and universities. I think the idea was clear, sir. Please, you are taking a long time. You have 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Dr. Abdullah, you are complaining from the IDPs while your government is encouraging displacements, and they don't pay the wages of the teachers unless they go and unless they're displaced to Aden. And we see the Houthis in Stockholm and do not pay the wages of the teachers and the universities in Sana'a. People are dying from hunger in the northern governorates, and you're not aware of that. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I would like to salute the people at the Tribune, but since I'm Egyptian, I will comment what Ms. Nabila said. It is surprising to see that the minister is praising illiteracy programs, although they have had free education for many years. So does this mean that people have been going to schools, but then they left schools where they were still illiterate? So it's somehow surprising to see that. And it's surprising that we're speaking about illiteracy while we did not mention the previous initiatives where we had the British project, the American project, and they all relied on digitization. So since you're an expert and since you're a volunteer and an activist also, why did we have this failure? What is the reason behind this failure? And why are we inventing the wheel again? What is the reason behind this illiteracy? Thank you. Your question is clear. Last two interventions, because we don't have enough time. We have you, sir, there, and then we have the lady from this side, and then we come back to the speakers for their answers. In brief, I would like to salute the Yemeni Minister of Education because I have worked closely with him. Despite the circumstances in Yemen, he tried all necessary efforts to save the educational system. We're not speaking about the access or the quality. We speak with His Excellency about how we can preserve the educational system in Yemen, and he knows this. We thank him for his efforts, and he is the legal minister for the whole Yemen, and we hope that there will be more efforts to save the educational system. Yes, you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm also Egyptian, and I have a comment on the movie that was screened. I think the discussion happened is now only between Yemenis and Yemenis or Egyptians and Egyptians. So you Tunisians, prepare yourselves now. No, really. I watched the movie and I saw how passionate the girls were, although there was only one girl talking the whole movie. But I was worried about the girls because we taught them to open a book and then to do a great shift from being illiterate girls who didn't know how to access anything to becoming really open. So I'm afraid for these girls, if they were to reach the internet, how would they use it? So I don't think this will stop, but if we use only a book for their literacy, this would have stopped there, but we used a book for them to do a great shift. But are we sending us into water to be drowned, or what would really happen? Two last questions. Muhammad, then you, and you afterwards, but please be very brief because we have to come back here, and you have seen the organizer next to me. You want me to finish the session on time, yes. Yes, Muhammad. No, he's not Tunisian. He's not Tunisian, okay. Anyway, good afternoon. I have a question, or I had a question to Dr. Abdullah, or maybe I will ask the question anyway. To which extent the political level in Yemen is convinced with what Dr. Abdullah is trying to achieve? Because they're overwhelmed with the conflicts with the youth, and the others don't care about education in Yemen. So in the countries where they have conflicts and wars, it's the teachers and universities and schools that are suffering. So it's not that we're undermining the role of the governments, but it depends also on the continuity of the wars. And when we have war, we don't see the value of education. So we're speaking about the roles of the governments in empowerment and in education. Muhammad? Hello? When we speak about the SDGs, we need an Arab initiative for literacy. We have more than 27% of illiteracy in the Arab world. And unfortunately, we see that the funding that we're getting is not all going to illiteracy, only a small part of it. Of course, we thank the UNESCO, but I can tell you that in Syria and in other countries, we're not getting a lot of funding for literacy. It's for infrastructure. But what about the schools? What about the students that were outside the schools for all this time? And those who became older now. So we need an integrated literacy plan, also based on technology and internet, if possible. Thank you. Now I come back to the Tribune and I give you the floor, Nabila. Unfortunately, you have only 1 minute and a half, unfortunately. For your question regarding the reasons behind the failure of adult learning and the reasons behind illiteracy, it's not that there was a failure, but I can tell you that illiteracy is increasing in Egypt, but there are reasons that are clear for that. First of all, it's because of dropouts from school, because education needs to be improved, and now Egypt is going through this experience where it's trying to improve education, and we cannot have literacy unless we have better education, because I've been working on that since 1994, and I feel that there is still illiteracy. It's not that there were not people who benefited from that. They did benefit from it, but this was not enough. But we need to close the tap. We need to improve the education, and then we can take care of the real illiterates, and then we won't be getting new people coming out of the schools. For the lady who was saying, I'm afraid for my girls from technology, but I'm also afraid for my girls or daughters who are in the school. What does this mean? We need to raise their awareness and not keep them at home. So we have awareness raising campaigns for girls, how to use the internet. They shouldn't visit just any website. We teach them how to choose the good websites. We teach them how to distinguish between what's good and what's bad. So it's like we're re-raising them on what is correct. And we all need to do this in our houses, and not just with regards to illiteracy, but to everything else. Your Excellency, I think there were 3 minutes addressed to you. You also have 1 minute and a half only. I will be frank with you. I think the problem of education in the Arab world, or actually let me ask you something. What is the budget of our armies at the expense of education? In Yemen, I will give the example of Yemen. The annual budget for education is 12%, and the annual budget of the military institutions is 30%. I'm speaking about public education, university education, technical education, vocational education, 12% for all of that. And 95% of the 12% is allocated to salaries. So what do you think we can do with the 5%? Can we have research? I don't think so. Even the buildings, the university buildings and the institutes, it is not enough to have 5% to build them. So what about the other equipment that we need for the laboratories, for the textbooks, for the chairs, the benches? As long as our military budget is higher than that allocated to education, we will always have this problem. Now, about the salaries, and Dr. Adel, if it was up to me, then I would disperse them today. I can tell you that the revenues of the governorates that are not controlled by the legitimacy are not being sent to the central bank. Once these revenues are sent to the central bank, then the salaries will be dispersed the next day. Thank you, Your Excellency. Manar, do you have something to say? Yes? Okay.
With regards to mixed schools or universities, even the Muslims have mixed schools, but I was talking about the extremists. They do not let their girls go to school because all institutes, academic institutes, are mixed. So this is their exit strategy, unfortunately. Fuad, in less than 1 minute. To comment on what Mr. Ahmed Abdel Nader said, that education does not yield creativity and innovation, and the educational system is the main system that actually results in the failure of other systems, unfortunately. So today we need to call into question the curricula, the syllabi, and the teaching methods, and the way the youth are taught. We need to rethink planning policies and to change the educational system from a top-down to one that is bottom-up. Thank you so much for the speakers, and thank you to all of you for your patience and your kind attention. Of course, this is a multi-layered subject. Education by and in itself needs a workshop by itself on its own. The same for empowerment. So, let alone to all the other issues that concern the youth. We were not able to cover all sides of all aspects of these issues. However, we did our best given the time. Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone.
شكرا للزميلة والصديقة اعتدال. شكرا ل
Thank you, Atidal, and thank you for this session that brought back a glimpse of hope. Let's move on now to a short session. We have with us a special guest, His Excellency Ambassador Olof Skog from Sweden. May I have your attention, please? We are honored to have with us here today Mr. Olof Skog. He is a Swedish diplomat who has occupied several diplomatic posts. He is today an ambassador representing Sweden to the United Nations. He is with us here today as Sweden and the Bahamas were appointed as coordinators and facilitators for the global path towards the summit declaration that will take place in September 2019.
Our colleagues, this is a special intervention from a special guest. We have the honor to welcome at ESCWA and with us at the Arab Forum for Sustainable Development, His Excellency Mr. Olof Skog from Sweden, and he is one of the co-facilitators of the summit declaration, which will be the main outcome of the HLPF. As you know, HLPF will be taking place twice this year, once at the ECOSOC level and once at the General Assembly level in September, as a summit called the SDG Summit. I will not say more and give you the floor, Ambassador. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And I realize that I'm standing as an obstacle to you having your well-deserved coffee this afternoon, so I will be very brief. My name is Olof Skog. I am the Swedish ambassador to the United Nations in New York. Thank you very much to ESCWA for the kind invitation of allowing me to participate and say a few words about the road between now and leading up to the very special summit that will be held this year on the Sustainable Development Goals in September in New York. First, I want to say that it's been very inspiring to be part of your meeting here for the forum. Obviously, the fact that government representatives, civil society, private sector, academia are all involved and engaged in trying to have the SDG, or the 2030 agenda, being implemented is incredibly encouraging to see. But we also realize that the region is going through serious challenges in terms of moving this agenda forward. But what seems clear to me is an understanding in every meeting that I've been to today and the afternoon of yesterday, that everyone seems to agree that if we are able, in each country on every level, to move forward on the 2030 agenda, much of what ails this region will be dealt with. So that's why it is an important year, and I think ESCWA is doing a fantastic job in bringing everyone together. As you know, 2015, we all countries of the world did agree on the 2030 agenda. It's now come full circle. It's been 4 years since the adoption, and this year in New York, the third week of September will be very special in terms of seeing where we are in its implementation. Heads of state and government, the highest level, will meet to make a review to see where we are, and they will do that during a week which also holds a climate action summit called by the Secretary General, a separate meeting on universal health care, another forum on the highest level on the financing for development, and one on the development and financing of the special needs of small island development states, the Samoa pathway. And of course, all these meetings are interconnected, but I would argue that the meeting, a day and a half that is organized on the summit level on the SDG implementation, is perhaps the key to all of them. Now, overall, world leaders will have an opportunity to take stock of progress made since the historic agreements of 2015, which of course was not only the 2030 agenda, it was also the agreement, the Paris Agreement, and the agreement on Addis Ababa and the financing for development, all of which are interconnected. It's an opportunity for heads of state and government to increase the urgency and, I would say, the ambition of our collective response and highlight solutions that have been working up to now and try to accelerate all the areas where there have been gaps. As was said, I have been given the challenging task, together with my colleague, the ambassador of Bahamas in the UN, by the President of the General Assembly, to try to negotiate and facilitate a common declaration, a political outcome of this summit. As you know, the 2030 Agenda calls upon all governments and all stakeholders to embrace transformation. The past 4 years have unleashed a wave of SDG and climate action. Over 75% of member states have already presented their own SDG response to the SDG agenda. 185 countries out of 197 have ratified the Paris Agreement, and 182 of them have submitted their first nationally determined contributions. Cities and local authorities have been at the fore of this global response, and many in the private sector have sought to do likewise. Alongside other international institutions, the whole UN is reforming to better deliver on this agenda, and I think many of you heard the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed yesterday talking about this. And of course, the UN is, I think, gearing up to provide the kind of support that governments will ask for in terms of an integrated and ambitious implementation. So there's a lot of things happening, and many of you represent that positive energy. Now, in the next few weeks, there will be 2 authoritative reports coming out about the level of implementation of the SDG globally. We have not seen them yet, but I think that though there are encouraging signs of progress, inequality between countries is falling. There have been significant progress towards ending poverty in all its form. If we look on the global level, including income poverty, access to health and education services have improved over the last few years, also in this region, as we heard earlier this morning. But despite all these efforts and encouraging progress, there is emerging evidence, unfortunately, that the world is off track for meeting many of the goals by 2030. Climate change threatens to undermine progress on all the SDGs and impact all areas of the world, and its effects are disproportionately felt by the poorest and most vulnerable. Global hunger and forced displacement of people is on the rise due to conflict, climate change, disasters, and growing inequalities. Countries in conflict have experienced some of the sharpest reversals, and we've just heard the very powerful testimony from Yemen in that respect. Inequality has risen within some of the world's most populous countries. Global growth in real wages is lowest since 2008. Millions of people are at great risk of being left or pushed behind by inadequate policies and a lack of adequate safeguards, absence of meaningful participation and accountability, true also in this region, by inefficient governance and deep-rooted discrimination, things that many of you have raised. In many places, rapid economic growth has come at the cost of considerable environmental degradation. A fundamental worldwide biodiversity extinction crisis is deepening every year. There's also, of course, concerns as to the global context more broadly. Geopolitical divisions are deepening, making conflicts more difficult to resolve. Sweden has just served on the Security Council in New York, and I can testify to the fact that the polarization between the major powers is really holding back meaningful political solutions to many of the conflicts. There is a rise of nationalism around the world, and there's a challenge to find and implement multilateral solutions to global problems. The human rights agenda is losing ground in many parts of the globe, and the space for civil society is shrinking. There has been a marked acceleration of trade restrictive measures that could disrupt economic activity. Increasing debt risks are rising, hampering the ability of many countries to invest in the SDGs. In addition, global growth is stagnating, and also international development assistance has also stagnated at a certain level, and it looks difficult to find more of that coming in. So, I'm sorry to paint a pretty gloomy picture, but what I intend to do, together with my colleague from Bahamas, is to try to come back to the kind of energy, political commitment that existed in 2015. We believe that it's extremely important that the summit this year shows a political will of all our heads of state and government to move forward and to recommit to the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. We are looking at having a concise, ambitious, but still consensual kind of political declaration. And of course, we want it to be ambitious. It has to be one that is understood by the public opinion around the world, but still phrased in a way that is comfortable to our presidents and prime ministers. So I'm not sure how we're going to square all these ambitions, but the only thing I wanted to ask from all of you, government representatives, academia, civil society, private sector, etc., please put pressure on your governments to recommit to this agenda. I think we all agree that this is the best strategy we have for the survival of all of us and for the survival of this planet. So thank you very much for allowing me a few minutes to talk about where we are and where we hope to be towards September of this year. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. شكرا لإصغائكم وشكرا للسيد السفير.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Olaf Skog, for sounding the alarm and for reminding us once again of the complicated path towards and the arduous path towards sustainable development. Thank you. And now we shall take a short break. We will have, after the coffee break, 3 special sessions, sessions 7, 8, and 9. In this main hall, this session will be on advancing social justice and social cohesion through inclusive social protection in conflict-affected states. In Committee Room 1, on this very same floor, the session will revolve around strengthened partnerships to support coherence of national policies and strategies for disaster risk reduction and sustainable development. And in the MSAD level, the session will be on leaving no one behind, gender equality, and women's empowerment and inclusivity in the region. These special sessions will start as of 4:15 to 6 p.m. I would like to kindly remind you of the reception. For those of you who would like to take part in it, it will be held at the Hilton Hotel in downtown Beirut. It is organized by the UNFPA to celebrate 25 years since the Cairo Declaration on Population and Development.
Sure.
Test one. Test. 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 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test, test. Test 1. You're welcome. Yet, لا.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, colleagues, senior representatives from government, from civil society, from the academia, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Luca Pellerano. I'm a senior social protection specialist with the ILO for the Arab states. I'm based here in Beirut. And I'm very honored, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all today to this session on behalf of a constellation of UN agencies who have promoted the organization of this session and are grouped under our Regional Development Group on Social Protection. We are very happy to have the opportunity this afternoon to engage some distinguished speakers, as well as you from the audience, on a conversation on issues that are very central to the SDG agenda, particularly social protection and the role of social protection in promoting inclusive growth, reducing poverty and inequality in context of fragility, in context of conflict. The SDG agenda has really put social protection at the center. If we compare to the Millennium Development Goals, there is so much stronger prominence of the SDG, of social protection in the SDG agendas, as well as the importance on the nexus between development and emergency in the establishment of social protection systems. And so this is going to be the focus of our discussion today. But before we enter the session, I would like to ask Natalie Bush, who is my co-chair of the Regional Development Group, to also welcome you all, and then we can kickstart our discussion. Once again, very, very welcome to all of you. Natalie.
شكرا جزيلا. مساء الخير. Very difficult. Welcome again. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again, on behalf of the Regional UNDG Working Group on Social Protection, welcome and thank our eminent speakers, which I'm inviting also to come on the stage and take their seats, to participate in this special session of the forum. We'd like to thank our colleagues from ESCWA for giving us the opportunity to feature inclusive social protection in conflict-affected countries as a central issue for advancing empowerment, inclusiveness, and equity in the Arab region. Let me thank our sister agencies, and in particular ILO, UNHCR, WFP, and UNICEF for their extensive support with the organization of this session. But let me now just turn to the very purpose of this conversation. As we all know, and I think the UN Deputy Secretary General recalled that during the 57th session of the Commission for Social Development, which took place in February, that well-designed, inclusive social protection systems are essential to reducing, to preventing poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion. Critically, from our perspective also, social protection is essential to avoid adverse coping strategies and to preserve what is key to development, and we heard about it extensively in the previous session, to preserve human capital. Of course, and there is increased evidence that social protection can also help build social cohesion, and in this regard, help build and sustain peace. So, from this perspective and reconnecting this agenda with the SDGs, we can easily say that good social protection system, efficient, inclusive, can really serve as accelerators of progress on the sustainable development goals, not only accelerators, but also to make sure that there won't be any reversal in this progress as well. And yet, those social protection systems are facing huge challenges, as we know, and globally, I have a global figure, saying that 1.3 billion children around the globe are living without any kind of social protection. In the Arab region also, and where conflict and protracted crisis and massive displacements are, of course, adding to this challenge. So that's why our UNDG group finds it very important to get a better understanding of the challenges, of course, and they are numerous, but also of the opportunities for promoting effective social protection systems that can meet the need of all men, women, children, and especially the most vulnerable, including among people on the move and the communities hosting them. So obviously, addressing these challenges and leveraging the opportunities require action by many and on many fronts, starting, we believe, by strengthened partnerships between humanitarian development partners and national providers of social protection. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the crisis and conflicts in the region as a whole has really tested social protection systems. But as we see it, this provides also a great opportunity to learn about what works, what could be improved for better coverage, for greater efficiency, and of course sustainability, because that's what we are talking about. This conversation today is not the beginning of a conversation. That's a continuation of a conversation which started actually quite prominently in the region last year at the Management of Social Transformation Forum of Arab Social and Health Ministers. This event was organized by our colleagues from UNESCO and the League of Arab States under the theme Multidimensional Social Protection Policies in Conflict and Conflict-Affected Countries. And already this platform underscored the need to ensure that no one is left behind in a system, but also to make sure that social protection programs and policies are designed based on solid evidence, and that this evidence has to be built on a continuous basis. Why? Because poverty, vulnerability are not static issues. They are not static phenomena. They are dynamic. So we really trust, my colleague Luca and I, and all the colleagues who supported this session, that the discussion today will be a great opportunity to pursue the most conversation, to dig deeper into practical options on the way forward. As you will notice, the panel has slightly changed, but we will be learning, and thanks again to the participants and the speakers, learning from the valuable experiences of Lebanon, Jordan, Sudan, Iraq, and Palestine. So without delay, let me hand over to my dear colleague Rana Jawad, senior lecturer at the University of Bath, if I'm not mistaken, and founder of the Middle East and North Africa Social Protection Network, who kindly accepted to moderate this session. Once again, welcome to all, and over to you, Rana. Thanks. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. Shukran, Nathalie. Marhaba, ana Rana Jawad.
Thank you, Nathalie. My name is Rana Jawad from the Bath University in the UK. I am Lebanese in Lebanon, and I am British in the UK. I will be speaking in Arabic today, and I will be seeking your support should I miss any terminology in Arabic. I'm very honored to be in the presence of our dear colleagues and friends. Thank you, everyone. And I do hope that the dialogue or the discussion will actually showcase some of the main developments in the region, and that will as well showcase developments in the countries that are dealing with social protection and Agenda 2030. I'm only required at the outset, before I explain to you how the session will be held, I will be introducing our speakers very, very quickly. And then we have a round of questions
addressed to the participants. This will last 45 minutes to 1 hour. And depending on the question, the guest could decide to respond based on his experience in the country. And then we will have 25 to 30 minutes at the end to your questions and answers, so that we could have as much as possible a prototype and a model of discussion. So the speakers are as follows. First of all, we have Mr. Musa Makin Kibashi from Sudan. He is the Director General of the Social Security Fund in Sudan. We have as well from Palestine, Mr. Ayman Sawalha, Advisor to the Minister of Social Development in the State of Palestine. From Lebanon, we have His Excellency Minister Richard Kouyumjian, Minister of Social Affairs in Lebanon. And Her Excellency Mrs. Ibtihaj Abdelkader Ahmad Kamel, Minister of Social Affairs and Labor. So she corrects Mrs. Najla Ali Murad, the Director General at the Poverty Reduction Strategy Ministry of Planning in Iraq. And we have as well Dr. Hazim Rahali, Director General of the Social Security Corporation in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. You are most welcome, and thank you very much for your time. I will remain here. I shall be standing here. The first question that we would like to address to you is a question related to the partnership between the members of development and humanity and the partners who are involved in the humanitarian activity. How can they actually deal with governments and ministries? So this is the question. So how can they actually work in order to respond to the needs of the population? So as a first question, maybe you could respond to this. How can this partnership strengthen the government institutions, be it for displaced populations or for the population from inside the country? I shall take the floor first. First of all, I'm very happy to see Lebanon hosting this forum. I should have been with you since yesterday, but unfortunately I was abroad and couldn't be here with you. But I'm very happy to see that Lebanon is hosting this forum, and I'm even more happy to see you discuss the issues of sustainable development, poverty, and all the social problems that our Arab country is suffering from. Well, in fact, if you mean the involvement of international and local organizations with the governments in approaching development-related issues, social issues, and poverty, this is a very important factor in helping and in assisting governments, because the main concept behind sustainable development and in handling social cases, well, not all governments had clear concepts. For example, in Lebanon, and until 1994, the social affairs was attached to the Ministry of Labor or to the Ministry of Health. But in the 90s, it started its full engagement in the social perspective, while focusing as well on the social activities as well. At the outset, the government or the ministry was working independently. However, soon the international organizations started giving advice and studies and the financial support. Until 2010, when Lebanon was facing the problem of the displacement of the Syrian refugees. Lebanon is accommodating 1.5 million Syrian refugees. Lebanon is still accommodating the Palestinians who are refugees in the camps, and cooperation with international community was by means of the UNHCR and the UNRWA. But the entry of the international organizations and their presence and their large number actually started since the Syrian crisis, and we started working with UNDP and other organizations who used to exist in Lebanon. However, they didn't have as much momentum in their work as they do today. So they provide financial support because Lebanon cannot alone share this or carry this burden, and hence the role of the international organizations, which is a vital and very important role when it comes to the funding. In dealing with our social problems and in dealing with the cases of poverty, we have started since 2011 with the support to the poorest households, and this is a program that is directly targeting the poor and the poorest of the households, and this is thanks to the support of the WFP, the World Bank, the UNDP. So we have actually a support not only in terms of studies and consultation, but as well in terms of the financial support that we definitely need. This is an example of the possibility of cooperation between the international organizations and the relevant government. Thank you, Mr. Richard. May I ask you a question on this, and maybe later on the audience could add on? This could be actually my perspective or my academic perspective. We are used to having financial support or support by means of consultancy and by means of studies. But to be more specific, when it comes to developing the structure of the Ministry of Social Affairs, is this possible by means of the programs such as targeting the poor or providing support to the Syrian refugees? So is there any possibility to change, to amend the regulations of the Ministry of Social Affairs in terms of decision making, in terms of policy making, as a system and as a procedure amidst the ministry, or was it only a matter of support that has led to a program? I do not appreciate an ad hoc intervention. What the ministry is doing so far is actually to remedy some or even many of the social problems and of the development problems. However, what we need is actually the establishment of a national strategy for social affairs. So instead of having an activity that is fragmented, or to have actually an incomplete approach that is focusing on the problems, then we stand in favor of a preventive-based approach and in building the strategy, and this is what we need. And this is something very important. Many organizations, namely UN organizations, the World Bank, and the civil society organizations, we are in the process of building this strategy, because the building of the strategy is actually developing the different issues. I stand in favor of an integrated strategy. You cannot, and we cannot, for example, deal with the problem of poverty, whereas there are some patients who cannot access hospitals. We cannot remedy the problems of health without taking into account the problems of education and the possibility of providing education and all activities in life to the most vulnerable categories. So all this will be based on a national strategy that is developed by the government. And this is what we are up to, and this is what we ask from the different institutions, because they have the skills, and these are the skills that we hope to exchange with our colleagues in the Arab countries, because there are programs, there are activities in Egypt, in Iraq, in Palestine, and every country has its own specifics and specificities when it comes to the implementation of its programs, and therefore we can either build on our experiences as countries or from the experiences of international organizations that have the capabilities, the energy and the capacity to develop a strategy that is implemented for every of each countries. To comment, this could be on a national level, but for example, the Ministry of Social Affairs has institutions in all the districts, and they are actually engaging in social development. Did their role as well change as a result of the strategy, or is the strategy different, or the treatment on a national level? I have to say that every period of time requires that programs are incepted. What the Lebanese community needed 10 or 15 years ago is different from what is required today. Today, the levels of poverty have increased in Lebanon, and we have studies proving that we have poor people who suffer from extensive poverty. And the figures are as high as 8%. Requirements have changed, and the needs are different from what they used to be. And this will definitely require from the ministry to develop itself. In addition to having the strategy, we are practically engaging in more capacity building of the ministry, and we have programs that we wish to develop and to improve, and maybe the human resources require that we have more persons. All this necessitates that we adjust the structure of the ministry and its different sectors, and to have these actually adapt with its current needs. Since the Ministry of Social Affairs is no longer affiliated with the Ministry of Labor or of Health, it is now more subjected to programs that have a structure, and you need actually to abide by the structure. Now, over the years, every year they have a project. I think that it's about time that we restructure in order to be capable of responding the current needs, and the international organizations and the donor states will definitely help us in this. Thank you. And this is related to responding to the needs and to the states of emergencies, and in terms as well of activating social inclusion. So, do you believe that your involvement with international organizations has helped you increase this social integration? The integration you are talking about is interested to, or is very important in alleviating the stress between the different classes and categories. We have as well the integration of persons with special needs, and here of course we have to take into account their needs. We have the issues related to the persons with the persons with disabilities, the integration of communities, or are you talking about the social tension in general? No, it's actually twofold. We have integration, which is very important for the society itself. A Lebanese saying says that the lack of resources leads to problems, and that scarcity of resources feeds into problems. When a society is engaging in financial and economic difficulties, this actually leads to social tensions. And this is what we are seeing today as a result of the large number of the Syrian displaced. And this is important between the host Arab communities and the displaced. To be very honest, the social stress and tension is not among different sectarian communities. It lies within the same sectarian community, and this stress related to the weight of the displacement, it's because many of the displaced are taking job opportunities and they are taking advantage of the infrastructure, electricity, water, and sewage networks, which is causing a social tension, major social tension. We had as well the program on responding to the situation of the Syrian refugees, the LCRP, which is a program supported by the UNHCR, and the ministry is actually the link between the relevant entities. On the other hand, we have a program which is LHSP, Lebanese Hosting Community Support Program, which means that we need and we are facing a reality which is to support the host communities so that it can continue. As previously mentioned, the Syrian displacement has largely drained the Lebanese infrastructure and has caused this structural tension. We, as well as international organizations, are required to start considering the process of development in the areas where the Syrian displacement is existent, but with the support of the Lebanese host community, which is required to enhance its infrastructure and required to enhance its capabilities using the regional development, because this could help it actually alleviate some of the tension. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. We want as well to listen to the other colleagues. Yes, ma'am. I did not properly introduce Mr. Musa. He is in charge of the International Relations Department at the Ministry of Finance in Sudan. Good day. The issue is related to the government institutions, to the development institutions, and to the relationship with the emergency institutions. Now, the government institutions are always seeking to the development of sustainable social development systems and is always trying to develop their cadres as well as the social security systems. It is as well required to provide the financial allocations. In fact, Iraq, since 2007, has actually examined the changes in the social security system. Since the Ministry of Finance and Social Affairs has updated the system, which has become a network-based system linking between the governorates, and any system could actually submit it to the electronic system, and the information of the citizen is crossed with information available at other ministries to verify and to have the ministry verify whether this person is mainly looking for a job by means of cross-cutting, by means of examining the cross-cutting information and to seeing whether he owns or not a car, an asset, or any tax. And once it is validated and proven that this person doesn't own all these issues, the application is submitted to the governorate, where we have 1,500 researchers available all over Iraq. The ministry has definitely developed the mechanisms of support for the poor people, because we do not have a database about the revenue of every citizen, and we've had the proximity test to examine the alternative livelihoods system. So this will help determine the beneficiaries based on these on this criteria. This is the role of the ministry, and it had determined the criteria of poverty in order to target the persons who are involved in social security. During the crisis, 3 governorates were subject to terrorism, and they were displaced to other locations. Every citizen had a smart card, and therefore he could receive the support from other districts. Whoever was displaced from Baghdad, from Anbar, was capable of accessing support from Anbar, provided that he's been displaced to Baghdad, and that he used to live in Anbar. So it was unfair. The persons who were in the occupied areas were incapable of receiving the aid because, first of all, if any cash is delivered to these regions, or if any salaries are transferred to the region, they would be taken away by Daesh. And to put it bluntly, there was an institutional system that would contribute to pursuing the support of these categories. Now, regarding the rescue organizations, these rescue organizations would provide a very short and emergency-based support. So there is a difference between a sustainable system and an emergency-based system.
In reality, there should be a great liaison between all of these institutions, or at least the social security system that should be established must be resilient enough to be able to have other systems or programs in cases of conflicts or crises, in order to be able to run such programs. For instance, when we have suffered from a crisis in Iraq, more than one party provided support. The Ministry of Social Security, the Ministry of Interior would support the displaced and the migrants. Everyone will have his own special card or ID, and every ministry would have its own targeting mechanisms. So what was the role of the Ministry of Labor? We have many other international organizations that also supported the displaced and the migrants. Sometimes some regions have been targeted for more than one time. That is why in the poverty strategy, we have proposed to have a social security system that allows the inclusion of those displaced or migrant or those suffering from natural disasters in the social security system. We have said that this is temporary. So if one role ends, this will not affect the work of social security system in general. This is an important point. If we were able to align between these two systems, we will have more than one targeting mechanism. Targeting mechanisms should take into account the host communities. Sometimes the host communities have their own vulnerable situations. When the displaced flood these host regions, they will impact the costs, the prices, as well as the rent. So we must be able to provide support and assistance to these host communities. And at least we can benefit these host communities through the daily life services or non-monetary services. We might provide, for example, to the displaced some services in the health sector or in the education sector. The host community can also benefit from these services at the same time. We might not be able to provide an assistance as we do for the displaced, but in this sense, we might somewhat lessen the effect and further harness the social cohesion that is being imposed in these host communities. It's important also that the other speakers will take part in this dialogue. Thank you, Mrs. Najla. Sir, I would like to broach two roles of the international organizations in institutionalizing the social protection system. We have an enforced role and a role that we hope that it will be established. In Jordan, we have two systems for social security. The first system is the system of national aid, completely funded by the public budget, and that targets the poor in particular. And we also have the social security system, which is a binding security system in relation to the labor market. The Social Security institution imposes four types of insurances: the insurance of maternity, the insurance of unemployment, retirement as well. I will be speaking of including the displaced in a social security system. Thankfully, in Jordan, we have a certain legislative framework for the social security that constitutes a strong foundation in this sense. Firstly, the social security law, since its promulgation in the 80s and the later obligations in 2009-2011, are all laws that did not distinguish between the Jordanians and non-Jordanians. The foreign worker has the same rights as the Jordanians. So this per se constitutes a strong foundation in order to include in the social security system every person living on the Jordanian soil. The second part is in relation to the methodology of the coverage expansion in the social security system. Since the 80s to date, for the last 40 years, the social security system has been related to facilities and sectors and has never been in relation to gender or nationalities. Nevertheless, we face many challenges today. The Social Security institution covers today 65% of the labor force in Jordan. 15% of those that are covered today are foreigners, and around 15% of the included foreigners are persons displaced from the Arab region where conflicts are waged. Of course, the coverage of the foreigners is low in comparison to the coverage of Jordanians. So the challenge is of a structural nature, and one further challenge is in relation to the incentive package. The structural challenge that has to do with the structure of the labor market and the nature of experiences and skills that the foreign worker enjoys, because the latter work mostly in the informal sector. The majority of them work in SMEs, which constitute a sector that is hard to be covered in a traditional way. Therefore, I say that the international organizations can play a major role in this regard, mostly the ILO, because it can establish an inclusion system that can be aligned with the nature of the work of the displaced. We also have a campaign for sectoral targeting, because we try to see where the displaced persons are mostly working to try to include them in the social security coverage system. Moreover, we have the work permits that nowadays are linked to social security systems. No foreign worker can have a work permit unless he or she is covered by the social security system. Therefore, we require a technical assistance by the international organizations that will help the social security institution to cover the foreign workers and mostly the displaced, because in the future they will be in dire need of a social security net. The second part is in relation to the incentive package. The foreign worker, and especially the migrant worker, is temporarily living in a country. Therefore, he is not really concerned to be registered within the social security system, and I believe this is linked to the incentives of the migrant worker. And here we speak of the role that we hope that the international organizations will play. Nowadays, the assistance provided to the migrants is in relation to work, i.e., those that work are excluded somehow of assistance, and those that are unemployed benefit from assistance, and this is somewhat a negative encouragement not to work. So people refuse to work so that they will not lose the opportunity of receiving assistance from international organizations. So we do not need any negative incentives that go against the social security system enforced in the country or in any other Arab state. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Hazem, can we clarify one issue? In what sense do you believe in Jordan that the participation of international organizations has helped you to reinforce your work as a ministry? The role of international organizations is to assist the state in better regulating the informal sector. The foreign workers are mostly working in the informal sector. Therefore, their role is highly active. Thankfully, in Jordan, we have a 40-year-old institution. We have many accumulated experiences, but we need also to benefit from the best practices of other countries, mostly as regards the informal sector. Thank you. In Palestine, the situation might differ because Palestine might not suffer from internal conflicts, but the sufferings of the Palestinians are as old as the occupation that started in 1971. So, of course, we need to understand the nature of the occupation, or some facets of the occupation is to uproot and to destroy and to throw out of one's house. The elections in Palestine did not yield the required results because they have presented the extreme right and the most extreme right, and therefore the suffering of the Palestinians is huge. Henceforth, we need some institutionalization of the humanitarian and development-related institutions, and there should be a coordination between the international organizations and the local institutions. We also need some strategic planning. Practically speaking, there was an overlapping between different sectors because the planning in Palestine is a sectoral planning. When we speak of the Azra plan, the agricultural plan, it is a strategy for the agricultural sector in Palestine, and all other sectors are included with this strategy. Therefore, all needs are reflected, whether these needs have to do with humanitarian response or whether they have to do with reinforcing the resistance or with harnessing development processes. The cross-sectoral different strategies stem or yield what we call the national agenda. This effort is labeled to date as a national effort. But the international organizations and the donors provide other efforts. So we have some projects that have to do with humanitarian projects and other types of projects that are developmental. And here the dialogue is launched between the government and the donor agencies as well as the international organizations in order to come up with outcomes that can respond to humanitarian crises and bolster development. Therefore, the international organizations working in Palestine take into account the national priorities only. The government or the state is the one determining these priorities, be they national or not national. If they are not national, these projects are rejected. And if they are in the framework of the national priorities, they become adopted and there will be coordination on the ground to provide the required outcomes. We have an experience with the relief agency. And the relief agency now suffers from a crisis of funding, as is the case with the Palestinian Authority. Many pressures are exerted, which encourages the Israeli forces to further exert their own pressure. The relief agency, practically speaking, because of the current conjecture, will, for example, delete the food assistance and financial assistance. It is not because the West Bank stopped needing this kind of assistance, but because of the pressures that were imposed. Therefore, the relief agency was compelled to stop this kind of assistance. We were even forced to decrease some of the assistance provided. Nowadays, we try to see how we can cope with the reality on the ground thanks to other alternatives. Therefore, the issue of balances and how we can try to cope under any circumstance. The issue of coping and the means of coping were not only exercised by the Palestinian when he would take a loan or rent his house or any other activity. At the same time, we have a local community that is highly active and a great number of humanitarian organizations, charitable organizations. Therefore, we tried to establish partnerships with these institutions in order to maximize the interests through the constant coordination and relation, thanks to the provided resources, to look afterwards for alternative resources. Thank you. I would like to seize this opportunity to greet all those present here. Sudan is one of the richest countries that is capable of catering for the food security concerns for the Arab states and the whole world, because it boasts huge agricultural lands as well as mineral wealth and animal wealth. Sudan is the Arab country that ranks first when producing the Arabic gum. But in Darfur, in the Blue Nile region, many wars were waged, which caused many social imbalances and disruptions that have a direct impact on poverty. Therefore, the government had to take action. The response first started in 2009 when household survey was launched in order to determine a set of indicators. Based on this census, Sudan, in cooperation with the international organizations, the World Bank and the African Bank for Development, started establishing the preliminary document for poverty alleviation. This document has shed the lights on many problematics in terms of development and social imbalances between different rural areas and urban areas. This might emphasize the policies of sustainable development and the problematics that they contain. We in Sudan are currently preparing the PRSP, which is the complete strategy or permanent strategy for poverty alleviation, with the coordination of the World Bank and the African Bank for Development, in order to harness the skills of the Sudanese institutions that will provide services for the poor. Many committees at the governorate level, at the academic level, at the CSO's level were established. And mostly at the level of local communities, many dialogues have been launched at different geographic places in rural areas and in urban areas in order to better determine the priorities. After determining these priorities, we found out 5 main pillars. The first pillar is the daily bread. Secondly, education, then health, then social security. And the PRSP plan, which is the permanent strategy for poverty alleviation, tackled. Today, the situation determines where poverty lies. Poverty is disseminated in different cities, on the outskirts of cities, at the level of some governorates, especially in the rural areas and the remote areas. Sudan resembles to many other Arab states in this sense. What is the role of the government in this framework? The government owns the public budget, and through this budget, the government provides basic services according to the map that was submitted to it, according to the set of data that was aggregated in 2009 up until 2014. So the outcomes of the census were really important to shed the lights on the imbalances. At the first stage, the government needs help in its budget in order to be able to provide basic services for the population. But of course, the budget is meager and weak and cannot even cater for what is needed. The second issue is the issue of banks. The central bank in Sudan has established a funding ceiling of 12% for the medium, small, and micro enterprises. The banks are offering many services for the small-scale producers. However, many challenges emerge. One of the challenges is that the banks believe that providing services to farmers, these funding services, are very costly, despite the fact that the micro-funding was very beneficial. But some private companies have entered into this field and recorded some wins and success stories. But the vulnerable areas recorded some problematics. We have, for example, the Bank of Households, the Farming Bank, and some other commercial banks. The other issue that the government helped in was the social protection. We have the Zakat institution, which is one of the most important organizations, which is comprehensive in order to support the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized. The Zakat organization has further evolved at the union level. We have a Secretary General at the union level that is directly affiliated to the Ministry of Social Security. And at the level of governorates, we have undersecretaries, and we also have offices for Zakat. And at the level of villages, we have some committees labeled as Zakat committees. And these smaller scale committees are for assistance. And this institution, the Zakat institution, was able to bolster the Zakat-related rhetoric or speech. It is a speech targeted to Muslims mostly, in order to call upon Muslims to provide their zakat or financial help voluntarily. Many individuals are offering their zakat or financial assistance voluntarily. This experience was highly successful, and it targeted the poor, mostly the displaced, the migrants, and those mostly afflicted by droughts. The Diwan, or the council, also relies on data in order to know where the poor exist. It has some census at a center called the Zakat Center, which is specialized in the legal Zakat studies. According to the census that was already established by the Statistics Administration, the data will be updated because the census will be far away in year time. And this set of data will show where the poor really exists. Therefore, the information or data of the council has become automated. According to this automation process, the coverage and targeting have become larger, which led to the fact that some partners, for example, the African Bank for Development, participated into many projects after the fact that the African Bank for Development was ascertained that this council for zakat is really targeting the poor and the vulnerable and some other primary sectors. And nowadays, the project is ongoing and it yields excellent results. The council, the Zakat Council, also cares for the issue of social coverage. This is the most important part that was done with the Zakat Council and international institutions. After the end of the studies and surveys, some locations at the level of villages and governorates and a set of packages of services were determined. These local societies will be trained in order to further hone the social cohesion and to have a collective mindset. Secondly, the Zakat Council coordinates with the governorate, with the government, with the international institutions and organizations in order to shed the light on the gaps and on the regions that really require assistance in the education sector, in the health sector, and so forth. And I believe we have a great example of a governorate that really profited from such a coordination. We have one other important experience with the Ministry of Social Insurance. The latter has devised a way to offer some cash assistance to the poor. According to the data that it was able to collect from the Statistics Center, it started targeting some poor while providing them with a cash assistance. This issue further developed, and this institution was labeled a commission for social security within the ministry, and it is mostly commissioned with the package of interventions, i.e. it shall determine the interventions required in vulnerable areas and determine the areas that the intervention will be really called for, and it coordinates with other stakeholders. And it also contributes with other stakeholders to determine the criteria on a yearly basis, so that all criteria will be harmonized in order to really choose the criteria for the needy. There will always be a focalization on many households that are led by women in some regions, mostly the war-stricken regions. Some households might have a father who is incapable of performing a job well, and the woman becomes somewhat the head of the family, responsible for providing for it. And therefore, we need an implementation mechanism for this plan. And banks are involved in this plan. Nowadays, the Ministry of Social Security has a direct dialogue with commercial banks so that they will perform in this field and so that they will further bolster any dialogue in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are raising some very important issues. I would like now to move to the second question, which is related to the subject beforehand, namely the social protection platform, and the question is related to the countries of the region that are mainly affected or war-torn countries, or that are affected by an internal conflict. And we have, of course, some civil conflicts arising from this situation. So what would be actually your situation, your personal situation, and what is your country's experience, if I can put it this way? How can the countries that are affected by these by the conflicts, how could you actually showcase some of the conflicts that will develop a social protection platform? We have conflicts, we have social discrepancies. How can your countries or other countries conclude lessons or information from your experience in order to be capable of fulfilling the performances or fulfilling the tasks? I believe that the challenges outweigh the facilities. How can we actually bring together what we are discussing with the social platform, taking into account that we have conflicts happening in the region? Thank you very much. To answer this question, yes, it is very true to offer services in a war-torn region. However, if you look at Sudan now, in Darfur, maybe peace is not everywhere in Darfur. And many organizations and national organizations, as well as international organizations, are working inside the region. However, I cannot say that this is actually a war-torn region, because this is something that's very difficult. But the other problem is related to the political issues. There are some complex political issues that we needed to respond to. We believe that if answered to by the persons who are taking care of the situation, then I believe the situation could be easier. Now there is no war in Darfur, in Kordofan, or elsewhere. And Sudan could, we could say, is largely stable. Now, you can go to any place in the Blue Nile, in Kordofan, And these regions have become stable and are attracting the people. It is true that in some communities we have some rebellions, and therefore it is very important to move to areas that need to be rehabilitated, and this effort needs to be made available by the government. There are some developments, and many entities are working in this direction. Thank you very much. Well, in fact, throughout the conflicts and during the period of wars, the state is usually absent. And this is what we have seen in Lebanon during the civil war. And this is what we are seeing today, or what we have seen and witnessed during the war in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in Yemen. The state is absent because the state institutions cannot provide the relevant services. But what we mostly see is that the societies themselves are developing solutions and are adjusting. And this is what we have seen in Lebanon, where we have the local entities, and we have local entities for local development. And therefore, the society has developed some kind of self-protection in the times of war. And this requires some resilience. And this is something that Lebanon prides itself with, even if with utmost difficulties. Now, the role of the state is in the post-crisis, where we have the challenges and where we have the main challenges, and the role of the state that are actually holding the government accountable and holding it liable to some of the situations. And then it is surprised to witness some social conflicts and crises and humanitarian crises, in addition to the problems of displacement, internal displacements. Lebanon has witnessed all these developments, and I can talk about an experience. Throughout the war, we've had the problem of the internally displaced persons, and back then they were called the internal migrants. Currently, the Ministry for the Migrants ceased to exist, and now we have the Ministry of the Displaced. And this is actually the only ministry having the infrastructure at the Ministry of Social Affairs. So the remaining ministries, as previously mentioned, are developing some political frameworks, but this is very difficult, and in a very difficult situation can governments overcome some difficulties or some conflicts and wars, and it will actually have problems in approaching the crises from which it's suffering. Thank you. So with regards to the comprehensive social protection policies, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities that you can see with regards to the services that you are providing? I have already spoken about the national strategy. I am still working at the Ministry of Social Affairs, but the national strategy encompasses all the difficulties. The National Social Security Fund is an independent institution, and the Ministry of Labor is the ministry competent in actually supervising the project. We have as well the medical and educational issues, and therefore our countries need this strategy that is complex and that's complicated at the same time. But we can, amidst working with all ministries and within actually a comprehensive political approach, develop this strategy, the social strategy. It's not only social, but as well encompasses all the different aspects of the services that are related to human beings or that are related as well to the vulnerable social categories requiring support and development.
أول شيء إنه بدي أبلش من الإطار العام اللي هو الحماية الاجتماعية وبنزل عليه من أرضية.
So of course, when we talk about all this, we can talk about social protection.
أجي إذا كان في هناك دراسات إلها علاقة بموضوع.
So when we talk about all this, this is related to an impact assessment. It is related to the different systems where we needed to devise maps. And this is why I would love to say that in Palestine, help from the different sources have contributed to alleviating national poverty by 13%. It has contributed as well in the alleviation of extreme poverty by 22%. This is something that I can discuss because it has to be related to the overwhelming stereotypes regarding the social protection programs and the background of this social protection. It is commonly admitted that practically this is a lost investment. And therefore that this sector is a consuming sector and therefore may not be invested. This is why I would love to say that when we talk about the contribution in the alleviation of poverty, I will have to make calculations to discuss how is it that I am actually going out of the circle of poverty in terms of education, in terms of health. In the past, we used to say that better prevent than cure. We never actually took this motto into consideration. This is not actually inventing the wheel. What does it mean that better prevent than cure? This is related to the economic and the social perspectives now. Now, even if we knew late, it's better than not knowing at all. And we have to examine the situation in due time. This is why social protection and the laying foundations of social protection has its own challenges and obstacles. So first of all, national economy. How was it established and what are the percentages of unemployment, etc.? So all this has to be taken into account and bottom line, the outcome should be related to the different designs of the programs. In Palestine, and we have tried, and Mr. Azim al-Shaibi, who is one of the pioneers in this field because he had voted for the social security law in Palestine at its outset, but the law on the civil society after its enactment solely relies on the contributions, and at the same time there are no non-contributing communities, and therefore this means that we need to think differently about the persons who are working on the situation and the law on the civil society, despite, of course, the popular opposition or the grassroots opposition. And the decision that was made by the president was not related to the law on social security. It's related about delaying the implementation of the law on social security until a new national consensus is made about this decision. It lacked a couple of issues and it lacked some matters, and these issues have to be actually discussed. And therefore, we needed to think what are the matters that we needed to implement, and then we can see whether or not the law on social security and with the categories it contains, is it possible for it to encompass categories that will not contribute? So this is a question that we can address. Nevertheless, the law on social security will not be capable of protecting the different categories. If it's capable of supporting some, then this would be perfect. But nevertheless, we must find some new measures at the ministry. We attempt to determine priorities, and two main priorities. The first priority is for the persons with disabilities, and the second priority is for the elderly. And these, of course, will not have any interests and benefits, and therefore we need to deal with these categories in a way that is different from the support that is given to the families having a human capital. And the human capital which is available in these households is supposed to examine the extent to which it could be considered a wasted energy, and this energy will have actually to be examined in a way that will make sure that it is available in the different levels of social security. And we can have, of course, efforts directed towards the categories with which we can contribute in order to put an end to poverty and to better revitalize this national protection programs. And these programs are related to all these issues. Now, we have problems including financial sustainability. The support programs is actually available at 65%, 35% of the donors. And when it comes to the political support or the politicized support, in this case, of course, we are subjected to political embezzlement. And this is a draining process because even Israel is actually making efforts in order to provide services to the political authority, and we are required to take the approval of the Israelis about how to spend them. We would love maybe to spend them on support, on actually supporting supporting actually the wounded, and even the world, a democratic world, Western world, is actually supporting Israelis in this. And this is actually related to supporting actually aid, because there is a political deal that has to go through the region, which is called the deal of the era. And we have seen that this is very important in the Golan Heights and in other regions. And practically in this, the international community is supposed to play a major role in terms of controlling these funds, or to have actually the persons who own these funds be capable of controlling them. Thank you very much. I think that the major challenge is a financial challenge, and we need as well to take into account that the financial support that is given to the beneficiaries, no matter how important they are, and that this is, of course, these are funds for social support, but in fact, this does not actually include the different criteria for the persons who have established the system and who want actually to annually update some of the beneficiaries from the network to contribute to the situation. And this is actually in addition to all these funds. We have mentioned in Iraq by means of the second strategy, and as you know, we have a system or a support card which encompasses everyone. We think that now it is unfair, and it was implemented in the 90s. And we have as well a system that is implemented for the social protection programs by means of bringing together the different entities of social protection in order to be capable of taking the persons who do not deserve the support card and to better focus on the poor. The amounts that will be made available from the card could contribute in developing the database. And we have as well established an entity everywhere in Iraq, and we prepared a report in collaboration with the WFP. And we are still waiting for the Higher Commission to discuss all this. I think that this is one of the main challenges. Now, regarding the opportunities, I believe that by means of the social protection, it would be interesting to benefit in protection when it comes to actually educating the poor men and women, and to give a better support to the families in order to contribute to the situation and to actually contribute to some of the programs of social care. Kindly use the microphone for interpretation. I would like to talk about the challenges, the main challenges that we are witnessing. The most important challenges or the most important countries are facing challenges, have financial problems, and therefore they have the capacity to deal with a new reality along with the international organizations. Of course, the local community has a role to play, but I think that we have actually international organizations that are supposed to intensify their efforts. I think that this effort is very important. The region is subjected to crisis on a constant basis. Now, we need to work on diversifying the system of social integration, and all the risks that a citizen or a resident could encounter in a country need to actually consider some of the support that's given. We have places where we provide for a clear methodological balance with the different entities, and we could have some negative aspects affecting the situation. Now, we have a system on the diversification of risks. It has to be balanced, and we have as well to take into account the factors encouraging work. And moreover, in Jordan, pension is related to inflation, and we have a minimum of these capabilities that need to accommodate the living standards. This is actually in general and very quickly, and these are actually the main problems. Thank you. Just to clarify, we are 15 minutes, we started 15 minutes behind. Just to conclude the dialogue, a final question. I could simply ask you to respond very quickly. This could help us actually conclude all the subjects that were raised. Are there any technical steps? So do you have any actually practical solutions to improve the capabilities of countries to enable them to actually accommodate the shocks? Just a quick remark to the chairperson. We are really very tired of sitting and listening. We are getting a bit restless.
سوري أنا مع كل احترامي لا thank you مع كل احترامي يعني.
With all due respect, I am chairing the dialogue, and we are required to raise three questions, and then to open the floor for questions and answers. We started 15 minutes late. So please give the opportunity to the participants to ask questions, especially that the question is a vital question. It's not only about the government to listen, but we need as well to have the attendees contribute and give their thing. We've said that we will have a question, we will have time for questions. I had the questions to ask, and we are now concluding. Mrs. Rana, maybe we can open the floor for questions to avoid any repetition. We are all ears to your questions, and we are willing to answer.
في أسئلة that's fine.
أتكلم يعني؟
طيب معناتها إذا ممكن ناخذ شوية أسئلة ونجاوب.
So let's take a round of questions and answer. Please introduce your.
هنا أدور جمعية.
Hana Radwa from the Amal Iraqi organization. As an Iraqi, I'm talking about we're talking about years of lack of stability. I'm talking about very difficult situations for the years between 2014, 2018. Thousands of persons displaced into different areas, and these are very important issues. And we are currently working on providing a decent life to the persons who were affected by the conflict. When we talk about inclusiveness, it's not only about food and health or education. These need other types of services, the services of the psychological shocks. In addition to the problems they have encountered throughout the years, we have very important and new issues that the state has to take into account and that the state has to institutionalize. This is a crucial point. However, we have found throughout our experience that the state institutions are very weak in dealing with displacement and with the very difficult circumstances that the Iraqis had to deal with in the past couple of years. Moreover, we have noticed the corruption that has even affected the humanitarian aid projects, and we've had problems with international organizations and with state organizations. These are indicators that had been witnessed on the level of the camps. Many issues were as well determined when it comes to the distribution of aid, and this is something that's very important because it was at the expense of these people. I would like to say as well that the comprehensive social services are not only limited to the social services, but we have as well the UN regulations and the UN the Security Council resolutions, the 1325 on the protection of women and girls in times of conflicts and providing them with services. Iraq has approved or has developed a national plan of action for the implementation of Resolution 1325. However, how to translate this in reality for the persons who are largely affected is a completely different issue. So we can say that these victims were not taken care of. Moreover, we can say that regarding the victims, I have spoken about compensation, redress. I have spoken about impunity, and the social protection is as well related to the way of implementing reconciliation in these war-torn societies. Where are we from all this, and where are those programs that are related to the conditions that these persons are living? The issues of ISIS and the families of ISIS. So all these are subjected to large-scale violations. I'm talking mainly about women and children. I'm not saying that the crimes that were committed by one offender has to apply to all the members of the offender's family. These are issues that necessitate equality, especially that Iraq ratified and signed a joint declaration with the UN Office on violence perpetrated in times of conflict, which has determined the documents or the deprivation from conflicts, a problem that's encountered by all the women and children who have lived under ISIS. The absence of children, the absence of persons without a national identity, and this is a problem is related to the social security, to the legal solution, and these are issues that are very important and that have to be taken into account. Moreover, new legislations have to be taken into account. We have legislations that are related to Yazidi women. This is a matter of paramount importance. We have new institutions that need to contribute to providing a treatment from psychological stress and distress. So here I would love to confirm that the problem is related to how to further cooperation between the state institutions and the public institutions and the civil society organizations and international organizations. In times of conflicts, and under ISIS, the Iraqis have had their national endeavor and enthusiasm, and this was shown in the communities that are the hosts that are hosting the displaced, and the host and the youth initiatives and the initiatives of the civil society organizations, as well as the initiatives of the religious leaders, were outnumbering the government initiatives, and this is determined in field studies. These are very important issues and we need to discuss them, and we need once again to reiterate that this partnership shall continue in working on developing the return of these persons to their countries. The return is very complex and that it requires, as well as I have already mentioned, national reconciliation and disclosure, transparency, and prosecution of the offenders of the crime of terrorism. Shall we continue the same way, and shall we continue aggressing the families of ISIS and depriving them from the simplest rights and excluding them from the community? This will actually feed a new category or new generation of terrorists. We need to rebuild the state security and stability, and this requires programs for the rehabilitation. The government did not prepare programs of rehabilitation. The rehabilitation of these has to be developed. Otherwise, we will be facing new challenges in the couple of years. Please, just a clarification. I consider that we started 15 minutes late, which means that we will finish by 6:15, just to be very clear in this. So, for me, we will continue until 6:15, with all due respect. I'm sorry. I totally understand that some of you would want to leave, and now it's time to ask questions. Just to be very clear and to make sure that you are free in your time. The session will adjourn at 6:15. Questions, please. 4 questions and answers.
تفضل إذا ممكن تعرف عن حالك.
أنا أحمد عبد الناظر من تونس.
Please introduce yourself. From Tunisia. We have listened to the speakers, we have listened to many breakthroughs and a lot of achievements in social justice and social protection and so forth, and everything is beautiful. Now, I would like to speak of a certain segment of society that is mostly forgotten, which is the elderly. AFSD published one last report called Prospects of Aging in Dignity in the Arab Region, Aging with Dignity. Please look at the data within this report. In our Arab societies, social protection in the eyes of the officials might be summarized in basic health services. In all Arab states, we have more than 50% of elderly that do not have any pension salary. In some states, coverage does not cover more than 10%. So I would like to draw the attention to this faction of the society whereby its majority in our Arab states and mostly in the rural areas and mostly in the ranks of women do not have social security that allows them to end their days with dignity. To the gentleman from Sudan, thank you for your presentation, but we should not link social protection and social justice to zakat rhetoric and zakat council. This is secondary. Where do you bring the resources from? It's another issue. Imagine that next year there will be a lot of drought, there will be no resource and no zakat. So I stop social security and I stop social protection. Thank you. Hissa Al-Thani, the delegate of the Secretary General of the League of Arab States for Social Affairs. According to our field expertise, it is of utmost importance that we do not only present a pledge to the states, but we need to give proper funding. The donor states that provide support to keep on having the displaced and the migrants in societies such as Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq must have a real allocation for the host country so that it creates a balance between citizens and migrants. Furthermore, the social protection covers many further dimensions that are in relation with verbal, sexual, and physical abuse that happens a lot in the migrant camps and even in the local communities. Moreover, there are negative phenomena that unfortunately were broadcasted on the media that shed the light on such a facet. We also have another dimension in relation to the negative aspects that are created between the host community and the migrants, because the local residents believe that the migrants are here to take away their bread. This is something that we need to fight and work for. The international organizations are not the only ones capable of working on that. We also have an Arab regional work. We have an ethical obligation to do so. The local organizations must work hand in hand with the international organizations to combat such a problem. Countries such as Iraq and Sudan that have a high number of migrants, and I respect what the Sudanese gentleman has said. I have been to Darfur and the southern part of Kordofan 3 times, and there is a great attempt there for a real development process. But in Darfur, there are many clear challenges and hindrances. Indeed, peace was established, but it cannot be measured in comparison to 15 years of what happened in Darfur. There are indeed real, authentic efforts by some Arab humanitarian organizations, such as the Qatari ones, but the international organizations are not given the proper opportunity to work hand in hand with these organizations. Therefore, this social real protection that we are speaking of right now must be emphasized in such countries, because these countries have their own specificity. They were afflicted by these conflicts and negatively affected by them, whether for the host communities or for the migrants. We should not also forget that after 9 years, you are witnessing one reverse migration flow. Concepts are changing. We have a long-term and a short-term migration, and we have refugees on the borders. With all respect to SDGs and other objectives, we as Arabs and Arab organizations and residents in this part of the world, we must innovate and we must adapt these objectives. At least in terms of implementation, we cannot take everything as it is and apply it as such. We need to know if it's within context or outside of context. One last question, please, before we yield the floor to the panelists. I would like to say one positive factor that happened in Palestine. It is in relation to the a window for harmonization of special data in terms of social protection. However, a large number of those concerned refuse to enter their data or participate to this effort. Here comes the role of the government, as if the government is quasi-inexistent. The main reason for the failure of the experience of social protection in Palestine is attributed to corruption. There is a lack of confidence in officials because of corruption. Therefore, people do not trust the officials to spearhead such an effort. Therefore, we need to expand the participatory approach to run such kind of projects in order to lessen the lack of trust of residents in their officials. Transparency of data, transparency in running these programs are essential in order to somewhat rebuild the trust missing between the citizens and their officials. In terms of migrants and refugees, a lot of human rights were violated, and they were coupled with corruption in many Arab countries, and we have a lot of indicators to showcase that. One last question, please. Thank you. I would like to thank the chair, and I would like to say that the presentations are really important.
هي واحدة من الأدوات اللي يمكن إن نفذت بطريقة صحيحة.
I believe that the social protection systems, if well implemented, can be sound for a good social justice system. And the social justice system is a complementary system. We did not speak of the private sector as an active and important player on the level of provision of social protection. I believe in the Arab world, since we have obsolete social protection systems in light of cutting-edge technology, we need to revive these systems. And in light of some successful experiences in some Arab countries, we hope that if we meet again with ESCWA and other UN agencies, maybe we can take or aggregate all of these successful experiences in order to create a new vision of social security or protection systems, mostly in light of the hardships of the war-torn countries. Why? Because social protection might both be an opportunity and a challenge, especially in war-stricken or conflict-stricken zones. When a certain organization supports one party or one entity for political reasons, this might disrupt the society as a whole and cause a certain schism and cause a huge gap and new problematics. At the same time, some positive initiatives launched by host communities have led to better cohesion. Therefore, I reiterate to scrutinize this issue once again. One more question. Why do we need to look into social protection? At the same time, we have some extremist entities that really play this tune and use it as a card in order to reinforce their statuses in some zones through the pretext of social protection, and this is dangerous. At the same time, they use the pretext of lack of social protection to portray themselves as the Salvation Party. Thank you. I would like to add to what Mr. Musa has spoken of, and some comments on what the other panelists have said. Mr. Musa has spoken of the Zakat Council. It is not really the main pillar of social security and protection in Sudan. We have funds for social security in Sudan. We have the security fund, a pension fund, health insurance fund. And we also have the cash transfer initiative. The Zakat provides the immediate need assistance and not long-term assistance. And if Zakat is there or not, we have the social security system already established there. Moreover, Sudan has two frameworks. One framework for development assistance in a partnership with UN agencies, and we also have a framework for humanitarian assistance. We mean by humanitarian assistance that war-afflicted zones, and I do not agree with the representative of the LAS, the League of Arab States. We have an international organization present there for more than 10 years in Darfur or southern Sudan. And we have a lot of Arab initiatives and Qatari initiatives in order to support those afflicted by war or conflict. So we have many international organizations working there, and the government is also exerting a lot of efforts in this regard. Thank you. I kindly ask the panelists to answer these questions because they present new challenges and they portray the status of women in war, which is a paramount issue to be dealt with. Please be brief in your answers. Thank you. To answer the lady from the NGO in Iraq, she raised the issue of corruption. I say that any relief work or the provision of assistance or support will have a positive and negative facets. But I am not here to emphasize the negative aspects. I do not have any evidence to be truthful. Indeed, the status or the situation in these zones is dramatic. And I agree that we have some slow-moving processes. We have a project that caters for contingencies in the liberated zones, which is a Tala project that was adopted by the government and international organizations. And a huge amount of money will be provided for a psychological rehabilitation in the freed zone. In addition to this amount of money, there will be the initiative for salary against work, so the citizens will clear out their region and rebuild it in the time frame of 1 year or so, and they will get salaries in exchange of that work, and this will cause more cohesion and will even help to reconciliate between different factions of the society, and they will receive money that will help them survive during that period of time. And we will have, of course, the initiative of social protection in these zones afflicted by war. You have mentioned the issue of the private sector. The labor market is part of the social protection network, and the issue of small-scale loans. We, in the strategy for poverty alleviation, have linked the issue of current assistance to social protection. If there is a widow or a divorcee at an age of having an economic activity, she might receive financial assistance for 1 year, and then she will move on to the system of small loans by rehabilitating her capabilities and building her capacities. This way, we will be able to introduce these women in the labor market and will be able to work in the private sector. I would also like to work on the social insurances. We did not speak of legislations in these terms. The government has set forth a strategy for social insurances that provides coverage for those working in the informal sector. In the Iraqi Council of Ministers, we are currently discussing this issue. Thank you. I would like to tackle two issues. One issue raised by the gentleman from Tunisia. I am not here to defend any situation. We are not speaking of breakthroughs or milestones because we are definitely still lagging behind vis-a-vis some segments of the society. The Ministry of Social Affairs in Lebanon should be labeled, in my sense, the Ministry of Social Assistance, because housing, labor market, and social insurance issues do not fall under the direct responsibility of the Ministry of Social Affairs. But in the context of speaking of social security initiatives, you have already spoken of this rhetoric. As regards the elderly, the Ministry of Social Affairs has been indeed created in order to broach these topics, such as the elderly, violence against children, violence against women, orphans, persons with special needs and disabilities. This is what the Ministry of Social Affairs undertakes, and it is for these reasons that it was created. The issue of migrants and local development were somewhat added to its mandate since 2011 to date in order to better respond to the crises that swept us by storm because of the migration influx. To answer the second part of other questions that were raised, the participation of the civil society and NGOs as well as CSOs is important. And I will give you a Lebanese example. We do not have institutions to care for the disabled and persons with special needs. The care institutions provide these services, and we simply fund them with a small amount. These institutions are able to provide for themselves with their own revenues, in addition to the assistance that they receive from our ministry. All of these care institutions are privately owned, whether religious or civil societies or institutions. The local or civil society, the civil institutions and religious institutions are undertaking this effort, and we support them. And this is an example of partnership between the private sector and the public sector in the provision of such services. Thank you. I would like to comment on the same note. To answer what the gentleman from Tunisia has said, indeed, we do have many problems. The major challenge is that how can we avert these problems in the future? This is why I have focused in my dialogue on the institutionalization of the social protection system, so that we will not suffer from the same problems that we did or that we had in the past. The majority of social security or social protection systems have been there for more than 100 years, but we have somehow newly created social protection systems, and we hope to avert the problems that we suffered from in the past, and we can benefit from the good and best practices of other countries. I would like to thank the lady that has spoken of Darfur, whereby she said that the international organizations are not allowed to provide assistance and services there. And I believe your dialogue, my dear lady, is incorrect. The World Bank has a project in Darfur. The African Bank has another project in Darfur. The Islamic Bank for Development has also a project in Darfur. We are welcoming any entity wishing to provide a service for Darfur. But development is always coupled with many hardships. Some entities wish to come to provide a service in a specific area for a personal interest. But if they wish to provide development services, we have a plan, and they should provide us with their own plan. We see their weaknesses, their strengths, and we welcome everyone. I am the senior official of development in Sudan, and I welcome everyone on board to provide help. As for the Zakat Council, the Ministry of Social Insurance is responsible for it, and I said that the Ministry of Finance deducts one part of its public budget for the safety net. Thank you. I would like to thank you all. Now it's 20 minutes past 6. We will wrap it up for today. Thank you.